Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Brian Shaffer. Brian Shaffer, born in 1979, was a medical student at Ohio State University, focusing on microbiology. On March 31, 2006, he and his father, Randy, went out for a steak dinner to celebrate the end of Brian's classes for spring break. Randy noticed that Brian appeared very tired from the intense studying he had been doing. Later, Brian mentioned he planned to go out for drinks with a friend that night. Although Randy had some concerns, he chose not to voice them. That evening, Brian met up with his friend William, Clint, Florence at a bar called the Ugly Tuna Saloon. The two went bar hopping, and according to Florence, they did a shot of hard liquor at each place they visited. After midnight, they returned to the Ugly Tuna Saloon with a few other friends, but at some point, Brian and the group became separated. Around 2 a.m., Brian's friends left the bar, assuming he had already gone home without saying goodbye. When he failed to show up for his scheduled flight to Miami on Monday morning, concern grew, and he was officially reported missing to the Columbus police. Investigators began their search at the Ugly Tuna Saloon, the last place Brian was seen. The bar's security footage showed Brian and his friends entering, but there was no clear footage of him ever leaving. Police acknowledged the possibility that Brian may have changed clothes or worn a hat to obscure his identity while exiting. Adding to the mystery, his friend Clint Florence declined to take a polygraph test. At one point, investigators considered the possibility that Brian was a victim of the alleged smiley face killer, but they eventually dismissed that theory. Despite the years that have passed, police continue to receive tips and remain hopeful that Brian Shaffer will one day be found. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Brittanee Drexel. Brittanee Drexel, born in 1991 in Rochester, New York, dreamed of becoming a nurse or a model. In February, she asked her mother for permission to travel to Myrtle Beach, California, for a spring break with her boyfriend and some friends, but her mother declined, feeling uneasy about the trip. Despite this, Brittanee left for Myrtle Beach on April 22 without informing her. She and her friends checked into the Bar Harbor Hotel. On the third evening of the trip, around 8 p.m., Brittanee left the group to walk roughly a mile and a half to the Blue Water Resort, where she visited a longtime friend. Security footage captured her at the resort, and she was last seen leaving the hotel at approximately 8:45 p.m. While at the resort, Brittanee had been texting her boyfriend, John Greco. However, around 9:15 p.m., her messages abruptly stopped. When John attempted to call her, the calls went straight to voicemail. With none of her friends knowing her whereabouts, John contacted Brittanee's mother, prompting the beginning of the search. Police reviewed security footage from the Blue Water Resort and interviewed Peter Brozowitz, the friend Brittanee had visited. Although her mother suspects Brittanee may have been a victim of human trafficking, law enforcement has stated they do not find that theory likely. To this day, Brittanee Drexel's fate remains a mystery. Moving on to the next case. Clare Bernal. Clare Bernal's tragic death initially sent waves of confusion and fear through the upscale Harvey Nichols store where she worked. When police arrived at the scene, the situation was chaotic. At first, there were concerns that it might have been a random act of violence or even an act of terror, especially because it happened in such a high-profile, public setting. But as investigators began piecing together what had happened, the truth turned out to be far more personal and disturbing. Clare had been targeted by someone she knew, a former colleague and ex-boyfriend, Michael Pesch. Despite appearing calm on the surface, he had been harboring obsessive and dangerous thoughts. The case quickly evolved from a mystery into a chilling story of stalking, emotional abuse, and a system that tragically failed to protect Clare in time. As the investigation progressed, authorities realized the attacker wasn't posing a public threat but had specifically targeted Clare. Her case, though deeply unsettling, followed a pattern that sadly felt all too familiar. As more details emerged, the situation only grew more disturbing and infuriating. Clare Bernal was born in July 1983 to Patricia, Tricia, and Martin Bernal in Groombridge, located in Tunbridge Wells, UK. She attended St. Gregory's Roman Catholic Comprehensive School in Tunbridge Wells and later pursued a BTC National Award at West Kent College. From a young age, Clare had a passion for makeup. Her mother, Tricia, recalled how Clare would spend hours experimenting in front of the mirror, a clear sign of her dream to work in the beauty industry. She then went to West Kent College to study beauty therapy. Once she got her diploma, she was ready to work as a beauty therapist. Friends and family of Clare say she was a kind and sweet person. She didn't like getting into fights, had the sweetest smile, and only wanted to make the world a better place. Clare was a picture of beauty and peace. That made her a little naive even though she was kind and humble. As a person, Clare was also very shy, and she never said bad things about other people. Clare's mom said she didn't have a single flaw. She was nothing but peace and light, and she was a joy to be around. Clare liked makeup and skincare so much that she had done makeup for plays before. When she saw an ad for a beauty expert job at the flagship Harvey and Nichols store in Knightsbridge, London, she jumped at the chance. There is a fancy store in the UK called Harvey and Nichols. It has everything in one place: high-end clothes, accessories, and makeup. Clare was really interested in this field, and as luck would have it, she was called in for an interview. Clare was ready for her interview, and the people who were hiring could tell that every word she spoke was filled with energy. And not long after that, Clare got the call she was waiting for. She was given the job. Clare was very happy. Adam Ward was one of Clare's friends who remembers getting a call from a nervous Clare right after her interview. She said she was scared and didn't know how she did. Adam comforted her because he knew that was how Clare felt. No matter what, she would do her best, but she would always doubt herself after the event. It's safe to say that Adam was overjoyed and thrilled when he heard that Clare got the job. Clare went to Dulwich in South London after her interview. She shared an apartment with 2 other people. Clare's dream came true the moment she set foot in London. Clare loved living in the city and was having a great time in her early 20s. Everyone loved Clare because she had her dream job. No matter who Clare talked to or worked with, they all knew she was qualified for the job. Clare was quiet, humble, professional, and driven. She spoke softly and quietly, and she wanted every woman to look and feel as beautiful as she wanted to be. In July 2005, Clare's mom, Tricia, took her to Florence, Italy for her birthday. The 5-day trip was great, and Clare had a great time. As they laughed until they were crying, they looked around, took lots of pictures, and had a great time. Tricia and Clare were more than just mom and daughter. They helped each other out when they were in trouble because they were best friends. 3 days ago seemed like just yesterday to Tricia. She smiles when she thinks of how happy and relaxed her daughter was during those days. But only 2 months later, someone was mean and burst Clare and her family's peaceful bubble. Clare sadly died in the process. On September 13, 2005, Clare was eagerly counting down the minutes until the end of her shift at Harvey Nichols. Although she enjoyed her work, she felt exhausted and was looking forward to going home to unwind. Spending an entire day standing at the makeup and skincare counter could be draining. Just a few counters away, Clare's colleague Victoria Daniels watched as Clare tidied up her station for the evening. Clare glanced up at Victoria with a smile and said, "It's almost time to close." Victoria's last memory of Clare was that cheerful smile. Then, she noticed a man approaching from behind Clare. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that Victoria didn't have time to react. She caught a glimpse of something black in the man's hand as he moved closer. Moments later, the store was rocked by the sound of loud gunshots. In a panic, Victoria and the other employees fled the building. A lot of people thought it was a targeted hit. 4 rounds were heard by witnesses. The 5th round's blast bounced off the walls, and then it was very quiet. Within minutes, there were a lot of cops at the scene. As soon as they walked inside, they saw something terrible. 2 people were lying on the ground in front of the high-end store. Sadly, one of them was Clare Bernal, who is 22 years old. The second person was a man. The cops didn't know who he was, but people who worked at and ran Harvey and Nichols did. 30-year-old Michael Peck works as a security guard at the store. But here's the thing. Michael hurt himself and got hurt. Investigators got a very good picture from this. That night, Michael walked up to the bar, pointed the gun at Clare for some reason, and then pulled the gun on himself. The cops found all of this disturbing and confusing, but they had to tell Clare's family the terrible news of her death first. That's why they went to see Clare's mom, Tricia, and told her the bad news about her daughter's passing. There's no need to say that she broke down totally, but Tricia did ask the police one very clear question between tears. "Wasn't it Michael Peck?" she asked. Not only did the cops at the scene of the crime know who Michael Peck was, but so did Clare's mom. He had now killed himself along with Clare. Who was Michael Peck then, and why did he hurt Clare? And most importantly, how did everyone know about him? Why did he have to go in front of a judge? Well, this is when months and months of pain, fear, and mental torture came back to haunt them, and it had everything to do with Clare. Crystal and Michael met by chance at Harvey and Nichols, which was the start of everything. Michael Peck had citizenship in both the Czech Republic and Slovakia. He also served in the army of Slovakia, but he was later kicked out for, of all things, deserting. Michael also worked as a security guard at the US Embassy. He later went to the UK and lived in northern London. A security guard job opened up for him at Harvey and Nichols in Knightsbridge during this time. Clare also worked at the same shop. Michael was married too, but he was getting a divorce when he moved to London. When Michael saw Clare, he became interested in her right away. He fell in love with Clare's friendly and shy nature, and they talked a lot. Soon after, in January 2005, Michael asked Clare to go on a date. He asked Clare to go on 3 dates with him over the course of 3 weeks. At first, everything was fine, but Tricia, Clare's mom, didn't like Michael at all for her daughter. First, he was a lot older than her, and Tricia didn't like the fact that he had been married before. However, Clare's family says she wasn't crazy about Michael. She was just happy that he was interested in her. It was amazing how much Michael loved her and told her how beautiful she was. He even told her he loved her after only 3 dates. Michael was fun to be around, and Clare liked him, but maybe not as much as he liked her. Well, Michael wasn't really the best match for Clare after all. After just 3 weeks of dating, Clare began to see troubling behavior from Michael. He was increasingly possessive, controlling, and jealous. She confided in her mother, explaining that Michael constantly demanded her attention, disliked her spending time with family or friends, and didn't want her to return to her own home. Now, it's understandable to be infatuated with someone new, maybe even a bit clingy in the early stages, but there's a clear line between affection and control. Telling someone they shouldn't see others or trying to isolate them is a major red flag. Clare recognized these issues early on, right after their first meeting, but she didn't anticipate how quickly things would escalate. Saying she felt smothered doesn't even begin to describe her experience. Michael once asked that Clare pick him up from the airport after he got back from Slovakia. He also wanted to stay at her apartment, which Clare didn't want him to do. They had been on 3 dates recently. What was Clare going to do? She wasn't going to let a creepy stranger stay at her flat. Clare took Michael to the train station and told him they were done, and she didn't want to see him again. You got it. Michael couldn't understand this. He could have, but he decided not to. It wasn't bad enough that he stood outside her apartment for 2 hours hoping she would come outside after Clare left. He called her a lot after she left. Michael was yelling, calling Clare names, and demanding that she talk to him. He only left when Clare's neighbor told him, in a stern voice, that Clare didn't want to see him. Clare felt pretty uncomfortable after this, and it was even worse that Michael now knew where Clare lived. Anyway, Clare thought Michael would give up the next day, but she was wrong. Michael followed Clare to and from work with a big flower in his hand and begged her to take him back. He asked Clare to marry him again, but she said no. That was the sad first step. Michael's texts, calls, and voicemails were always showing up on Clare's phone. It's crazy that he would call her almost 50 times a day. With his crazy and obsessive texts, Michael was wearing Clare down. "We are meant to be together" was written in some of his words. "Next week is our wedding anniversary. What should we do with the money?" Then the bomb went off. "No one else will have you if I can have you." With a big D, this man was crazy. He even found out that Clare had changed her phone number, which is something stalkers usually do. Clare's brief respite from the constant texts ended with a vicious intensity. Michael didn't make it easy for Clare to work at Harvey and Nichols either. He would stare at her all the time through windows and mirrors and would try to get other store workers to talk to Clare. There was one time when Clare did talk to Michael, but after that, he pinned her to the wall and told her he loved her. He even said he knew she loved him too. Do keep in mind that this is the store's manager. That meant Clare couldn't even call for help unless it was the cops. Michael got very angry when Clare told him she didn't love him. He yelled at her, "Yes, you do, you stupid little girl." After 2 months of this constant stalking, Clare was beginning to feel more and more scared and worried. Clare had a lot of trouble at work because of what Michael did. She always had her eyes on the person behind her. She was always late to work, and she was a mess. It was March 2005 when something else very scary happened. Clare saw Michael following her as she walked back home. Michael was also able to get on the train, but she did. Michael was like a dark, scary shadow following Clare when the train stopped and she got off. At one point, Michael grabbed Clare's arm, and when she threatened to call the police, his chilling response shook her to the core. "If you report me, I will kill you," he said. Clare was paralyzed with fear as he stared her down, flashing a twisted smile before getting off at the next stop, never breaking eye contact. That unsettling gaze haunted her more than the threat itself. When Clare got home, she broke down in tears and told her mother everything. Her family felt helpless, unsure of how to protect her from the growing fear that now consumed her. Clare was so terrified for her safety that even the idea of calling the police felt too dangerous. All she wanted was for Michael to leave her alone, but his presence had become a constant, paralyzing threat. As soon as Clare understood that talking to Michael wouldn't help, she made the choice to involve her bosses. After 2 months of Michael following her around, Clare finally told Harvey and Nichols about it. The head of security for Harvey and Nichols used to be a police officer, and for once, he believed what Clare said. He even used CCTV cameras to watch Michael. When he saw what was going on, he and the other people on the team decided to move Michael to a different floor because they thought that would be enough to stop Michael from bothering Clare. But it was clear that it wasn't. Michael knew where Clare lived, so he kept following her. But Michael was fired when the shop management found out. After that, the person in charge of security told Clare that she should tell the cops about Michael. Clare was embarrassed and just wanted it all to end, so she wasn't sure if she should call the police or make a complaint at first. It looks like this was a huge mistake. Michael was finally arrested, and it was interesting that he was arrested at work. It was there that the cops handcuffed him and fired him for good. But what was really creepy was how Michael looked at Clare as he was being put into the back of the police car. He was pointing knives at Clare as if she were to blame for everything. After what happened, Clare called her mom right away because she was very upset. Clare told Tricia that she didn't want Michael to get in trouble, but Michael wasn't going to stop. Clare wouldn't have called the cops if he had just stopped. It breaks my heart to know that Clare still wanted what was best for Michael even after everything that happened. It's too bad he didn't feel the same way. She was allowed to tell on Michael, but she still felt bad about it. It's crazy to think that Clare was still trying to make things better with kindness and peace. That's the kind of person she was. Without a doubt, Clare was a wonderful young woman. At the police station, Michael was being questioned, and it was so annoying that he lied to Clare. Despite his claims that he was the one who should end things with Clare, she refused to leave his side. It was just Clare's word against his. And since the cops didn't have any other proof, they let him go. Michael was told to stay away from Clare by the cops. Not only was he not allowed to go to her house or place of work, he was also not allowed to be close to her. But Michael had nothing to worry about. He was seen waving at Clare outside her apartment just 2 days after he got out of jail. Michael ran away when the cops arrived. This also happened again, but this time, he was found breaking the terms of his bail and arrested. As he was being taken away, he smiled at Clare, which is so creepy. Michael spent 8 days in Belmarsh prison. While he waited his trial, he was freed on bail again while a pre-sentence report was made. He was supposed to show up on September 21st. Michael was given bail with the condition that he wouldn't call or visit Clare at home or at work. The cops did something very strange. There was no way Michael was going to follow through with the terms. He would do anything to scare Clare again. I don't understand why he was given bail. It was very clear that this woman was in danger. There are only 2 possible reasons why they did this. Either Clare was so nice and gentle that she didn't tell the police about the full extent of the stalking, or the cops in charge of Michael's case were just plain stupid. This time, though, Michael didn't go back to stalking Clare after getting out of jail. He went somewhere else. He planned to meet his family in Slovakia, but he wasn't there. He went there to learn how to use a gun. You may remember that Clare and Tricia went to Florence around this time. Though they were having a great time, they had no idea that this would be their last vacation together because Michael was planning something seriously bad. For some reason, he was able to bring a gun with him from Slovakia to the UK. That he bought this gun in Slovakia and got it out of the country without being caught is a mystery. The court date, August 31st, came and went without a hitch. Clare was mentally ready to give evidence in the trial even though she was dreading seeing Michael again. But she got a call from the judge court telling her that Michael had pleaded guilty, and there would be no trial. Michael, on the other hand, was free until September 21st when he would be judged. Though this made Clare feel better, the fact that he could still be seen walking around until late September was clearly disturbing. She had no idea that Michael wasn't done with her. Michael didn't bother Clare for almost 12 days, and she felt happy and free for the first time in a very long time. Before she knew it, it was September 13th, the day everything went wrong. Michael was no longer following Clare around. He was just waiting for the right time to hit her badly. He was ready to follow through on what he said. Michael wasn't going to get Clare, and he would make sure no one else did either. Around closing time, Michael, who was armed and high on drugs, is thought to have gotten into Harvey and Nichols through the back door and crept up on Clare at the beauty counter without her knowing it. Then he pointed the gun at Clare and fired 4 shots, killing her instantly. Then he turned the gun on himself and shot himself once, killing himself too. There were a lot of workers who saw the attack, which was very upsetting and horrible. They will be scarred for life. Michael Peck, a crazy and obsessive jerk, couldn't take Clare turning him down, so he chose to make her pay for it. Following the attack on Clare and Michael's cowardly escape, everyone was shocked and scared. Since Michael took things into his own hands, there would be no consequences for the senseless and animalistic actions that killed Clare too soon. He was just out for the count. But did you expect it? A lot of people don't believe that. Stalking is something that most people don't give enough thought to. Many people who are being stalked no longer trust the police because, like in Clare's case, they don't do anything until things get really bad. Clare did all she could. She tried to talk to Michael. When that didn't work out, she reported him, but he kept getting out on bail with terms that were just words on paper and didn't mean anything. His threats came true, and an innocent person died. The killer got away with it all the way to the end, leaving the family of the victim with nothing, not even justice, peace, or answers. After a few weeks, Clare's funeral took place. Her parents were very upset to see their once full of life and loved daughter being dropped into the ground. Many of Clare's friends and family came to honor her. She had so much more to look forward to in life, but she would never get to do any of it because of one person. Even more upsetting was the fact that Clare's attack and death caused her parents to fight with each other. Martin, Clare's dad, and Tricia's ex-husband said that Tricia trivialized the Clare was going through at an inquest after Clare's death. Clare was living with Martin during her last days. Martin stated that police mishandled critical aspects of Michael's case, including the failure to conduct a proper risk assessment on Clare. He also shared that he hadn't known the full extent of the stalking because Clare hadn't told him, partly because Tricia had believed it wasn't serious. By the time he learned how bad things had become, it was too late. On the witness stand, Tricia broke down, admitting she had wrongly assumed the police were managing the situation. Through tears, she said, "I was very close to my daughter and would have done anything for her. I believed the police were in control and that she was safe." She painfully acknowledged, "I made a mistake, and I have to live with that." Watching both parents grieve so deeply is truly heartbreaking. In truth, neither of them was at fault, but grief often manifests in complex and difficult ways, and this was one of those tragic instances. It's understandable, even if it doesn't make the pain any less real. After Clare's death, Tricia became a vocal advocate for changes in stalking legislation, stressing that stalking must be recognized as a dangerous and serious offense. The Family Justice Center was created when she worked with several families of people who had been stalked. This was a place where people who were being stalked or abused could go, and all of the cases that fell under this category should be considered high risk. Along with other families of stalking victims, Tricia went on many public media outlets to call for the law to be passed. Following someone around without their permission became a crime in February 2012. Has stalking and other crimes that got worse since February 2012 stopped? Not at all. Police still don't take stalking seriously even though Tricia's work is amazing. At least they don't until something bad happens to the victims. The thing is, monsters like Michael don't give up, and they have no fear. They can't stop thinking about someone until fear and doubt take over their whole lives. A lot of people are quiet victims of stalking, which is a very bad crime. They're not saying anything because they know the cops will not believe them if they do. Even worse, they'll be told, "We can't do anything. Things need to change." People shouldn't have to live in fear, and they shouldn't be scared of someone just because they won't do what they want. You're right to be frustrated with how stalking is often handled. It's such a complex situation, and when someone's safety and well-being are at risk, it's difficult to feel like the system is doing enough. The emotional toll stalking takes on the victim and their loved ones is immense, and it's not always something that gets the attention it deserves until it's too late. As for Clare's family, it's just heartbreaking. Michael's actions robbed them of so much: her life, their peace of mind, everything they knew before his obsession. It's tragic that he couldn't let go and found a way to cause even more harm before he left. It's a reminder of how devastating unchecked behaviors can be, especially when there's no intervention in time. Moving on to the next case. Cliff Walker. Cliff Walker was a 25-year-old man who lived with his wife, Christine. They had 2 toddler children, a 3-year-old son named Jimmy and a 1-year-old daughter named Debbie. They lived on Palmer Ranch in Osprey, Florida. On the morning of December 20th, 1959, Daniel McLeod, a neighbor of the Walker family, visited their home. Daniel and Cliff were co-workers and worked on the 100,000 acres of Palmer Ranch. Cliff and Daniel had planned to go hog hunting that day. But upon his arrival to Cliff's home, Daniel noticed the house was dark and eerily quiet. He knocked on the door but no one answered. He looked around and found the family's car was parked in a different location than it normally was. The front door was locked, but he found a cut Christmas tree and some Christmas presents on the porch. He walked around to the back of the house and looked through the kitchen window, noticing the room was dimly lit. Sensing something was off, he forced entry through the rear door and was met with a horrifying scene. Upon switching on the lights, he discovered Christine Walker lying in a pool of blood at the entrance to the living room. Further inside, he found Cliff and their son Jimmy lying dead together in a corner of the same room. Daniel quickly alerted the authorities. When police arrived and examined the home, they found that the Walkers' framed marriage certificate was missing, prompting speculation that the killer may have had a personal interest in Christine. Also unaccounted for were Cliff's pocket knife, a small amount of cash, and Christine's majorette outfit. Based on their analysis of the scene, investigators created a rough timeline. They believed the family had been out during the day, and Christine returned home first at 4:05 p.m. Police believe she parked the car in a different location because there was already a car parked in the usual spot. Christine was not attacked immediately. She had time to hang her handbag up in the kitchen, put away the groceries, and put the Christmas card on the refrigerator that Mrs. McLeod had given her earlier that day. This suggested that Christine knew the killer and probably let him inside the house. The killer probably made advances towards Christine, which she turned down. She was then beaten, taken to Jimmy's bedroom, sexually assaulted, and shot twice in the head. Christine's bloodied high heels were found on the porch, suggesting that Christine fought her killer fiercely. It is believed she escaped her initial attack and ran out the door, but was grabbed and dragged back inside. After murdering Christine, the killer used a quilt to wipe the blood from Christine's legs and dragged her to the living room. Soon after, Cliff returned back home with Jimmy and Debbie. Cliff was shot and killed immediately. Jimmy was shot 3 times in the head. The killer used his last bullet on Debbie, but it appeared she survived. The killer then took her to the bathroom and drowned her in the tub. The only evidence police were able to recover was a bloody cowboy boot, a cellophane strip from a Kool cigarette wrapper, and a palm print on the bathtub faucet handle. Initially, Daniel McLeod was considered a suspect, but he was soon cleared after he passed a polygraph test. The other suspect the police looked at was Curtis McCall. McCall had a history of fighting and violent outbursts. He also owned a .22 caliber handgun similar to the one used in the Walker family murders. However, he told police he sold the handgun to someone but could not remember the name of the person. There were rumors that Curtis McCall and Christine were having an affair. This info was uncovered after a cousin of Curtis's told police that he was certain he and Christine were in an intimate relationship. During questioning, McCall denied having had an affair with Christine. He was administered a polygraph test 3 separate times, but as McCall was very nervous during the tests, the results were inconclusive. Another suspect was a 65-year-old man named Wilbur Tooker. Tooker had made advances toward Christine in the past, and had even tried to kiss her one time. Cliff had threatened to kill Tooker, but he had an alibi. A few months later, 3 women discovered the bloodied clothes of Christine and Cliff, including 2 shirts, a skirt and blouse, pants, and a handkerchief in a nearby shed. It is believed the killer used these items to wipe the blood off of himself after the attacks. 62. Serial killer Emmett Monroe Spencer confessed to the Walker family murders. However, the police dismissed it as Emmett was a pathological liar. The most promising suspects police investigated were Richard Hickok and Perry Smith. On November 15, 1959, Hickok and Smith murdered the Clutter family in their home in Holcomb, Kansas. This was just 34 days before the Walker family murders. The duo then fled to Florida in a stolen car. The duo was spotted checking into a hotel in Miami Beach, which is about a 4-hour drive from Osprey. The duo checked out in the early morning of December 19th. They were also seen at a Sarasota department store later that day, and a witness said one of them had a scratch on his face. A witness also reported to have seen the duo in Tallahassee, which is 334 miles from Osprey, 3 days after the Walker family murders. Investigators speculate that the pair gained access to the Walker home by pretending to sell their stolen 1957 Chevy Bel Air, a car that Cliff had been wanting to buy. On December 30, 1959, Hickok and Smith were arrested in Las Vegas. When they were arrested, police found a pocket knife similar to the one that Cliff had owned. They also found children's socks and a toddler's undershirt inside of their stolen car. They were questioned but denied murdering the Walker family. Both men were administered polygraph tests and passed, but despite this, investigators continued to suspect their involvement. Hickok and Smith were ultimately executed in 1964 for the murder of the Clutter family. Decades later, in 1994, a bartender in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania contacted police, claiming a customer had confessed to the Walker family murders, though the confession was never verified. In 2012, authorities exhumed the bodies of Hickok and Smith to obtain DNA samples for comparison with evidence recovered from the Walker crime scene. Unfortunately, the collected DNA had deteriorated significantly over time, rendering the results inconclusive. To this day, Hickok and Smith remain the primary suspects in the case. No further developments have emerged, and the case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. India Chipchase. India was born on Christmas Eve in 1995 to Suzanne and Jeremy Chipchase. She was the oldest of 4 siblings, with 2 sisters, Lulu and Pia, and a brother named Harry. Her father, a doctor, lived in Adelaide, Australia, while her mother, who owned a business, was based in Northampton, England. Although India primarily lived with her mother, she maintained a strong relationship with both parents. She was also very close to her siblings, and the family was generally described as happy and close-knit. After finishing high school, India enrolled at Northampton College to study for a diploma in health and social care. She demonstrated a clear passion for the healthcare field, working diligently during her internship as an assistant at St. Andrew's Hospital. Her ultimate goal was to become a life-saving paramedic. To help fund her ambitions, she took a job as a barmaid at the Calling Tree pub in Hounsbury. India was often described as lively, full of energy, and strikingly beautiful, regularly drawing attention wherever she went. Friends remember her not just for her looks but for her warmth and magnetic personality. She was gifted in many areas. She played the saxophone and enjoyed sports. In 2014, she began a relationship with Evan Rayhanna, a professional rugby player and New Zealand native. The two quickly fell deeply in love but chose to end their relationship a year later, parting on good terms and remaining friends. On January 29, 2016, India joined her friends for drinks at the Calling Tree pub, where she also worked. After some time there, the group decided to continue their night out in the city. They headed to N.B's Cocktail Bar and Pub, a well-known spot on Bridge Street. The evening was filled with laughter, dancing, and heavy drinking. At some point, India became separated from her friends. At around 12:45 a.m., India's friends began looking for her inside the pub, but they could not find her. They assumed that she had gone back home. India, however, had actually been escorted out of the club after she had fallen. She told one of the doormen that she wanted to go home, so the doorman arranged for a taxi. The doorman says he put her inside the taxi. However, the driver asked for her fare up front. India refused and got out of the car. She then tried getting back inside of the club. However, the doorman refused to let her in as they believed she was too intoxicated. India was then captured on the bar's CCTV trying to call somebody. It was later found that she had tried to call her boyfriend Grant Hare. They had recently started dating. However, the call went straight to voicemail. Records show she kept trying to call Grant but that the call went straight to voicemail. Grant was out with friends at the time at a separate bar. However, the loud music meant he could not hear his phone and soon his battery ran out. Grant later said the pair were not quite girlfriend and boyfriend yet. One witness later said that India seemed to be in distress and may have been crying while trying to get through to someone on the phone. A few minutes later at 1:11 a.m. while India stood outside looking at her phone as if trying to send or read messages, a bald-headed man wearing a jacket and a backpack was seen approaching her. The pair seemed to have a conversation, at which point India and the man were seen together on CCTV getting into a taxi. Witnesses recall seeing the man putting his hands around her waist and overheard him say, quote, "We'll make sure we get you home in a taxi safely." During the journey, India sent a series of Snapchats including one which read, quote, "We're our club." The taxi driver later told police that the man kept on changing his street directions rather than giving his address directly. The cabbie recalls that at first the man told him to take them to McDonald's. But when the driver pulled down Bridge Street, the man changed his mind and said to go to a different McDonald's. He then told the driver to pull over at a BP garage where he got out of the car for 4 minutes. When he got back in the car, he directed the driver to the end of Stanley Road. He told the taxi driver to let them out several hundred meters from his flat. A witness, Patrick Francis, later told police that he was on Stanley Road when he saw India being let into a house. Patrick said that he was smoking a cigarette in the early morning hours of the January 30th when he saw a young woman and a quote much older man walking side by side down Stanley Road. The witness recalled quote she seemed as if she was drunk because she was holding on to the railing and the guy with her was by her side. The witness recalls that the older man was leading India by the arm and opened the door to guide her inside. This would be the last time India was seen alive. Grant remembers that he arrived back at his home at 3 a.m. after parting with his friends. After he put his phone on the charger, he realized he had 9 missed calls as well as several text messages from India. He immediately made several calls to her, but they went to voicemail. He assumed that she had likely dozed off and decided to wait until morning to speak with her. Later in the morning, India's mother woke up to find she was not in her bed. She figured that India may have stayed at a friend's home. She tried calling her several times, but the call went straight to voicemail. At 4 p.m., when India failed to arrive to her job as a barmaid at the Calling Tree pub, everyone became worried. Her mother reported India missing to the police. A massive search was launched for the young woman, and her family initiated a social media campaign to try and find her. Police spoke to India's friends and questioned people at the bar. They also checked the CCTV footage and found out about the bald man who was last seen with India. One of the police officers actually recognized the man on the CCTV footage. He was 52-year-old Edward Tenniswood. Tenniswood had been out on bail for an unrelated sexual assault case from February 2005. He had recently been charged for the assault but had been granted bail pending further inquiries. The criminal was described as an oddball and a friendless loner by his neighbors. On the January 31st, the police tracked India's phone to Tenniswood's house on Stanley Road. They knocked on his door but no one answered. They then broke down the door and entered the room only to be met with a disturbing scene. The 52-year-old had a severe case of OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder. His entire house was covered with dust sheets including the furniture and kitchen appliances. Even the utensils were covered. He was so frightened of germs that he covered his laptop in cling film and still wore rubber gloves when using it. Investigators found several newspaper clippings of women including former model Heather Stewart-White who bore a striking resemblance to India. When police made their way to the upstairs bedroom, they found India's fully clothed body lying on a mattress. A sheet had been drawn up to her chin, and her long black hair was arranged by Tenniswood in what police described as a quote halo. Her body was near a book which had been left open on a page that showed romantic images of scantily clad women. Officers found the young woman's mobile phone in a box under the stairs. Her shoes and her handbag were stored neatly in a neighboring bedroom. India's blood was found in the downstairs lounge near bottles of alcohol. An autopsy revealed that she had 33 separate injuries on her body, including evidence of blunt force trauma to her head and bruising to both hips. Tenniswood's blood was found underneath one of her fingernails, suggesting she had fought for her life. She had also been assaulted and was eventually strangled to death. Police started searching for Tenniswood right away. They soon found CCTV footage of him entering the Ibis Hotel in Northampton on January 30th at 9:30 p.m. Later, he would use the hotel's computer to access news websites where he specifically searched for information on India. At 6:47 p.m. on January 31st, 3 hours after India's body was first found, police arrived at the Ibis Hotel and found Tenniswood watching TV in the lounge. Surprisingly, he was neither shocked nor terrified. He instead said, "I'm surprised you were so quick. You didn't take very long to find me. I suppose you've been to the house. You've found what you're looking for." Tenniswood was charged with the murder of India Chipchase. Officers noted that he had scratch marks on his face and friction marks on his legs, as well as gashes to the left side of his neck. At the murder trial, he claimed that he and India had actually had consensual sex and that her death was an accident. Edward Tenniswood delivered his statement to the jury with a theatrical flair, as though he were performing on stage. His apparent enjoyment of the spotlight was so noticeable that a police officer remarked he seemed to be getting off on it all. Despite repeated instructions from the judge to keep his answers brief, Tenniswood disregarded the guidance, offering lengthy, crude, and inappropriate details instead. He claimed he and the 20-year-old had connected outside the club after both were denied entry. He told the court he assured her he would take her home safely, after they stopped at his flat for a drink. According to Tenniswood, she went with him voluntarily, and he described an intimate moment they allegedly shared in front of a large mirror in his bedroom. Observers found it unsettling how he spoke about India, as if he had known her intimately for years. He recounted how they sat on the bedroom floor, and said she made a touching comment that struck him deeply. "It was a very sweet, very India thing to do." He quoted her as saying, while looking at their reflection in the mirror, "Oh look, it looks like we are in the middle of an oil painting." She had her arm around me and squeezed. It was sort of like, I suppose, we were posing for a selfie. He told the court that during their consensual, quote, vigorous lovemaking, India had moved his hands to her neck before giving what he recalls was an exhaling gasp. He said of her death, quote, "I, in my overeagerness to please her, either sustained the pressure just too long or just gripped too tightly." At one point, Tennis would actually ask for a dummy to be brought into court so that he could illustrate the lovemaking and the subsequent accidental strangulation. At one moment during the trial, the judge had to ask jurors to leave the courtroom as India's relatives were visibly upset by Tenniswood's graphic testimony. Tenniswood went on to describe how he cuddled up to India as she lay dead on the mattress. He claimed that he thought she was in a deep sleep or maybe in a coma. He then says he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he assumed that she was still in a deep sleep. He told the court how he spent time trying to wake her up but then got dressed and went through her handbag instead, claiming he was looking for some sign of a pre-existing medical condition which may have put her in a diabetic coma. He also told jurors that he feared she may have had a stroke or a brain injury from a drunken fall. But after realizing she was dead, he claimed to have reclothed India to be, quote, respectful. He then went out to get a kebab to clear his mind. Tennis would then spend the next 22 hours drinking lager in an Ibis hotel room until police would later arrest him. The court also heard that he drank up to 3 boxes of red wine per day and usually kept in his home 6 1.5-liter bottles of cheap Sainsbury wine. When asked about the newspaper clippings of several women found in his apartment, Tennis would claim, quote, "They remind me of ex-girlfriends." He said that he kept the cuttings of pictures of beautiful women as ornaments. He said to the jury, quote, "I've had a hugely unsuccessful life but have been very lucky and had some very attractive girlfriends." He even claimed to have had a relationship with Heather Stewart White herself, who released a statement to say she had never met Tenniswood and had no relationship with him. The prosecution said that his account was nothing more than a series of lies and presented several pieces of evidence. They argued Tennis would turn his sick, violent fantasies into reality after he found India in a drunk and vulnerable state outside of Northampton's NB nightclub. They say he took her back to his squalid home in a taxi in the early hours of Saturday, January 30th. Prosecutors allege that it is very likely his motive was sexual from the beginning, and when India resisted him, he was determined to first have sex and then strangle her. They say that he held her until she was unable to resist anymore. While Tennis would claim to have failed to notice India's lifeless body despite having reclothed her, they also point out that he wore surgical-type latex gloves, possibly in order to not leave any more evidence, or because of his OCD. Prosecutors then state that he callously abandoned the body and instead went to a hotel. The prosecution emphasized that instead of raising the alarm, Tennis went out for 20 minutes to get a kebab and then spent the next 22 hours drinking in a hotel room. When he was arrested, he had a rucksack in which he was carrying a kitchen knife and a pair of latex gloves. Traces of India's blood was found on the gloves. It is believed that when Grant called India after reaching home, she was already dead. When Tenniswood was arrested, he was found with gashes to his neck and marks on his arms and legs which suggested that India had put up a struggle. This led to Tenniswood's blood being left behind on one of her fingernails. The prosecution also pointed out that there were several bruises on India's body which showed that there was a prolonged infliction of pain and not simply an accidental one. India's toxicology report revealed that she had 3 times more alcohol in her system than the legal driving limit. The prosecution pointed out that India would have been in a state of mental confusion and that she could not have done any of the things that Edward described. The prosecution brought forward 3 witnesses who had previously experienced violent behavior from Edward Tenniswood. One woman testified that as a teenager, he attempted to strangle her and then forcibly kissed her after becoming angry. She also recounted a separate incident in which he pinned her down and held a knife to her throat. Another woman described how he put his hands around her neck when she tried to escape from him. A third witness, a male neighbor, stated that Tenniswood had physically assaulted him the year before. The neighbor recalled that Tenniswood grabbed him by the neck, as if he was going to strangle me. After the attack, Tenniswood bizarrely invited him out for a drink, which the neighbor refused. He also claimed that Tenniswood boasted about being in the army and said he had been trained to kill with his bare hands. Following that encounter, the neighbor deliberately avoided him. After a 2-week trial at Birmingham Crown Court, the jury deliberated for just 1 hour and 45 minutes before finding Edward Tenniswood guilty of both rape and murder. During sentencing, Mr. Justice Saunders condemned the crime, stating, "This was a terrible crime. It was committed because the defendant was determined to satisfy his own sexual desires on an attractive and much younger woman. It was a crime of utter depravity." He sentenced Edward Tenniswood to life imprisonment, requiring him to serve a minimum of 30 years before becoming eligible for parole. As the verdict was delivered, India's family, watching from the public gallery, broke down in tears. Her parents, Jeremy and Sue, expressed the deep loss they felt, describing her death as having left a profound void in their lives. In a statement to the media, her father said, "I hope there is no possibility that another woman ever falls into the hands of my daughter's murderer." In the aftermath of India's death, her mother took action by launching a safety initiative called Northampton Guardians, designed to protect women on nights out. Volunteers patrol the streets to support and safeguard vulnerable women who may be alone. The initiative is a lasting tribute to India's memory. Moving on to the next case. John Edward Rulof. John Edward Rulof, also known by the surname Rulofson, was born on July 9, 1820, in New Brunswick, Canada. Throughout his life, he held various occupations, including lawyer, schoolteacher, photographer, and philologist, but he became most infamous as a career criminal. A self-taught linguist fluent in several languages, John was regarded as both highly intelligent and deeply dangerous. He earned the moniker, "The Man of Two Lives," popularized by an 1871 biography, as well as "The Genius Killer," a nickname that emerged following the post-mortem discovery of his unusually large brain. Reportedly the second largest human brain ever recorded, John's brain is preserved and currently displayed at the Wilder Brain Collection in Cornell University's Psychology Department in New York. While details of his early life remain limited, it is known that he was the son of German immigrants and had a brother, William, who became a successful photographer. By age 20, John had already worked at a law firm and served a 2-year prison sentence for embezzlement, reinforcing his dual reputation. In 1842, he relocated to Dryden in upstate New York, where he worked as a schoolteacher and studied botanical medicine under Dr. Henry Bull. The following year, at age 20, John married Harriet Shutt, the 17-year-old cousin of Dr. Henry Bull. The couple bypassed traditional courtship customs, marrying against the wishes of the Shutt family, who disapproved of the union due to John's lower social status. Nevertheless, they wed on December 31, 1843. John quickly gained a reputation as a controlling and jealous husband. Just weeks into the marriage, he reportedly struck Harriet with a pestle and subjected her to frequent physical abuse. On one occasion, John allegedly witnessed Harriet kiss Dr. Bull and reacted by confronting her privately. He produced a vial from his pocket, claiming it contained poison, the same substance he said that he had used to kill his niece and sister-in-law, both of whom had died while under his medical care for an infection. These 2 women are believed to have been his first murder victims. John pressured Harriet to drink the poison so they could die together, but she began to scream for help. In response, he attempted to soothe her, claiming it had all been a joke. Despite the dangerous nature of their relationship, Harriet stayed with John and the couple moved to Lansing, New York, where Harriet gave birth to a baby girl named Priscilla. John wanted his family to move further away from the Schutz, and on June 22, 1844, the couple fought about this. John tried to pressure Harriet into moving to Ohio, where he planned to go into law or teaching, but she refused and threatened to return to her family with the baby. In return, John accused his wife of having an affair with Dr. Bull before fatally hitting her on the head with a large heavy pestle. After this, John decided he would commit suicide but found that he simply couldn't. The next day, he borrowed a horse and wagon from his neighbors on the pretense of returning a large chest to his uncle. His neighbors watched as he placed a large sack into the wagon, and they noticed that John headed off towards Cayuga Lake, which was in the opposite direction of where he said he was going. When he returned, the chest was still in the wagon but the sack was gone. John told his neighbors that he and the family would be out of town for a few weeks and reportedly left his house in disarray. When he returned, rumors were circulating that John had killed his wife and child. Although he denied this, the Schutt family then confronted him. Although John at first said that Harriet had left him, he later changed his story to say that the trio had moved to Ohio, but the family did not accept these excuses, especially since all of Harriet's clothing and belongings still remained in the home she had shared with John. Although he then attempted to flee the city once more, John was pursued by his brother-in-law. During this time, he traveled through Geneva, Rochester, and Buffalo before his brother-in-law found him and apprehended him in Cleveland. John was then brought to Ithaca so he could stand trial. Cayuga Lake was dredged for signs of either Harriet's or Priscilla's body, but neither could be found. Since the grand jury was unwilling to indict John for a murder without a body, he was charged instead with kidnapping. At his 1846 trial, John acted as his own defense attorney, focusing on the lack of evidence that the prosecution had that a crime had even been committed. Nevertheless, he was found guilty of kidnapping and sentenced to 10 years in prison. While incarcerated, John made productive use of his time by immersing himself in philology, the study of the historical development and structure of languages. He developed his own theory on language evolution and intended to publish it once he regained his freedom. Due to his scholarly pursuits, he was granted special permission to teach fellow inmates from his cell. However, his ambitions began to unravel when he learned that Tompkins County intended to charge him with murder upon his release. In response, John invoked double jeopardy and initiated a legal battle from within the jail. Eventually, the district attorney dropped the murder charge related to Harriet and instead filed new charges concerning Priscilla. Although John was found guilty in 1858, he managed to escape custody before sentencing. His escape is widely believed to have been assisted by one of two people, either Albert Jarvis, the son of Ithaca's under-sheriff and a former student of John's in Greek and Latin, who would later become his accomplice, or Jane, Albert's mother, who had befriended John and staunchly believed in his innocence regarding the deaths of his wife and child. Following his escape, John fled west. He reportedly fed on wild nuts and food stolen from farms. During his time as a fugitive, he lost 2 toes to frostbite. When he reached Pennsylvania, he quickly made connections and impressed the higher-ups at Jefferson College, who offered him a professorship, but then he received a letter from Albert Jarvis, who claimed that he and his mother were penniless and needed help. Albert threatened John if he didn't help them, so John went on to burglarize a jewelry store where he was caught and sent back to Ithaca. Despite the fact that multiple charges were piling up against the 38-year-old, he managed to get acquitted from his murder conviction and was released when authorities decided not to prosecute further. After this, John moved to New York City, where he and Albert Jarvis got by as career criminals, stealing from wherever and whoever they could. In 1861, John spent a further 2 years in prison, where he would meet William Dexter, whom he utilized as a partner in his criminal activities. The next robbery that the trio planned was that of a dry goods store in New York on August 17, 1870. 2 employees, Frederick Merrick and Gilbert Burroughs, slept upstairs while the 3 men broke in. They burned chloroform to keep the employees sleeping, but they awoke anyway when Albert Jarvis stumbled on something. Merrick attempted to shoot at the burglars, but after the gun failed to discharge, he grabbed a stool and threw it at the men instead. John was already beginning to run from the scene, but William Dexter was grabbed by Burroughs and the two store employees began to beat him. Albert and John returned to save William, with John firing a warning shot into the air. The store employees didn't stop, however, even after a second shot, so John pulled the trigger on Merrick, killing him instantly. The three burglars made their escape, but by this point, they had missed the boat which would take them across the Chenango River. They attempted to swim across, but both Albert and William succumbed to the currents, with only John making it to the other side alive. He apparently left his shoes on the shore and left distinct footprints which showed that he was missing 2 toes, a vital clue for law enforcement. The bodies of the other men were recovered the following morning. Meanwhile, the remaining store employee, Gilbert Burroughs, alerted police to what had happened. And the next day, law enforcement began rounding up men who appeared to be suspicious. John put a target on his back when he refused to give his name to a police officer, and instead ran across the nearby railroad tracks and was found in a farm's outhouse. John tried to pass himself off as one of his many aliases using the name Charles Augustus and later the name George Williams. He was brought before the 2 bodies of his accomplices from the burglary and denied knowing them, but he was recognized by an onlooker, a judge who remembered him from the murders of his wife and child. John's new trial began in January of 1871, and it became a media sensation, drawing in thousands of spectators. Once again, John, now aged 50, led his own defense. John Rulof was found guilty on March 3rd and sentenced to death by hanging. While awaiting execution on death row, he finally confessed to murdering his wife, recounting the events in vivid detail. However, he never admitted to killing their 3-month-old daughter, Priscilla, leading to speculation that he may have handed her over to relatives rather than ending her life. Rulof was executed on May 18, 1871. Though often labeled a genius, many came to view him as more of a fraud, an adept manipulator who repeatedly evaded justice and secured prestigious, well-paying roles despite lacking formal credentials. Today, Rulof's story has largely slipped from public memory. A bar bearing his name opened in Ithaca in 1977 but has since shut its doors. Notably, he holds the grim distinction of being the last person publicly hanged in New York State. The ultimate fate of Priscilla remains a mystery. Neither her remains nor those of her mother have ever been recovered. Moving on to the next case. Amanda Hillias. On December 15, 2020, emergency services in a quiet Montana town received a harrowing call. A frantic man reported that his wife had fallen down the stairs and was unresponsive. Paramedics rushed to the scene, but what they found raised immediate suspicion. Amanda Hillias was lying unconscious at the base of the staircase, her body contorted in an unnatural position, her face bruised severely, and her breathing barely detectable. Inside the home were Amanda's husband, Brad, his father, Scott, who had been living with the couple for years, and their young son. But investigators quickly began to suspect this wasn't a simple household accident. Testimonies, medical evaluations, and Amanda's own messages painted a far darker picture. Crucially, it was their 11-year-old son who held the most revealing insights. Amanda Hillias had been born on January 29, 1987, in a small town in Montana. Amanda's mother, Michelle, was only 16 when she discovered she was pregnant, a revelation that came as a complete shock. Still in the early stages of shaping her own life, Michelle was overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty. Yet, she chose to keep the baby. Amanda's father, however, abandoned them before Amanda was born, refusing to take any responsibility. Michelle had been raised in a conservative household where teenage pregnancy was heavily stigmatized. Her parents were deeply disappointed by her decision and withdrew all support, leaving Michelle to navigate motherhood on her own. With no emotional or financial help, she left school and took a low-wage job just to cover Amanda's most basic needs. For a time, they lived with extended family, but the constant tension in the home made the situation nearly unbearable. Eventually, she realized she needed to become independent. With great effort, she managed to rent a small apartment and start rebuilding her life. Despite all the hardships, she did her best to give Amanda warmth and care, trying to fill the void left by her absent father. Amanda grew up in Montana, in a town where everyone knew each other. Life here was simple and predictable, and community ties were strong. From a young age, she was outgoing and friendly, always surrounded by friends with whom she played outside and explored the nearby forests. But unlike many of her peers, Amanda understood that her life was different. Other children had two parents at home. Their mothers weren't working long hours every day, and there was always someone there to support them. Amanda quickly realized how much her mother sacrificed for her, which instilled in her a deep sense of gratitude and respect for hard work. During her school years, Amanda was known for her curiosity and determination. Academics came easily to her, though she had to juggle school with household chores, helping her mother whenever she could. Despite the challenges, Amanda never complained or wished for more than she had. She learned early on to appreciate what was available to her and focused on building a better future. As Amanda grew into her teenage years, her character became even stronger. She remained a dedicated student but increasingly thought about how to shape her own life. Unlike her mother, who had faced many difficulties, Amanda wanted stability. She wasn't drawn to impulsive decisions or unpredictable risks. Her vision of the future was structured and secure. During high school, she took a part-time job after classes to ease some of the financial burden on her mother. Through her early hardships, Amanda learned the importance of hard work and becoming financially independent. Her life goals were always rooted in helping others. Inspired by the struggles she witnessed growing up, she set her sights on a career in the medical field. With her time split between school and work, Amanda rarely had space for personal relationships. Although she had typical teenage crushes, she steered clear of anything serious. Determined not to repeat the choices that had made her mother's life so difficult, Amanda focused on building a stable future. In early 2010, she met Brad Hillias through mutual friends, and there was an instant spark between them. Brad's laid-back confidence and sharp sense of humor stood out. As a firefighter, he took pride in his work, finding meaning in a job that revolved around saving lives. Amanda, who had grown up self-reliant and accustomed to challenges, saw him as a dependable man capable of building a strong family. Their bond deepened quickly as they shared similar values and outlooks on life. Both wanted stability, respected family traditions, and avoided uncertainty. From the start, Brad proved to be a supportive and reassuring partner. He came across as someone who could be counted on, someone who made the future feel safe. For Amanda, that sense of security was priceless. Their wedding was a modest affair, attended by only close family and friends. Amanda had never been one for extravagance. What mattered most to her was building a family, not hosting a grand celebration. After the wedding, life settled into a steady rhythm. They worked, made improvements to their home, and talked about expanding their family. Before long, Amanda discovered she was expecting their first child. Welcoming their firstborn was a defining moment for both of them. Amanda immediately embraced motherhood, balancing the demands of caring for her baby with her work and health care, a challenge that required immense effort. But she managed it all because family always came first for her. Over the years, their family grew. After their firstborn, they welcomed a second, then a third, and finally a fourth. Their home was filled with laughter, endless responsibilities, and the beautiful chaos of family life. Amanda felt she had finally created the life she had always dreamed of, one centered around her loved ones and their future. But despite everything, Amanda began noticing troubling signs in their relationship. At first, she didn't think much of it, but over time, it became clear that Brad was changing. He started spending less time at home, often blaming work. At first, Amanda believed him. After all, his job was demanding. But soon, she realized he was actively avoiding family life. Brad grew increasingly irritable and his behavior became distant. He used to enjoy helping with their sons and daughters and being involved in family activities, but now he seemed uninterested. Sometimes, he would leave the house without saying where he was going. When Amanda asked, he would give short answers or dismiss her concerns altogether. She could sense that something in their marriage had shifted, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Brad was pulling away, Yet he wasn't openly confrontational. This made Amanda uneasy, but she didn't know how to approach him without triggering frustration. At the time, she still believed these were just temporary struggles, maybe stress, exhaustion, or the routine of daily life weighing on him. But soon, her worries would turn into certainty. Small changes would escalate into serious problems that would alter her life forever. By late 2019, Amanda came across undeniable proof that Brad had been unfaithful. She accidentally discovered that he had been in contact with a woman named Riley, whom he had met through work. Up until that moment, Amanda had only suspected that something was off in their relationship, but she had no solid evidence. Now, the truth was clear. There was someone else. Amanda confronted Brad, hoping he would explain himself and that they could work through it. But he refused to admit any wrongdoing and didn't want to discuss the situation. He insisted that nothing was going on between him and Riley and that Amanda's suspicions were baseless. She wasn't convinced, but at the time, she decided not to push further. Months passed, but her anxiety only grew. Brad remained distant, spent even less time at home, and when he was there, he acted cold and indifferent. Amanda decided to gather proof. She started paying closer attention to his behavior, monitored his activity on social media, and eventually noticed that he was leaving suggestive comments under other women's photos. Amanda took screenshots and saved them on her phone before confronting him again. This time she presented the evidence and demanded an honest answer. But once again Brad denied everything, insisting that she was reading too much into it. He brushed it off, saying that flirting online was just harmless fun and meant nothing. Amanda tried to convince herself that the situation wasn't as serious as it seemed. She hoped that Brad would recognize the consequences of his actions and rethink his behavior. However, he continued to act as if nothing was wrong. When Amanda suggested they see a family counselor, Brad immediately dismissed the idea. By early 2020, Amanda came to the painful realization that things had spiraled out of control. One day, she accidentally discovered messages between Brad and Riley, revealing that their relationship had never truly ended. Instead, Brad had simply become more discreet, carefully hiding his ongoing communication with the other woman. When Amanda confronted him, Brad responded by moving out of their shared bedroom, claiming he found another room more comfortable. That incident marked the breaking point in their marriage. Amanda could no longer find a reason to continue the relationship, yet the idea of divorce filled her with fear, especially because of their family. Then, in April 2020, a devastating event pushed their household past the point of no return. One evening, a disagreement between them escalated rapidly into a heated argument. Brad became increasingly aggressive, his voice rising in intensity and anger. Amanda felt threatened and attempted to record the conversation on her phone. When Brad noticed, he grabbed the device from her hand and smashed it against the floor. Then he forcefully grabbed her wrists, demanding that she stop provoking him. Amanda managed to break free and grabbed another phone to call her father for help. He could hear shouting and struggling on the other end of the line, and without hesitation, he called the police. By the time officers arrived, Amanda was shaken, but hesitant to reveal the full extent of what had happened. She admitted they had a fight but avoided going into details. Despite her reluctance, the police documented the incident, and a judge later issued a temporary restraining order against Brad. His father, Scott, was also included in the order. Scott Helas, Brad's father, had been living with them for several years. After retiring, he moved into his son's home, taking on some of the responsibilities of helping with his grandchildren. On the surface, it seemed like he was offering support to the young family. But over time, his presence became another source of tension in the household. Scott had a difficult personality. He was hot-tempered, outspoken, and often said harsh things without considering the consequences. His parenting approach felt outdated and strict, and his views on family dynamics were deeply traditional. He believed that a wife should always submit to her husband, and he made it clear on multiple occasions that he disapproved of Amanda's attempts to assert her independence. When Amanda and Brad started having problems, Scott almost always took his son's side. He didn't see anything wrong with Brad's behavior, and believed Amanda was overreacting. Whenever she tried to set boundaries, he would sarcastically remark that women always make a big deal out of nothing. When Amanda decided to leave and move to Oregon with her sons and daughters, Scott became one of the biggest obstacles. He didn't just support Brad, he escalated the situation with direct threats. He told her he had connections, who could take care of the problem if she tried to take the family away. At that moment, she realized she wasn't just fighting Brad. She was up against his father as well. A man willing to do whatever it took to maintain control. After the April 2020 incident, the situation inside Amanda and Brad's home only got worse. Despite the temporary restraining order, Brad continued living under the same roof, growing more and more aggressive. The order didn't stop him from applying constant psychological pressure. He ignored Amanda, made belittling remarks, and would explode over the smallest things. His behavior became unpredictable, and Amanda found herself increasingly afraid to be around him. He no longer bothered hiding his hostility, making his frustration clear. If before he had at least pretended to remain calm, now he openly showed his resentment. He would slam doors, throw objects, or raise his voice in front of the family. Amanda knew this was all a way to assert control, but she felt trapped, unsure of how to protect herself and her loved ones. December 15, 2020, began like any ordinary day. Amanda rose early, before the household was fully awake, and slipped into her usual routine, getting herself ready, preparing breakfast, and planning out the day for her family. Everything seemed typical. Brad remained in bed, the younger children were still asleep, and their 11-year-old son was already in the kitchen, making himself a quick breakfast. Before diving into her responsibilities, Amanda took a moment for herself, scrolling through social media as part of her usual morning habit. But what started as a routine check quickly turned unsettling. As she scanned her feed, she spotted something all too familiar. Brad had once again been commenting on photos of other women. His messages were flirtatious and suggestive, posted without any concern for who might come across them. The sight of it triggered a flood of emotions. Not long ago, she had still held on to hope that things would change, that he would stop acting like their family didn't matter to him. But nothing had changed. He was still the same, making no effort to hide his behavior. Amanda felt a wave of frustration rising inside her. She couldn't just ignore it. Amanda walked into the bedroom, where Brad was still lying in bed, and tried to talk to him. The conversation started calmly, but quickly escalated into yet another argument. Brad had no interest in discussing anything. He waved her off, saying it wasn't the time for this, and tried to shut the conversation down. But this time, Amanda wasn't going to back down. She demanded answers, hoping for at least some kind of acknowledgement. Instead of listening, Brad grew frustrated. His tone became sharper, his words more cutting. He snapped that he wasn't doing anything wrong and that her accusations were meaningless. At one point, Brad told her that if she didn't like it, she could just leave. The words hit her like a punch to the gut. After everything she had endured, after all her efforts to hold the family together, this was what he had to say. Her patience finally broke. Emotion overwhelmed her, and the argument spiraled out of control. Brad's reaction was immediate. In that moment, their 11-year-old son, who had been in the kitchen, heard the shouting and stepped into the hallway. By now, he was used to the tension between his parents, but something about this time felt different. He walked toward the doorway and saw his father grab his mother's wrist. Amanda tried to pull away, but Brad wouldn't let go. The boy froze. He didn't know what to do, or how to react. A few seconds later, he saw Brad strike Amanda across the face with an open palm, then clench his fist and hit her again. Amanda stumbled, then collapsed onto the floor. The boy stood motionless, unable to process what he had just witnessed. He saw his mother trying to get up, but Brad was already looming over her. For a brief moment, their eyes met, father and son. The boy knew he had to get away. He turned and ran up the stairs. Before disappearing into his room, he heard his father dragging his mother downward, to a place where no one would see what happened next. Sometime later, Amanda lay at the bottom of the staircase. Her body was twisted unnaturally, her hair tangled, strands partially covering her face. Beneath her, a faint trace of blood stained the floor. She was still breathing, but barely. Every movement was a struggle, as if even the act of inhaling caused her pain. It was Scott, Brad's father, who called emergency services. After Brad found Amanda at the bottom of the stairs, he attempted to wake her, but was unsuccessful. He then called for Scott, who quickly rushed over to help. Together, they tried to stop the bleeding and check if she was still breathing. Realizing the situation was critical, Scott grabbed the phone and dialed for help. While speaking with the dispatcher, he reported that his daughter-in-law had fallen down the stairs and was unresponsive. Meanwhile, Brad remained beside Amanda, appearing to assist her. When paramedics arrived, they quickly assessed Amanda's condition. Her pulse was weak, and her breathing was shallow. Multiple injuries were visible across her face and body, including significant bruising. The emergency team sprang into action, administering respiratory support and assessing Amanda's vital signs. Realizing she needed urgent medical attention, they gently placed her on a stretcher and rushed her to the waiting ambulance. As they secured her inside, Brad stood nearby, his expression tight and unreadable. He remained silent, simply watching as the ambulance pulled away with sirens piercing the air. Back at the house, a quiet unease settled in. The disarray, the silence, it all hinted at something deeply wrong. When Amanda arrived at the hospital, her condition was critical. The medical team moved quickly, initiating life-saving measures, but her vital signs were dangerously unstable. With severe trauma, a faint pulse, and extremely low oxygen levels, it was clear her body was beginning to shut down. Doctors immediately conducted a thorough evaluation. A CT scan revealed a traumatic brain injury, extensive bruising, and swelling in her brain. Internal damage to her neck suggested signs of restricted airflow. Oxygen deprivation was evident in her lungs, pointing to prolonged hypoxia. The intensive care team fought to keep her alive. She was placed on a ventilator to assist with breathing, while medications were administered to stabilize her blood pressure and prevent further decline. However, there was no sign of improvement. For the next 3 days, doctors closely monitored her condition, but no progress was made. Her body continued to weaken. The damage to her brain was too severe, and the lack of oxygen had caused irreversible consequences. On December 19, 2020, Amanda passed away in the intensive care unit. Her heart stopped, and all attempts to resuscitate her were unsuccessful. Doctors officially pronounced her deceased, citing acute brain hypoxia caused by physical trauma. The news of her passing devastated her loved ones. Her mother was in shock, unable to comprehend that her daughter, who just days ago had been full of life, would never come home again. Her father was at a loss for words, and her family, especially her eldest son, struggled to process what had happened. Following Amanda's passing, law enforcement launched a full-scale investigation. The first person they questioned was Brad, who was the only adult witness to the incident. His version of events remained consistent. He insisted that Amanda had accidentally fallen down the stairs. According to him, he heard a noise, stepped out of the bedroom, and found her unconscious at the bottom of the staircase. Brad claimed that he had immediately rushed to Amanda's side, tried to wake her, then called for his father, Scott, before they both contacted emergency services. However, as investigators began to scrutinize his version of events, they quickly noticed troubling discrepancies. The first major concern was the nature of Amanda's injuries. According to the medical examiner, she had not only sustained numerous bruises, but also showed signs of restricted breathing. Swelling in her brain, damage to the neck cartilage, and specific fracture patterns strongly suggested she had been forcefully restrained. These injuries were far too severe to be explained by a simple fall down the stairs. Further examination revealed that some of the trauma Amanda sustained had occurred prior to the alleged fall. Bruising on her face, arm contusions, and skin impressions indicated she had been subjected to significant force. All signs pointed to the conclusion that Amanda had been assaulted before she fell. The most crucial testimony would come from their 11-year-old son, who had witnessed more than anyone initially realized. During his interview, he revealed that on the day of the incident, he had seen his father strike his mother before dragging her downstairs. He recalled hearing her cries and the sounds of a struggle. He also mentioned that Brad had ordered him to go to his room before continuing his altercation with Amanda. His statement strongly supported the theory that Amanda had been subjected to domestic aggression, but authorities needed further corroboration. Investigators interviewed neighbors and relatives, many of whom confirmed the ongoing conflicts within the household. Some had overheard heated arguments, while Amanda's close friends were aware of her fears and anxieties about her home life. With mounting evidence, law enforcement turned its attention to Riley, Brad's acquaintance. She was brought in for questioning, and while she initially appeared cooperative, her demeanor quickly raised suspicions. Though she claimed to have no involvement, it became clear that she was avoiding key questions and withholding information. Riley claimed she had no knowledge of what happened that morning and insisted she had nothing to do with the tragedy. However, investigators soon discovered that the day after Amanda's passing, she had been at Brad's house, and the two had discussed the incident. The investigation continued, but by this point, law enforcement had already pieced together a clear picture of events. Brad's claim that it was an accident didn't align with medical reports or witness statements. He continued to deny any involvement, but the evidence against him was becoming increasingly difficult to refute. Just days after Amanda's passing, an event occurred that further complicated the case. On December 24, 2020, Christmas Eve, Scott Hillias, Brad's father, was found lifeless in the shed behind his home. He had used a firearm on himself, leaving behind several notes. It was Brad who discovered the body. He told police that shortly before the incident, he had spoken with his father. According to him, Scott was overwhelmed, saying he couldn't handle the situation and didn't want to go to prison. Before heading to the shed, he reportedly stated that he couldn't take the pressure anymore. Moments later, Brad heard the gunshot. Authorities arrived quickly and conducted a thorough examination of the scene. 3 handwritten notes were recovered, all addressed to his grandchildren. However, contrary to expectations, none contained any form of confession. Instead, they expressed love for his family and grief over the situation, but they made no mention of any involvement in Amanda's passing. This raised many questions. If Scott had truly been responsible, why hadn't he admitted it in his final words? The letters seemed more like the writings of someone who felt broken, rather than a confession to a crime. Brad wasted no time in using his father's passing to shift suspicion away from himself. In conversations with police, he began suggesting that Scott might have been the one responsible for Amanda's injuries. He claimed that his father was emotionally unstable and had shown hostility toward Amanda in the past. According to Brad, it was possible that Scott had attacked her that day and then staged it as an accident. However, there was no actual evidence to support this claim. The only person who could have confirmed it was Scott himself, but now he was gone. Investigators found nothing linking him to the events of that night. On the contrary, all the evidence continued to point directly at Brad. Despite Brad's attempts to shift blame onto his deceased father, law enforcement did not take this theory seriously. Forensic analysis and witness statements reinforced that Brad was the one responsible for Amanda's fate. Scott's actions may have been driven by fear of the consequences, but they did not indicate his involvement in the crime. This development only added further complexity to the case, creating another layer of uncertainty. Was this an admission of guilt or an attempt to protect his son? There were no longer any clear answers. The only undeniable truth was that Amanda was gone, and the investigation's primary goal was to seek justice. Brad's trial began in January 2022. The prosecution presented the evidence collected throughout the investigation. In addition to medical records, prosecutors introduced evidence of ongoing domestic aggression. Audio recordings of arguments, secretly made by Amanda in the weeks leading up to the tragedy, along with text messages to her friends and mother, painted a picture of continuous threats from Brad. Police also provided details of the April 2020 incident when a temporary restraining order had been issued against him. However, Brad's defense insisted that Amanda's passing was the result of an accidental fall. His attorney argued that the prosecution was relying on emotions rather than facts. The defense pointed to the lack of obvious external signs of restricted airflow and attempted to use Scott's self-inflicted passing as possible evidence that he had been responsible. But the most crucial moment of the trial came with the testimony of Amanda and Brad's 11-year-old son. He told the court that he had witnessed his father striking his mother that day. He confirmed that Brad had hit her and dragged her down the stairs. The boy's testimony became a pivotal moment in the case. His detailed account closely matched the medical findings, further strengthening the prosecution's argument. Following a 10-day trial, the jury deliberated for 5 hours before delivering their verdict. Brad was found guilty of intentional homicide. The judge handed down a sentence of 100 years in prison without the possibility of parole. For Amanda's loved ones, the verdict brought a sense of long overdue justice, though it did little to ease the grief of her loss. Her mother was awarded custody of the children, stepping into the role of caregiver as the family faced the challenge of rebuilding their lives without either parent. Brad later filed an appeal, arguing that the trial had been unfair. However, the court dismissed his claims, affirming that the proceedings had been handled with full legal integrity and transparency. In the end, he remained behind bars while Amanda's family moved forward, trying to rebuild what he had destroyed. Moving on to the next case. Daniel Küblböck. Daniel Küblböck was born on August 27, 1985, in Bavaria, West Germany. He was a pop singer and actor, rising to fame in February 2002 when he placed fourth in the talent show Deutschland sucht einen Superstar. In February 2004, Daniel was caught driving without a license and collided with a truck. He was fined €25,000 and sentenced to community service. Despite this setback, Daniel enjoyed great success. He used the proceeds from his album Positive Energy to make smart investments, which earned him millions. On August 29, 2018, he was traveling on a cruise ship from Germany to New York. On September 9, during the trip, he jumped into the water and was never seen again. The Canadian Armed Forces conducted a search, but he was never found. Daniel's ex-boyfriend informed the police that Daniel had expressed a desire to run away and start a new life. Given that the incident happened recently, there is still hope for finding Daniel, and many continue to hold on to that optimism. Moving on to the next case. Eileen Blinn. Eileen Blinn was born on December 3, 1975, and lived in Dublin, California. On January 30, 1989, around 3 p.m., after school at Wells Intermediate School, she walked home. Eileen typically took a shortcut through a wide alley behind a shopping center, carrying a dark blue backpack. Her backpack was later discovered abandoned in a creek bed at John A. Park, but Eileen has never been seen again. Foul play is strongly suspected, as her backpack was found in an area that had already been searched by police. Initially, authorities believed Timothy Bittner was involved in her disappearance and suggested he could be linked to the disappearances of Michaela Garecht, Tara Kasi, and Amanda Campbell. The police first became aware of Timothy after they began receiving letters sent to young girls in the East Bay area. These letters, or notes, were printed backwards, only readable when held up to a mirror. Timothy later claimed he did this because the girls were lonely. He also visited the gravesite of Angela Bugay, a 5-year-old girl who was abducted and murdered. Despite his odd behavior, the police were never able to prove his involvement in Eileen's disappearance. Eileen was last seen wearing a charcoal gray pullover, a pink and charcoal gray skirt with horizontal stripes, black low-top sneakers, and 2 earrings in each ear. She was also carrying a dark blue backpack and a black molded hard plastic flute case. Moving on to the next case. Ella Iltamo. Ella Iltamo, a 20-year-old woman from Kemi in Lapland, Finland, lived with her mother and 3 brothers. She was a student at the Kemi School of Economics and worked part-time as a business assistant in a wallpaper and paint store. On the evening of December 7, 1955, Ella went out with her friends Mila and Annalisa for a night in the city center. The trio spent time at the Makatuva Cafe and did some window shopping before heading to the Vallejo bar. Around 9 p.m., Mila mentioned that her feet were freezing and decided it was time to head home. Since Ella and Mila lived near each other, they left together, saying goodbye to Annalisa. While walking along Lepantai Road, two boys, estimated to be between 12 and 14 years old, offered to accompany them, but the girls declined. Eventually, they arrived at Ella's home. Mila asked Ella if she would accompany her a bit farther toward her own home, and Ella agreed. The two walked approximately 250 meters together, reaching the intersection of Lepantai Road and Risky Khan Tato. There, they parted ways. Mila continued on her route, while Ella turned back toward her own house. However, she never arrived home. Later that night, shortly before midnight, Ella's mother returned home from work. The front door, which provided access to both the upstairs tenant's apartment and their own downstairs home, was unlocked. This wasn't considered unusual, as the area was thought to be safe. Ella's brothers were already asleep downstairs by the time their mother arrived. Inside, her school bags lay on the living room floor, and some of her books were spread out on the table, suggesting she had briefly been home. Her mother figured Elle had studied before heading out. She wasn't worried that Elle wasn't home this late at night, as she sometimes spent the night at Annalisa's home. The following day at 12:50 p.m., however, a schoolboy found Ella's body next to Lepantai Road. She was found just 30 meters from her house. She was found face down, and her body was partially covered with snow. An autopsy revealed that she had been struck in the face and stabbed several times in the neck and behind her ear. She had not been sexually assaulted, and there was no sign that robbery was a motive. Ella had been wearing her gloves, which were now stained with blood, as Ella had ostensibly tried to grab the knife during the attack. Police found a sheath of a Mora knife at the crime scene. The murder weapon itself was never located. The police did receive a knife found on a bus, however, but it was never determined if it was the same knife used in Ella's murder. Next to Ellie's body, police discovered footprints of a person wearing large ski boots. Police also found tire tracks from a bicycle next to a nearby bush. Police interviewed more than 60 people in the following days, but none were charged. The tenant living upstairs in Ella's house told police that night she heard a loud scream followed by a softer cry at around 9:45 p.m., and then everything went quiet. The tenant said she did not think much of it at the time. Police later found out that earlier that day, Ella had had a fight with another student. Ella had outed the student for charging extra money from the students for the class photographs of which he was in charge. Ella brought the matter to the student union, and the student was asked to pay back the extra money to the students. The student reportedly had written a letter to Ellie which police later described as malicious. The student was questioned by police, but he had an alibi. Over the years, police interviewed hundreds of people, but none were ever considered a suspect. Police only ever named one suspect, Runner Holstome. Holstome had been charged for the Tule Latte campsite murders in 1959. Holstome was interviewed, but he denied killing Ella. Holstome told police that during the winter of 1955 to 1956, he was at his home in Mumsala and only left to visit a dentist. However, he was unable to recall the dentist's name. He claimed to have made these trips by bicycle. When questioned about a Mora knife he owned, Holstome said he had received it in September 1959, but could not remember how or from where. The sheath he was using for the knife was not the original, and he was similarly unable to explain what had happened to the original one. Police asked if anyone aside from his family could verify his whereabouts during the winter of 1955, to which Holstome responded that he had visitors. But when pressed further, he could not remember their names. Despite repeated denials of involvement in Ella's murder, Holstome was never charged, and the case remains unsolved, with no new leads or suspects identified since. It remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Ginger Rios. Ginger Rios was a young performer who was part of a group called the Salsa Machine in Las Vegas, Nevada. Her mother, Denise Rios, described Ginger as highly ambitious, intelligent, and determined to achieve her goals. Denise recalled Ginger saying, I am going to be Miss Las Vegas one day. As a reflection of her daughter's aspirations, Ginger dreamed of forming her own musical group and creating her own show in Las Vegas, and she was also taking professional voice lessons to hone her skills. In 1996, Ginger met Mark Hollinger, and they soon married. Mark was an introverted divorcee, 14 years older than Ginger. On April 4, 1997, the couple arrived at a shopping center parking lot at 3507 Maryland Parkway, just a short distance from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus. Their visit was to a spy craft store where they intended to buy a book on improving their credit reports. Having moved into a new home just a day before on a lease-to-own agreement, Ginger and Mark wanted to improve their credit so they could be approved for a loan. The spycraft store offered a range of surveillance equipment, listening devices, and related books. Ginger entered the store alone to make the purchase, leaving her husband Mark in the car. Mark observed that Ginger only took her wallet with her, leaving her purse and other belongings behind. This was the last time he would ever see her. As time passed and Ginger didn't return, Mark became increasingly anxious. After waiting for a while, Mark decided to go into the store to search for her. The couple working there told him that Ginger had already bought her book and had left. Though Mark felt something was off about their responses, he thanked them and continued his search. He walked around the shopping center looking for Ginger, returning a few minutes later to ask the couple again if they remembered seeing her. They repeated only what they had said previously. Mark then called his father-in-law George and informed him that Ginger had disappeared. George, a pragmatic man, reassured Mark, suggesting Ginger might have simply wandered off to another store and would return soon. However, as Ginger failed to reappear, Mark and George decided to revisit the spy craft store later that night in an attempt to access the surveillance footage, hoping to glean insights into Ginger's actions prior to her disappearance. Unfortunately, upon their arrival, they found the doors locked and a closed sign in the window. However, looking around, he saw the couple who Mark had talked to earlier in the day. The couple was standing next to a van holding a baby in the parking lot. Mark approached them, informing them of his wife's disappearance and requesting access to their CCTV footage. The couple said they were in a hurry, but the man, identifying himself as the owner of the shop, John Fowlers, assured Mark that they would review the footage the following Monday. Mark and George thanked the Flowers and continued their search for Ginger. However, nothing would be uncovered. On April 6th, Mark filed a missing persons report with the Las Vegas police. The police started their investigation immediately. Her family did not believe she would have left voluntarily, as she dedicated her life to her career. Her family said she was excited about moving into her new house and was looking forward to starting a new chapter in her life. Moreover, her paycheck and her bank accounts remained untouched. Ginger's family initially ruled Mark out as a suspect. However, due to the fact that the spouse is the first suspect in any police inquiry, Mark was investigated heavily. During the investigation, the police uncovered that Ginger and Mark's marriage was not as harmonious as they had initially portrayed. In fact, Ginger had spent some time staying at a hotel away from Mark. Police questioned Mark about her disappearance. However, he denied anything to do with it. He said he adored Ginger, and despite the occasional challenges in their new marriage, they were essentially happy. However, Mark would soon become a suspect after a patrol officer found his car burning in a parking lot with Mark nowhere to be found. Police suspected he may have been trying to destroy evidence, and his car was taken for forensic examination. Meanwhile, the police questioned him about the vehicle. Mark claimed that while driving home from work, his car had overheated and exploded into flames. He said he then decided to leave it and walk home. Mark's car was forensically tested, but due to the fire, nothing would be found, and with no evidence connecting him to her disappearance, Mark was officially cleared. Police then decided to pay a visit to the spy store, the last place where Ginger was seen alive. Police called the owner of the store, John Flowers, and asked him about the CCTV footage from the day Ginger disappeared. Flowers told the detective that he was at his other store in Phoenix and would return soon. Investigators then decided to pay a visit to the storefront. Detectives did not notice anything unusual in the front part of the store, but when they entered the back room, they were immediately met with the strong smell of bleach. They also noticed a spot of dried blood on one of the walls. The blood was collected and preserved. However, the sample was so minute it could not be tested. Investigators questioned Flowers, and he told police that his dog had soiled the storage room, forcing him to use heavy-duty chemicals to clean up the mess. He claimed the blood must have also come from the dog. Detectives found the story plausible. When questioned about Ginger, Flowers claimed she had entered his store, browsed the book racks, purchased 2 books, and then left. He stated that she was visible on surveillance footage while in the store, but he also admitted that he had not kept a copy of the tape, as it had been recorded over. Flowers also mentioned having a cash register receipt from the time Ginger was in the store, but when investigators requested it, he was unable to provide it. Despite these inconsistencies, investigators found no direct evidence linking Flowers to Ginger's disappearance. They then shifted their focus to Ginger's career as a stage performer, which often attracted unwanted attention from male admirers. Detectives considered the possibility that she had been targeted by a stalker, but this line of inquiry led to no significant breakthroughs. A month after Ginger vanished, on May 5th, a hunter discovered the body of a woman abandoned in the Arizona desert. The victim was unclothed and without any form of identification. Notably, she wore 2 rings, one adorned with 3 gems and the other featuring either the letter W or M. Given that Ginger did not possess such jewelry, the identity of the woman remained a mystery. The ring's photos were released by the local media. However, she could not be identified and both cases remained unsolved. 3 months later, a federal agent called the investigating detective in Ginger's case from Phoenix, Arizona. The federal agent said that he had uncovered a lead that might be helpful in Ginger's disappearance. He said that John Flowers was on the run after being investigated for selling illegal listening devices. And when police questioned his wife, Cheryl Flowers, she revealed that she knew what had happened to Ginger Rios. Detectives immediately flew to Phoenix to question her. Cheryl told detectives that she hadn't initially told the truth because she was terrified of her husband, but now that he was on the run, she felt safe enough to tell them the truth about Ginger's disappearance. She recalled that on that day, she and her husband along with their baby had been at the front of the store when Ginger entered. John had immediately instructed his wife to retrieve some film for their camera. She found the request unusual, but John often asked her to do such unusual things, so she did not question him. She left John alone with the young woman who happened to be the sole customer in the store at that time. Upon her return, 10 minutes later, Ginger was gone. Ginger's concerned husband entered the store just after John's wife did, inquiring about Ginger. Cheryl remained silent as her husband informed the visibly distressed man that Ginger had been present but had already left the store. She remembered that after Mark left, John looked up at her in fear and told her, "I've done something very bad. Whatever you do, do not go into the back rooms." However, curiosity took the better of her, and eventually she peeked inside the back room. To her horror, she saw Ginger's body lying on the floor in a pool of blood. As she stood there processing the scene, John suddenly appeared behind her, gripping her tightly. He warned her to never breathe a word of what she had witnessed, and said that if she cared about her own life and the safety of her child, she would keep silent. He told her that Ginger had come into the store and that he had punched her, kicked her, and then killed her. He says this was in response to her getting into his face, saying that he, quote, snapped. John never gave Cheryl a rational reason as to why he killed Ginger. After closing up the shop for the remainder of the day, Cheryl says John got to work disposing of the evidence. An employee at John's request bought large plastic garbage bags and John locked himself in the back of the store with them. Later, when an employee went to the back of the store, there was bleach all over the floor. John explained that he had been cleaning up after his dog. Cheryl said that Ginger's body was wrapped in plastic garbage bags. Later that day, when Mark and George came looking for Ginger, Cheryl says that they had no idea her body was concealed in those garbage bags in the rear of the van parked just by the spy shop. John then traveled to Arizona with his wife and their infant child, where he later buried Ginger's body in concrete out in the desert. When police found the unidentified body of a young woman in the desert a month later, assuming that it was Ginger, John had gone into hiding. Now that John was on the run, Cheryl had finally summoned the courage to confide in the detective about Ginger's true whereabouts. Cheryl took the detective to the exact place where Ginger's body was buried in exchange for full immunity. Cheryl was surprised to find the decomposing remains in the concrete tomb, as she, like her husband, had thought the unidentified girl found earlier had been Ginger Rios. These remains were positively identified as belonging to Ginger Rios. The other body found in a similar area remained unidentified. Detectives, now armed with a search warrant for the spy store, conducted a full-scale search. Inside the storeroom, traces of blood were found, and eventually those were positively matched to Ginger. John Flowers was finally arrested by U.S. Customs officials in LA in August of 1997. While this arrest was for an unrelated charge of assaulting a federal officer, his capture ignited a chain reaction of events which allowed him to later be extradited to Nevada, where he was charged for the murder of Ginger Rios. When questioned, he confessed to the murder. After his arrest, police learned that John Flowers was in reality a fugitive named Craig Leslie Jacobson. Jacobson had a long criminal history involving burglary and counterfeiting. He had fled to Florida after being accused of committing battery on a peace officer and had assumed the name John Flowers. He still owned 3 spy craft stores in the Southwest when he was arrested. After the con man, once known as Jacobson, was arrested, a teenager came forward and told detectives that she had almost faced the same fate as Ginger at the hands of John Flowers, aka Craig Jacobson. She recalled that 2 months before the murder of Ginger, she had visited the spy craft store. She said that when she entered, the owner came over and grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. She recalls that he started carrying her to the back room. However, moments later, another customer came in which spooked the owner, allowing her to escape. She said that she was afraid to tell anyone as she thought no one would believe her. Soon, a man by the name of Bernard McLaughlin also came forward. He told police that he'd worked with Jacobson for 4 months. He said Jacobson passed himself off as a government employee with ties to the FBI, the CIA, and the DEA. Jacobson had employed McLaughlin to do one thing: secretly photograph dark-haired women, many of whom worked in casinos and hotels. In the short time that Bernard knew Jacobson, he said that he earned $900 to $1,000 for taking the pictures and recording the voices. McLaughlin remembered that Jacobson consistently paid him with fresh, new $20 and $50 bills. Although Jacobson traveled between locations such as Phoenix, Lake Havasu, and Gila Bend, Arizona, it was in Las Vegas where McLaughlin claimed most of the photos were taken. He also mentioned that Jacobson had bragged about leaving bodies in the desert. Initially, Jacobson was placed in a facility for the mentally ill, where he was assessed for his competency to stand trial alongside others with similar issues. Jacobson had a history of schizophrenia and made strange statements to investigators, such as expressing fears that the Russians are after me. While incarcerated, he even attempted suicide. Prosecutors were wary that he might be feigning mental illness to pursue an insanity defense. Initially seeking the death penalty, they eventually opted for a plea deal after concerns about a recent Nevada Supreme Court ruling that could have led to a second-degree murder conviction and parole eligibility after only 10 years. By pleading guilty to murder, Jacobson faced a minimum of 25 years in prison. Jacobson accepted the plea deal. Eventually, his plea was amended to guilty by reason of insanity at the defendant's request. Jacobson was convicted of murder after not contesting the charges and was sentenced to 20 years in prison with the possibility of parole. Investigators also questioned him about the unidentified woman found in Las Vegas. Jacobson confirmed that Ginger was not his first victim. He claimed to have murdered another woman named Mary Stoddard. He recalled that her father had been a chiropractor and claimed that he killed the victim at the Lake Mead National Recreation Area and later transported her body to the Arizona desert. However, police later found that the real Mary Stoddard was still alive and well. The Jane Doe found in the desert would remain unidentified for the next few years. Finally, in February 2010, She would be identified as 15-year-old Cristina Marie Martinez. It was discovered that 7 days before her murder, Cristina Martinez had disappeared on May 3, 1997, while heading to a local laundromat. At the time, she had been living in a group home located directly across from Spy Craft's Phoenix store. Unfortunately, due to her troubled history and a tendency to run away, no one had reported her missing. Investigators later learned that the M on the ring found at the scene stood for Martinez. In February 2014, after facing numerous procedural hurdles, Jacobson was officially charged with Cristina's abduction and murder. The following year, he was extradited from Nevada to Arizona to stand trial. However, in February, Jacobson was declared unfit to stand trial. A Phoenix judge, frustrated with Jacobson's behavior, accused him of feigning mental illness to avoid justice, setting a new court date for November. That date came and went without progress, and as of 2024, Jacobson remains in custody while authorities continue to assess his competency. Moving on to the next case. Harold and Aquila Degree. Harold and Aquila Degree were married on Valentine's Day in 1988. The following year, they welcomed their son, O'Brien, and in 1990, their daughter Asha was born. The family lived in Shelby, North Carolina, and placed great importance on their extended family, education, and faith. Determined to shield their children from outside influences, the Degrees chose not to have a computer in their home. At the time, Asha was a 4th grade student at Fowlston Elementary School. She was passionate about basketball and excelled as a point guard. On the evening of February 13th, Asha and O'Brien went to bed around 8 p.m. in a bedroom in the Sherwood neighborhood. Shortly before 9 p.m., a power outage occurred in the area due to a nearby car accident. The power was restored around 12:30 a.m. on February 14th. Harold checked on the children and found them both asleep. He checked again at 2:30 a.m. before going to bed, and they were still in their beds, seemingly undisturbed. Sometime after that, O'Brien heard Asha's bed creak but assumed she had simply shifted in her sleep and went back to sleep himself. However, Asha had quietly gotten out of bed. She packed a book bag with clothes and personal belongings and left the house. Between 3:45 a.m. and 4:15 a.m., both a truck driver and a motorist reported seeing her walking along Highway 18. She was dressed in a long-sleeve white t-shirt and white pants. A motorist turned around his vehicle because he figured it was strange for a little girl to be walking around at that hour. He saw Asha run into the woods by the roadside and then disappear. It was raining and it looked like a storm was coming. Aquila awoke at 4:45 a.m. to get her children ready. She was in a good mood. It was Valentine's Day and also her wedding anniversary. When she opened children's room at 6:30 a.m., she noticed that O'Brien was in his bed, but Asha wasn't in hers. She looked for her throughout the house and even in the family cars, but still no sign of Asia. Aquila then told Harold. He suggested that maybe Asia went across the street to his mother's house. Aquila then called, but was told Asia isn't there. That is when panic set in and the police was called. At 6:40 a.m., police arrived at their house. They had police dogs, but the dogs could not pick up her scent outside. Aquila went through the neighborhood yelling Asha's name. By 7 a.m., everyone was awake and looking for Aisha. Local news coverage helped bring attention to the case, prompting the trucker and motorist to come forward and share what they had witnessed. This gave police a better idea of the direction Asha had taken, but despite the lead, she still couldn't be located. By the end of the day, there was no trace of her. The following day, investigators discovered candy wrappers in a shed at a nearby business along the highway. Found alongside them were a pencil, a marker, and a Mickey Mouse-shaped hair bow. These items were confirmed to belong to Asha. That same day, Aquila realized that some of Asha's favorite clothes were missing from her room, confirming she had intentionally packed a bag before leaving. After a week of intense searching, the official search was suspended. In total, over 9,000 man-hours had been dedicated to the effort. The police also followed up on every single lead. Missing person posters were put up in the entire area. Her belief was that Asha ran away, especially since she packed the things herself. On the other hand, it is not typical for a 9-year-old to run away though. There was also no reason for her to run away. She did not have a dysfunctional family, and she did well in school. A month after Asha disappeared, the family went on the Montel Williams show to call attention to the case. America's Most Wanted and the Oprah Winfrey Show also devoted segments to it. Despite all efforts, no one had any idea what happened to Asia. Michaela got really frustrated. She said publicly that people aren't doing enough, and she believes it is because Asia is black and not white. About a year and a half on August 3, 2001, Asia's book bag and other items were discovered during a construction project of Highway 18 in Burke County near Morganton. It was found 26 miles or 42 kilometers from Shelby where the family lived. All of their things were wrapped in a plastic bag. The FBI took it in for more forensic analysis. The results of the test remain undisclosed to the public. Asha's family continues to work tirelessly to keep her case in the public eye. In February 2008, they created a scholarship in her name for a deserving student in their community. They also organize an annual walk to raise awareness and generate funds to support the ongoing search. Photos of Asha, both from the time of her disappearance and age-progressed images of what she might look like now, are widely shared. In May 2016, the FBI revealed a potential new lead, stating that Asha may have been seen getting into a dark green Lincoln Continental from the early 1970s. While the lead appeared encouraging, it has yet to yield any breakthroughs. Asha's family continues to hold out hope, believing that one day she will come home and they will be reunited. Moving on to the next case. Carla Vicentini. Carla Vicentini was born on April 29, 1983, in a small town in Brazil. In February, she traveled to the United States after saving diligently for a 5-month stay through a cultural exchange program. Once in New Jersey, she studied engineering and took a job at a White Castle restaurant. However, she was dissatisfied with her living conditions, as she had to share a cramped motel room with several other women in the same program. Carla eventually chose to leave both her job and the motel. She moved in with a family friend and began working at a Mediterranean manor. On February 8, 2006, she visited the Adega Bar and Grill in Newark, New Jersey, to see a friend who worked there. Around 2 a.m., she was seen leaving the bar with a man believed to be in his 30s. Some witnesses believe the man Carla left with was named Antonio. Before leaving, Carla told her friend she was going with him to his car to see a photo. The man was described as Caucasian, around 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing about 200 pounds, with blue eyes and salt and pepper hair. What happened after they left the bar remains a mystery. It's believed she returned home at some point, as her wallet, passport, and jacket were later found there. Carla has not been seen since, and the unidentified man remains a person of interest in her disappearance. A few days after she went missing, someone called her boss's cell phone and screamed for help, but the caller was never identified, and it's unclear whether the call was connected to her case. Carla's mother no longer believes she is alive, as she was always in close contact with her family and never went more than a couple of days without checking in. At the time she was last seen, Carla was wearing a blue Hugo Boss coat, a white sleeveless shirt, blue jeans, and brown high-heeled ankle boots. She has a tattoo of a tiger on her stomach and a tattoo of an angel on her back. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jean Spangler. Jean Spangler, born on September 2, 1923, was a dancer, model, and actress who appeared in various Hollywood films during the late 1940s. She married Dexter Benner in 1942, and they had a daughter named Christine in 1944. However, the couple divorced 2 years later, sparking a lengthy custody dispute. In 1948, Jean was granted custody of Christine and subsequently moved in with her mother. On October 7, 1949, Jean left home around 5 p.m. telling her family she was going to meet Dexter to talk about a late child support payment. She left her daughter in the care of her sister-in-law, but she never returned. The last sighting of her was in a grocery store at 6 p.m. She appeared to be waiting for someone. Her main suspect was Jean's ex-husband, Dexter. He claimed, however, he hasn't seen her in weeks and his story checked out. 2 days after she went missing, a purse was found in Griffith Park, about 5.5 miles from her home. One of the straps on Jean's purse was found torn, suggesting it had been forcefully pulled from her arm. Inside the purse, authorities discovered a cryptic note that read, "Kirk, can't wait any longer. Going to see Dr. Scott. He will work best this way. All mother is away." Investigators were unable to identify who Kirk or Dr. Scott were. It was speculated that Jean may have been romantically involved with someone named Kirk, and that Dr. Scott could have been a medical professional, possibly someone connected to a secret abortion, as some of her friends indicated she was about 3 months pregnant. Despite a few unconfirmed sightings reported in the aftermath, Jean Spangler's fate remains unknown. Moving on to the next case. Kieran Richard Horman. Kieran Richard Horman was born on September 9, 2002, in Portland, Oregon, to parents Desiree and Kane. Shortly before Kieran's birth, Desiree and Kane divorced, and Kane remarried a woman named Terry Moulton. On June 4, 2010, 7-year-old Kieran was taken to school by Terry, who stayed with him while he attended a science fair. This photo was taken at the science fair. At 8:45 a.m., Terry left the school, and she saw Kieran walking down the hall to his first class. However, Kieran never made it to class and was marked absent for the day. Later, around 3 p.m., Terry, Kane, and their daughter Kiara waited at the bus stop to pick up Kieran. The bus driver informed them that Kieran never boarded the bus. The school was then called, and the family then learned that as far as the school is concerned, Kieran was not at school after the science fair. Realizing this, the police was called. What ensued was the largest search in Oregon history. During the search, some very interesting information came out. It turned out that Terry possibly offered to pay the landscaper a lot of money to take out Kane. It is not entirely clear whether this incident occurred, especially considering that the district attorney reportedly told the landscaper he would be deported if he didn't testify against Terry. Regardless, Kane divorced Terry and obtained a restraining order against her. Terry also failed 2 polygraph tests when questioned about Kieran's disappearance. In May 2020, a book titled Boy A: Search for Kieran Horman was released. In the book, it is claimed that Kieran's bus driver, along with a classmate and 2 of the classmates' family members, saw Terry walking with Kieran through the parking lot after the science fair. Additionally, police have announced they are looking for an unknown man who was seen in Terry's truck on the day Kieran disappeared. While Terry remains the primary suspect, there is still not enough evidence to charge her. She continues to deny any involvement in Kieran's disappearance, and even went on a public television show in 2016 to proclaim her innocence. To this day, the fate of Kieran Horman remains unknown, and many continue to hope for answers. Moving on to the next case. Lillian Dclott. On Saturday, April 29, 1994, June Nicholas discovered her 89-year-old aunt, Lillian Dclott, dead on the floor of her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest South Avenue in Pompano Beach, Florida. Lillian had been brutally beaten, assaulted, and strangled in broad daylight, leaving no clues as to who was responsible. The horrific murder would lead investigators down a long path, where DNA evidence and forensic analysis would eventually uncover a shocking truth. For the next 28 years, June and the rest of Lillian's family would be consumed by grief, desperately asking, who could have hurt such a harmless elderly woman? Our story takes place in Pompano Beach, Florida, a scenic city in Broward County. The city got its name from the pompano fish, which was once abundant in the area's waters. Known for its golden sands and crystal-clear blue water, Pompano Beach today is a bustling city. With a crime rate of 7.29 violent crimes per 1,000 residents annually, it remains a city with its share of challenges. Back in the 1990s, Pompano Beach had one of the highest tax rates in the country due to its stagnant population and economic growth. At the time, the city had a violent crime rate of approximately 2,886 victims per 100,000 residents. Despite the high crime rate in 1994, Pompano Beach was still a place where an 89-year-old like Lillian Dclott could enjoy her later years after a life well lived. Born in 1905, Lillian devoted her youth to helping others, with careers as both a nurse and a teacher. She was known for her kindness, patience, and caring nature, earning the love and respect of everyone around her, from her students and patients to her coworkers and neighbors. Among those who loved Lillian was her niece, June Nicholas. As a child, June, along with her siblings and cousins, had benefited from Lillian's care and guidance. When Lillian began to struggle with memory loss and age-related illnesses, June took on the responsibility of caring for her. Lillian moved to Pompano Beach, Florida, to spend her twilight years in peace. To all who knew her, 89-year-old Lillian Dclott was the epitome of a life well lived. After dedicating her years to serving her community as a teacher and nurse, she retired to a quiet life in her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue in Pompano Beach. There, she lived a peaceful, uneventful existence, until one tragic day, when violence shattered her tranquility. Saturday, April 29, 1994, began like any other for Lillian Dclott. She spent the day comfortably lounging in her pink and white checkered nightgown, anticipating a visit from her niece June later in the evening. June had taken on the responsibility of caring for her aging aunt, often checking in to help with chores, manage medications, or simply keep her company. Around 6 p.m. that day, June arrived at Lillian's home as planned, bringing along some groceries she had picked up for her aunt. Upon entering the house, June immediately noticed that Lillian wasn't in the living room, so she called out for her. When she didn't receive a response, June checked the first bedroom where Lillian often took her naps, but again, she couldn't find her. Growing increasingly concerned, June moved down the hallway and looked into the bedroom on the right. There, she discovered her aunt lying motionless on the floor, and it was immediately apparent that Lillian was dead. In a panic, June screamed and rushed back down the hall to call 911. 2 officers from the Pompano Beach Police Department responded to the distress call, their minds filled with questions as they arrived on the scene. It was not every day you heard of an 89-year-old woman getting murdered in her own house, so it seemed like a strange call. Upon arriving at the scene at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, the officers confirmed that Lillian was dead. Lying on the floor beside a toppled floor lamp and a telephone with the cord pulled out, Lillian had wounds and bruises all over her face and body that indicated she had been beaten. There were bloody towels and other pieces of clothing littered around the room. The officers also noticed a broken window in the room where Lillian's body was found, where Lillian's attackers had likely entered from. The house had been ransacked, and the several broken pieces of furniture strewn across the room indicated that there had likely been a vicious struggle as Lillian fought for her life. Lillian's body was in such a shocking state that at first glance, it seemed to be a crime of passion. Lillian had contusions all over her body. Her ribs, nose, and wrists were fractured. She also had bruising around her genitals that suggested that she had been assaulted before being killed. The bruises on her neck also meant she had been strangled. The Broward Medical Examiner's Office would conduct an autopsy on Lillian and conclude that she had died from asphyxiation and also suffered a blow to the head. The telephone with the cord pulled out found next to Lillian's body was what the attacker used to strangle her. However, there was no indication that Lillian was specifically targeted by her attacker, meaning the crime was likely not of passion. Lillian was generally beloved in her community, so she had no enemies. According to Lieutenant Earl Fluellen from the Pompano Beach Police Department, the scene of the crime and the general state of the house indicated that the case was likely that of a burglary gone wrong. But that did not make sense to Lillian's family members who knew that Lillian lived alone and did not have any money worth losing her life for. June recalled that Lillian did not have more than $50 at the house at the time of the incident. After searching the house, the only item that appeared to be missing was a gold wedding band. After gathering evidence from the crime scene, police officers began interviewing Lillian's neighbors to find out if they had heard or seen anything related to Lillian's murder. But according to the neighbors, the last time they saw Lillian was around 6:50 a.m. that morning when she went to buy a newspaper. She looked hale and hearty, and no one could recall seeing anything suspicious even though the murder occurred in broad daylight. After only a few days, detectives had come up with a list of potential suspects in Lillian's murder, but they still did not have enough to make an arrest. To motivate people to try and remember anything they could have seen or heard that could help with the investigation, the police put out a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Lillian's murderer. Pompano Beach Police spokeswoman Sandra King also told the media that the police were looking for anyone who knew anything about the crime or the man responsible for it. In an interview with the Sun-Sentinel, King said, "At this point, we are urging anyone who saw anything to call us. Some kind of human monster is walking around freely with the blood of a harmless 89-year-old woman on their hands." But despite this promising progress the investigation made in the first few weeks, all the leads soon dried up and the case grew cold. Meanwhile, June Nicholas was grieving the loss of her beloved Aunt Lillian. She had to take a whole year off of work because it was just so hard to move on without her aunt, and without knowing what happened or who hurt her in that manner. The grief got so heavy that she had to ask someone else to take care of her kids for a few months because she was hurting too much to care for them. She couldn't watch the image of Lillian lying lifeless on the floor away from her mind, no matter how hard she tried. As if this wasn't bad enough, the case went cold, dashing all her hopes of discovering what had really happened to Lillian. For the next 10 years, there were no new updates in the Dclott case, and it was shelved and forgotten about. But by 1999, the Broward Sheriff's Office had begun providing law enforcement services to Pompano Beach. This included taking over all of Pompano Beach's cold cases. By February 2004, one of the cold cases that the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives reopened was the 1994 homicide of Lillian Dclott. Detective David Tousley with the Broward Sheriff's Office headed the investigation with the help from other detectives from the unit. They reviewed old case files, DNA databases, and re-examined evidence collected from the crime scene almost 30 years earlier. One piece of evidence that stood out was the pink and white checkered nightgown that Lillian was wearing on the day she was murdered. When they sent this nightgown to the lab to be retested, they discovered that it had bodily fluids from the male attacker, which was perhaps the most crucial piece of evidence in solving the mystery. When the police developed a genetic profile from the fluid sample obtained from the nightgown, they entered the information into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS, but they could not find a match. Once again, a promising lead had dried up, and the case went cold. However, Detective Tousley was determined to close the case of Lillian Dclott so that her family could find closure and move on. And so even if it took another 15 years, Detective Tousley's dogged determination led him to re-examine the case in February 2019 under the Broward Sheriff's Office newly created Cold Case Unit. According to Jennifer Parker, the Broward Sheriff's Office criminalist in charge of conducting the DNA analysis of the evidence in the case, it did not initially seem like anything would come from reinvestigating the Dclott case. But thanks to advancements in DNA testing technology, Tousley believed he could unravel the identity of the individual who left their bodily fluid on Lillian's nightdress. Armed with this new technology, analysis at Broward County Crime Lab obtained a more thorough DNA profile. In February 2021, Detective Tousley and his team asked the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to use the DNA profile to conduct a familial search of its offender database. That is, they ran the DNA profile through the database of registered offenders and people who had been arrested. This technique matches the DNA profile with the possible first-order relatives in the database, such as a child, father, or sibling. The search resulted in a match. The DNA from the crime scene shared overwhelming similarities with that of a known offender in the system. The offender turned out to be the son of the man whose DNA was found on the dress Lillian Dclott was wearing on the day she was murdered. This man's name was Johnny Mac Brown. Johnny Mac Brown was born in 1954, making him 40 years old at the time of Lillian Dclott's murder, a Vietnam War veteran who suffered from PTSD. Life after the military was not good for Johnny. His PTSD made him resort to drug use, which eventually resulted in drug addiction. And because of his mental health issues and addiction, he could not find steady jobs. For a long time, Johnny became homeless as well. During the initial investigation into Lillian's death, Johnny was never considered a suspect, or even linked to the crime. He remained entirely off the radar of law enforcement. However, when a match was found between Johnny's DNA profile and evidence from the crime scene, it became increasingly clear that he was very likely the man who had attacked Lillian. Further investigation revealed that, in the early 1990s, Johnny had lived just a few houses away from Lillian. Unfortunately, detectives couldn't arrest him for questioning, as he had passed away from natural causes in 2010 at the age of 56. He was buried in the South Florida National Cemetery in Lake Worth, Florida. In August 2022, a judge approved the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives' request to exhume Johnny's remains for further examination. Working alongside the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the Palm Beach Medical Examiner's Office, and a forensic anthropologist, the team exhumed Johnny's body to collect DNA samples. These samples were then tested by Jennifer Parker, a criminalist from the Broward Sheriff's Office, who compared them with the DNA profile already on file. To get the most accurate result possible, Parker took some of the bone marrow from Johnny's rib bone for testing. The test resulted in a match with the existing DNA profile from the sample found at the crime scene. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the DNA results showed that the DNA from the crime scene was 66,800,000,000,000 times more likely to be from Johnny than from somebody else. With this conclusive evidence, there was no doubt that the killer in Lillian Dclott case was Johnny Mac Brown, but that still did not explain why Johnny did what he did. The earlier assumption that it was just a case of burglary gone bad seemed to be the best explanation for the whole incident. In a press conference, Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney explained that it was most likely a crime of opportunity. He lived close by, only a few houses down, the sheriff said. When he fell on hard times and he went homeless and had a drug habit, it indicated that he broke into the house. He may or may not have known she was there alone, but she was 89, she lived by herself, and it looked like all the drawers were open and things were gone through the house. Police presented all the evidence they had collected thus far to the Broward State Attorney's Office. There, the prosecutors reviewed the case and concluded that Johnny Mac Brown was involved in the death of Lillian Dclott. The case was closed. Although 28 years is a long time to await justice, Sheriff Toney believes justice has no expiration date, he said. So long as we are responsible for investigating these cases, we are going to continue to push for the necessary manpower and effort to make sure that we can bring closure to so many families who have been waiting for decades time and time again in the hope that they get some resolution. Lillian Dclott's family spent 28 years praying for answers to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of their beloved Lillian. After many years, June Nicholas, who had discovered her Aunt Lillian's lifeless body all those years ago, finally felt a sense of closure. She expressed relief over the dedication of the Broward Sheriff's Office in uncovering the truth behind her aunt's death. June believes that, with this revelation, Lillian can now rest in peace. "I know wherever she is, she can sleep in peace," she said. "We can move on. We can die in peace because we know it wasn't a murder that was unsolved." Although the case of Lillian Dclott's death has been resolved, some lingering questions remain. We may never fully understand why Johnny Mac Brown committed the crime or whether he felt any remorse during the years that followed. Additionally, questions arise about whether investigators could have identified the real killer sooner. Ultimately, while justice was served, it's hard not to wonder if things could have unfolded differently. Moving on to the next case. Mark Himebaugh. Mark Himebaugh was an 11-year-old boy from Tall Haven, New Jersey, affectionately nicknamed Curious George. He had red hair, blue eyes, and freckles, and was diagnosed with OCD, for which he took medication. Mark was also known to have frequent tantrums and angry outbursts. On November 25, His mother allowed him to go outside to watch firefighters respond to a blaze about a quarter mile from their home. She stepped out briefly for what was meant to be a 5-minute errand, but was unexpectedly delayed and returned around 40 minutes later. When Mark hadn't come back, she assumed he was playing nearby with other kids. However, when he still hadn't returned by 5 p.m., she reported him missing. At around 9 p.m. that evening, one of Mark's left shoes was discovered on Sunday Beach, with his footprints found close by. Witnesses reported seeing him earlier at a local park speaking with an unidentified girl who appeared to be around 9 years old. It was considered unusual that no one in the small community could identify her. Later, Mark was also seen in the company of 2 men, one of whom was described as being between 30 and 35 years old with dark red hair tied back in a ponytail. That sighting remains the last confirmed trace of Mark, and he continues to be missing to this day. Moving on to the next case. Mike McLean. Mike McLean, a 29-year-old from Manchester, New Hampshire, went to the Tropical Lounge nightclub in Nashua, New Hampshire, with his friends on the night of April 21, 2019. In the early hours of the morning, a female friend of Mike's got into an altercation outside the club with another woman, which even prompted a call to the police. Mike wasn't involved in the initial confrontation, but he stepped in to break it up. Afterward, Mike became separated from his friends around 1:45 a.m. They searched for him for about 45 minutes before heading home. Between 1:45 a.m. and 2 a.m., Mike called his boss, telling him he was being followed by multiple people. His boss attempted to call him back, but Mike never answered. During this time, a few strange messages were sent from Mike's phone to his friends, though it's unclear whether he was the one who typed them. His phone's last known location was at a McDonald's on Helas Street, which was east of the Tropical Lounge. The last confirmed sighting of him was captured on security camera footage at a nearby condominium complex, where he was seen heading east from McDonald's. Since then, there has been no activity on his social media accounts or credit cards. Mike's mother was quoted as saying, "When you're a mom, your child is your whole world. And right now, my world is falling apart. But I gotta keep on for my daughter and for Mike. I am holding on to my faith." Moving on to the next case. Mona Blade. In 1975, 18-year-old Mona Blade lived in Hamilton, New Zealand, and worked as a shop assistant. She shared a home with her sister Lillian, Lillian's husband Tom, and their daughter Angela. Wanting to surprise her parents in Hastings for Queen Elizabeth II's birthday celebration, a significant annual event in New Zealand, Mona chose to hitchhike there. On the morning of May 31, 1975, Mona set out on her journey. A truck driver later reported seeing her get into an orange Datsun near Taupo. He spotted the same vehicle again on a remote road, but Mona was no longer visible inside. The man driving the car was described as middle-aged, overweight, bald, and possibly wearing glasses. Since Mona had planned her visit as a surprise, her parents were unaware she was on her way. Because her visit was unannounced, Mona's family didn't realize she was missing until 3 days after she was last seen. When she failed to show up for a new job, her family was notified, prompting them to contact the police. A large-scale search operation began, drawing nationwide attention, especially since missing person cases were relatively rare in New Zealand at the time. Mona was described as 5 feet 6 inches tall with a fair complexion, honey brown hair, and blue eyes. Tips flooded in from across the country, with reports placing her in various locations. The most promising lead initially came from the truck driver who had seen her get into the orange Datsun. Search teams, including police officers, volunteers, sent dogs, and helicopters, combed the area where the car had later been spotted on a remote road. Authorities offered a $10,000 reward for information and inspected every orange Datsun of that model registered in New Zealand. By December, there was no sign of Mona or the man she was last seen with, so the investigation was scaled down. Something that hampered the initial investigation was the pictures the family supplied of Mona. In the pictures, she was younger with longer hair. When she disappeared, she had much shorter hair. Each time the police spoke to the truck driver, he would change some details of his story. This caused the police to believe he was being influenced by what he heard and read about the case. This meant that the initial investigation looking for suspects in a Datsun might have been a complete waste of time. A year after she disappeared, Mona's father, Peter Blades, spoke about a hard time his family is going through. They received lots of letters saying bad things about their man Mona. There was even a woman who claimed Mona was taken by a wicked scientist who wanted her brain cells. There were a couple of confirmed suspects, such as a man that rented a Datsun like the one she was seen in, possibly bought a trucker if he was being truthful. The man rented a Datsun on a day she disappeared, and 2 weeks later, he ended his own life and the life of a student. It also became known to the police that Mona had connections with gangs, and maybe a gang member could be involved with her disappearance. In February 2004, the police believe they finally solved their disappearance. They came across a shallow grave that had a piece of concrete with the name Mona Blades on it. It was later discovered that the grave site, once thought to be a possible clue, was in fact a hoax. The previous property owner had engraved the name and dug the grave as a joke back in 1998. In February 2005, Mona's brother Tony Blades told the Daily Post that the family had largely stayed silent for 30 years because speaking about Mona's disappearance was simply too painful, particularly for their mother, who was in her 80s at the time. Their father had passed away without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. In 2018, the case was revisited on the television series Cold Case. Detectives re-examined the original investigation and concluded that too much focus had been placed on the man driving the orange Datsun. They also noted that if the family had shared photos of Mona with her shorter hairstyle, it might have helped witnesses recall her more accurately. Perhaps most significantly, the review revealed that gang members had traveled along the same road to a gathering in Wellington the weekend Mona disappeared, presenting a new possible avenue of inquiry. Now, more than 45 years later, her case remains unsolved, but investigators continue to pursue new leads as they arise. Moving on to the next case. Morgan Chantal Nick. Morgan Chantal Nick was born on September 12, 1988, in Arkansas. On the evening of June 9, 1995, she and her mother, Colleen, attended a Little League baseball game. Around 10:30 p.m., Morgan asked for permission to catch lightning bugs with some friends. Although it was already dark and Colleen was hesitant, she eventually agreed. About 15 minutes later, Morgan's friends returned, without her. When Colleen asked where her daughter was, the children said Morgan had stayed behind to empty sand from her shoes near Colleen's car. But when Colleen went to the car, there was no sign of Morgan. She began searching the area and alerted a game official about her missing daughter. Shortly afterward, some of Morgan's friends mentioned that they had seen a strange man talking to her as she was putting her shoes back on. Morgan Nick has never been seen or heard from since the night of her disappearance. A composite sketch of the man last seen speaking with her was created and circulated, but he has never been identified. In 1996, Colleen Nick founded the Morgan Nick Foundation, an organization dedicated to supporting families of missing children and working to prevent child abductions. In Arkansas, the state's Amber Alert system is officially named the Morgan Nick Amber Alert in her honor. In August 2012, two previously convicted felons, Tanya Smith and James Monhart, were arrested for computer fraud after attempting to steal Morgan's identity. Over the years, there have been a few anonymous tips, but none have led to a breakthrough. To this day, Morgan Nick's case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Reldon Keyes. Very little is known about this next case, and given that it occurred 65 years ago, the chances of it ever being solved are slim. Still, I chose to include it. Reldon Keyes, born in 1914, was a multifaceted American artist, known as a poet, painter, novelist, short story writer, and filmmaker, among other roles. Keyes is regarded as a significant poet of the mid-20th century, and his work continues to be studied in academic settings today. He has had a profound impact on generations of English-language poets. Despite his talent, he's often felt disillusioned by the limited recognition his work received. He confided in friends that he sometimes had the urge to simply vanish. On July 19, 1955, his car was discovered abandoned on the Marin County side of the Golden Gate Bridge. It remains uncertain whether he chose to disappear and begin anew, or if he took his own life. Moving on to the next case. Samma Khresta. On a cold February morning in 2014, law enforcement in a small Virginia town began a search for a missing college student. 21-year-old Samma Khresta, a dedicated daughter and an outstanding student, had disappeared without a trace after an evening meetup with a friend. Her parents, who were accustomed to receiving daily calls from their daughter, became alarmed when they didn't hear her voice for the first time. What initially seemed like a simple misunderstanding quickly spiraled into a chilling mystery. Samma Khresta was born in Nepal to Dromani and Rajesh Khresta, parents who prioritized education and raised their children with deep respect for tradition. When Samma was 3 years old, the family decided to immigrate to the United States in search of better opportunities. They settled in Vienna, Virginia, a town known for its welcoming environment, particularly for immigrants from South Asia. Samma adapted quickly to her new home. While her family continued to speak Nepali at home, she learned English with ease and integrated seamlessly into her school community. Teachers praised her exceptional academic abilities, and classmates described her as cheerful and kind-hearted. During her school years, Samma developed a strong passion for science, particularly biology and psychology, which shaped her future aspirations. A pivotal moment in Samma's life came with the tragic loss of her older sister, Manisha, who passed away in an accident. This heartbreaking event profoundly impacted the family but also became a driving force for Samma's personal growth. She resolved to pursue a career in medicine, motivated by a desire to help others and prevent similar tragedies. Throughout her high school years, Samma took part in various volunteer projects, where she gained valuable insights into the impact of healthcare. After graduating, Samma enrolled at Virginia State University, majoring in biology and psychology. She was known for her strong motivation, excellent organizational skills, and ability to set ambitious goals, which she pursued with unwavering determination. Her ultimate dream was to attend medical school and make a difference in the lives of others. In stark contrast, Jessica Ewing, her college friend, grew up in a very different environment. Raised in a strict Baptist household in Easton, Maryland, Jessica's upbringing was shaped by rigid religious principles that left little room for deviation. Her early years were marked by a deeply personal trauma, a harrowing episode involving aggressive behavior from a family friend. Jessica never discussed this incident with her family, choosing instead to press her feelings and conceal her pain. When Jessica enrolled in college, she sought to break free from the strict religious environment that had defined her upbringing and focused on her studies. She chose 2 majors, biology and aquaculture. However, internal conflicts persisted. Jessica began to realize that her feelings toward other women conflicted with the beliefs instilled in her by her family. This created an ongoing emotional struggle that she couldn't handle alone. In February 2012, at Virginia State University, Jessica met Samma during a lecture. Samma's energy and kindness made a strong impression on Jessica. Over time, their interaction became more frequent. They often discussed coursework, shared opinions on scientific topics, and prepared for classes together. For Samma, this connection was a natural extension of her open and warm personality. For Jessica, however, their growing friendship quickly took on a different tone. Her interest in Samma began to cross the boundaries of a typical friendship. The attention Jessica gave to her often felt unusually personal. Samma, focused on her studies and future career, didn't notice that their friendship was taking on a deeper meaning for Jessica. This bond, which started innocently enough, would soon play a pivotal role in their lives. Jessica increasingly sought opportunities to spend time with Samma, while Samma viewed their interactions as part of a normal friendship. At this point, no one around them suspected that these interactions would one day lead to tragedy. Jessica's challenge lay in the fact that her feelings for Samma were far from platonic. She began to grapple with the realization that her attraction conflicted with the strict beliefs of her upbringing. This inner turmoil grew. On one side, there was her desire to maintain their friendship. On the other, her struggle with unrequited romantic feelings. Jessica tried to hide her emotions, fearing judgment from others and rejection from Samma herself. Meanwhile, Samma began developing a relationship with someone else. She started dating Scott Maselli, an upperclassman preparing for law school. Their relationship began as casual conversation, but soon evolved into something more meaningful. Scott was captivated by Simona from the start, and despite her busy academic life, she made time for him. The two women supported each other in pursuing their ambitions, which only deepened their bond. However, Jessica's feelings towards Samma's relationship with Scott became a source of intense emotional distress. She struggled with jealousy that she couldn't openly express. It frustrated her that Samma was spending more time with Scott, prioritizing dates and outings over their friendship. Even small mentions of Scott in conversation stung Jessica and intensified her yearning to be in his place. As she grappled with these emotions, Jessica began to reflect on her feelings, trying to understand the nature of her attachment to Samma. She soon realized that her emotions weren't just rooted in admiration, but in a deep, emotional connection. At the same time, she felt growing pressure from her upbringing. Jessica continually reminded herself that these feelings conflicted with the religious principles of her family and the community she was raised in. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't overcome the internal conflict that was consuming her. During this time, Jessica increasingly withdrew, avoiding discussions about her emotions even with close friends. She felt that no one in her circle could truly understand her. The only outlet for her feelings became her journal. In its pages, she described her pain and confusion, but even in writing she was afraid to fully express her thoughts, fearing that someone might discover her secret. As time went on, her emotional struggles began to affect her daily life. Jessica started avoiding Scott, trying not to run into him on campus. This wasn't just because of jealousy, but also out of fear that he might notice her feelings for Samma. At the same time, she tried to remain a good friend to Samma, but the growing tension made it increasingly difficult for her to maintain their usual ease of interaction. The situation was made worse by the fact that Samma saw Jessica solely as a friend. She was comfortable sharing personal topics and future plans with Jessica, but never saw their friendship as anything more. For Simona, her relationship with Scott was a priority, and she worked to strengthen their bond. This only reinforced Jessica's belief that her feelings were unreciprocated. In an effort to cope with her growing internal discomfort, Jessica sought help from university counselors. However, even after these sessions, her emotional instability persisted. Every time Samma mentioned Scott or talked about her romantic plans, Jessica felt overwhelmed by anger and resentment. She began to blame herself for her feelings, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a way to let go of them. These emotional struggles laid the groundwork for what would follow. Jessica's attachment to Samma, compounded by jealousy and internal conflict, gradually turned into an obsession. Her inability to resolve her inner turmoil would eventually lead to tragic consequences. One of the turning points in Jessica and Samma's relationship began with what seemed like a casual conversation. During one of their meetups, they started talking about movies, and Samma mentioned that she had never seen The Lion King. Excited by the chance to spend more time with her, Jessica suggested they watch it together. For Samma, it was a friendly suggestion she accepted without hesitation. For Jessica, however, this was an opportunity to grow closer to Samma and explore the possibility of deepening their connection. On the scheduled day, Jessica put a lot of thought into the evening. She planned every detail carefully, aiming to create a warm and welcoming atmosphere. She viewed this as a significant moment in their dynamic, a chance to take their bond to the next level. Samma, on the other hand, approached the evening with her usual casual and relaxed demeanor. This difference in perspective became the first sign of how differently they interpreted their time together. What Jessica saw as a pivotal moment, Samma saw as a simple movie night with a friend. As the film played, Jessica grew increasingly tense. Her focus wasn't on the movie storyline, but on Samma sitting next to her. She felt it was the perfect moment to finally express her feelings. At one point, unable to contain her emotions, Jessica interrupted their conversation about the film and nervously leaned closer. She jokingly suggested they try a kiss, presenting it as a light-hearted idea. Samma was taken aback, but didn't see it as a big deal. She interpreted it as nothing more than a curious and harmless experiment, driven by the playful nature of their friendship. Without giving it much thought, she agreed, seeing it as just another quirky moment in their interactions. For Jessica, however, this kiss was monumental. She saw it as validation of her hopes, and believed it might mean her feelings were reciprocated. After that evening, their perceptions of the situation diverged drastically. Samma resumed her daily life, treating the event as insignificant. She continued to interact with Jessica as she always had, unaware of the profound impact it had on her friend. Jessica, on the other hand, couldn't stop replaying the moment in her mind. She overanalyzed every word, every action, looking for hidden signs that Samma might share her feelings. From that point on, Jessica's internal tension began to escalate. She slowly realized that Samma didn't see her the way she had hoped. This gap between Jessica's expectations and reality left her feeling increasingly frustrated and disappointed. Attempts to bring up the topic with Samma didn't yield the responses Jessica wanted, further fueling her emotional distress. Jessica's growing struggles led her to seek help from a university counselor, who recommended she start a course of medication to stabilize her emotions. The prescribed treatment was intended to alleviate Jessica's anxiety and help balance her mood swings. However, she didn't experience significant improvement. The problem lay in Jessica not being fully honest with her therapist about her feelings or the nature of her relationship with Samma. By withholding key details, she made it difficult for her counselors to fully understand her situation and offer the right support. Jessica sought solace in conversations with her friends, discussing her emotional struggles without explicitly mentioning Samma. However, she soon realized that those around her couldn't provide the comfort she needed. Her expressions of discomfort were often dismissed as trivial, and the advice she received felt generic and unhelpful, deepening her sense of isolation. Meanwhile, Samma became increasingly focused on her studies. After being accepted into the University of Pennsylvania's medical program, she threw herself into preparing for this exciting new phase of her life. Her schedule became more demanding, and her priorities shifted toward academic and professional goals. She spent less time with friends, including Jessica, and concentrated almost entirely on her career aspirations. For Samma, this period marked the beginning of her long-awaited dream to become a doctor. For Jessica, this growing distance was deeply painful. She interpreted it as a sign that their relationship no longer held the same importance to Simona. Even their rare interactions brought little solace. Their conversations revolved around Simona's plans and academic progress, rarely touching on personal topics. Jessica felt increasingly sidelined, which only amplified her feelings of inadequacy. In this context, Jessica began experiencing obsessive thoughts about how to restore her connection with Simona. She imagined various scenarios where she would confess her feelings or find ways to capture Simona's attention again. However, every potential solution she envisioned seemed insufficient. At some point, Jessica started considering more significant actions to regain Simona's focus. One early indication of the events to come was a conversation Jessica had with a friend. She mentioned her desire to plan a special evening for Simona, one where they could have an open and honest conversation to resolve lingering tensions. She talked about the potential details of this meeting, but avoided specifics. Jessica hinted that the evening needed to be something Simona would remember for a long time. At the time, her words seemed innocent. But in hindsight, they took on a more ominous tone. On the evening of February 7, 2014, the two friends arranged to meet at Samma's home. Jessica had carefully prepared for the occasion, viewing it as a pivotal moment to rekindle their closeness. She chose an outfit she thought would be fitting for the special night, and brought along wine and dessert, hoping to create a relaxed and inviting atmosphere. To Jessica, this evening was far more than a friendly gathering. It was an opportunity to express her feelings and perhaps receive the response she had long been hoping for. When Jessica arrived, her expectations were immediately shattered. Simona greeted her in casual attire, wearing simple pajamas and slippers with no hint of the celebratory atmosphere Jessica had envisioned. For Samma, this was just an ordinary evening spent with a friend. She planned to share dinner and conversation, but nothing more. This stark contrast in how they perceived the evening was the first blow to Jessica, who was already in an emotionally fragile state. As the evening went on, the tension between them grew. Jessica tried to steer the conversation in a direction that she hoped would bring them closer. She made subtle remarks about their friendship and how much Samma meant to her. But Samma, focused on everyday topics, didn't read into Jessica's words. At one point, Jessica cautiously shifted the conversation toward more personal matters, asking questions about Samma's feelings toward her. She phrased them carefully to avoid suspicion. But with every vague or dismissive response from Samma, Jessica's frustration grew. The breaking point came when Samma openly stated that their friendship had no romantic undertones for her. She explained that she had always seen their relationship as strictly platonic, and that the kiss they had shared was nothing more than a moment of curiosity. For Jessica, these words marked the end of any hope she had been holding on to. Months of resentment and hurt came rushing to the surface. She felt humiliated and rejected, unable to accept that her feelings had been completely disregarded. The conflict escalated quickly, starting with raised voices. Jessica accused Samma of toying with her emotions and giving her false hope. Caught off guard by Jessica's outburst, Samma tried to calm her down, but her attempts only made things worse. Jessica's words turned into shouts and her gestures became increasingly threatening. Trying to defuse the situation, Simona suggested they end the conversation and wrap up the evening, but this only fueled Jessica's anger further. At some point, Jessica lost control of her emotions. She grabbed Samma, demanding that she listen. A brief struggle ensued, during which Jessica's frustration and hurt manifested in physical aggression. In an uncontrolled outburst, Jessica grabbed Samma by the neck and began squeezing. She didn't fully realize what she was doing until Samma stopped struggling. Only then did Jessica grasp the gravity of her actions. Her hands loosened and she stepped back, staring at the motionless figure before her. The moment of realization threw Jessica into a state of panic. She couldn't believe that her anger and feelings of betrayal had led to such a devastating outcome. She knew she had done something irreversible, and in the moments following the incident, her mind was consumed by chaotic thoughts about what to do next. One question echoed in her mind: what now? Her mind raced with chaotic plans, ranging from calling for medical help to completely hiding the body. Fear of being caught quickly took over, and she decided to act to cover her tracks. Jessica's first step was to hide the body. She found a sleeping bag in Simona's apartment, wrapped the body in it, and dragged it to Simona's car, which was parked outside. Jessica intended to stage the scene to look like a disappearance rather than a crime. However, the task proved too challenging for her alone. She called two acquaintances, Kiefer Brown and Michael Heller, asking for their help with what she vaguely described as handling a problem. She deliberately withheld the details of what had happened. When the two arrived, they immediately noticed Jessica's nervous demeanor. She tried to persuade them to help move the body without revealing the full story. Kiefer reluctantly agreed, but Michael was more cautious, suspecting that the situation was far more serious than Jessica was letting on. Despite his reservations, they helped move the body into Simona's car. Jessica mentioned her plan to dispose of it entirely, but no concrete steps were taken that night. The following day, Samma's parents became increasingly worried when they were unable to reach her. She usually maintained regular contact with them, but this time, their calls went unanswered. Alarmed, they reported her disappearance to the police. Authorities swiftly launched an investigation, recognizing that Samma, a diligent student, would never just disappear without reason. Investigators honed in on her last known evening and began identifying individuals who had been with her. Jessica, being the last person to have seen Samma, knew she was a prime suspect. In an attempt to deflect suspicion, she voluntarily went to the police station with her attorney and parents, claiming that she wanted to cooperate. However, during questioning, Jessica refused to answer key questions, which raised suspicions among the investigators. Her evasive and unusual behavior made her the central focus of the investigation. Meanwhile, police conducted a search of Samma's apartment, hoping to find clues that could help unravel the mystery. They discovered evidence of a struggle in blood that indicated a violent encounter had taken place. This supported their theory of foul play. Shortly after, Simona's car was found and inside investigators discovered her body. Jessica's attempts to hide the evidence had failed, as several mistakes, such as physical traces left at the scene, quickly connected her to the crime. A few days after Samma's disappearance, Jessica was arrested. Her behavior during interrogations raised even more red flags. She contradicted herself multiple times and avoided giving clear answers. Both Kiefer and Michael were also questioned by the police. Kiefer admitted to helping move the body, but insisted he had no knowledge of Simona's cause of death. Michael, on the other hand, fully cooperated, telling authorities that he found Jessica's actions suspicious and had refused to assist her further. Jessica's arrest was the first step in uncovering the details of the crime. Her friends who had been involved in hiding the body also came under investigation. However, it was Jessica's missteps and erratic behavior that played a crucial role in allowing the police to piece together the truth. As the investigation progressed, the facts became increasingly clear and her culpability grew undeniable. The trial began in February 2015 and attracted significant public attention. Prosecutors presented a substantial amount of evidence, including signs of a struggle in Samma's apartment, blood traces at the scene, and surveillance footage showing Samma's car being driven by Jessica on the day of the disappearance. A critical piece of evidence was the discovery of Samma's belongings in Jessica's possession, including her medical kit and personal photographs. During the trial, Jessica initially denied her guilt, claiming her actions were the result of an emotional breakdown. However, faced with overwhelming evidence, she eventually admitted her role in the crime. In her statement, Jessica described the motives behind her actions, explaining that her anger stemmed from feelings of rejection and humiliation, when Samma made it clear that their relationship was strictly platonic. Jessica stated that at the time of the crime, she was in a state of deep emotional distress, which caused her to lose control. Psychological evaluations confirmed that Jessica exhibited signs of depression and emotional instability, but experts noted that she was fully aware of her actions at the time of the crime. This finding was crucial in the court's decision not to consider her mental state as a mitigating factor. Prosecutors emphasized that the crime had been committed deliberately, and that Jessica's efforts to hide evidence pointed to premeditation. The defense attempted to portray Jessica as a victim of her own internal conflicts, but the substantial evidence and her eventual confession weakened their argument. The court's verdict was decisive. Jessica was found guilty of premeditated murder and concealment of a body. She was sentenced to 80 years in prison with 45 years to be served without the possibility of parole. Additionally, she received an extra 5 years for her attempts to cover up the crime. Kiefer Brown received a lighter sentence for his role in helping to hide the body. He was initially sentenced to 12 months in jail, but his term was reduced to 28 days due to his cooperation with law enforcement. Michael Heller was not charged as he had refused to participate in hiding the evidence and had promptly reported his suspicions to the authorities. The verdict brought mixed emotions to Simona's family. On one hand, they felt some relief knowing that the person responsible for the crime had been held accountable. On the other hand, their loss was irreparable. After the sentencing, Samma's parents thanked the court and law enforcement for a fair investigation, but acknowledged that nothing could ever bring their daughter back. The trial not only brought closure to the case, but also served as a sobering reminder of the importance of early intervention in addressing emotional and psychological struggles. The university where both Samma and Jessica studied introduced a mental health support program aimed at preventing similar tragedies in the future. Samma's family endured unimaginable grief. Having lost their eldest daughter in an accident just a few years earlier, they were now faced with another tragedy. This event was marked by profound cruelty. Losing Samma not only took their daughter from them, but also shattered their sense of safety, trust, and justice. Her parents were devastated by the realization that someone they had considered a friend to their daughter could be capable of such an act. Their grief was deepened by prolonged anguish and the struggle to come to terms with the tragedy. The devastating loss left a permanent mark on the lives of those closest to Samma, sparking broader conversations about emotional resilience and mental health within educational and social systems. The tragedy highlighted the importance of timely intervention when emotional crises arise. The story of Jessica and Samma became a stark reminder of how suppressed emotions, unresolved internal conflicts, and a lack of emotional support can lead to catastrophic outcomes. Moving on to the next case. Shondaanda Stansbury. Shondaanda Stansbury was 24 years old when she vanished in Weldon, North Carolina. She was last seen around 6 a.m. on December 9, 2006, at her sister's workplace, the Waffle House. At the time, she had visible bruises on her face and legs, along with a noticeable bump on her temple. A customer at the restaurant gave her a ride to the West Side Trailer Court in Roanoke Rapids, where she had been staying with friends. However, on the day she disappeared, those friends asked her to leave. Since that day, she has not been heard from. Initially, authorities believed Stansbury may have left on her own accord. But on December 14 at 11:30 a.m., a woman called 911 from Walden County, South Carolina, claiming she had seen someone she believed to be Stansbury running into the woods behind the Information Grocery Store off Highway 158 in Halifax, North Carolina. The caller disconnected without giving her name, and police were unable to trace the call at first. However, they were able to locate and speak with the woman several days later. She told them two black males chased the woman who was naked, bleeding from her face and screaming for help into the woods. The witness knew Stansbury and recognized her. She said that she didn't try to help because she was afraid for her life. The witness described one of the men chasing Stansbury as between 28 and 32 years old, 5 feet 8 inches tall with dark complexion, big arms and a stocky build. He was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt and a baseball cap and may have been bald. The other man in the sighting was described as being 5 foot 6 inches tall, with light skin and a medium build, bald with dreadlocked hair. He was possibly wearing Timberland boots, jeans with patches, and an oversized button-down shirt, which might have been brown or light brown. Following the witness's account, Stansbury's case was reclassified as that of an endangered missing person. In February, over a year after her disappearance, additional witnesses came forward, claiming to have seen Shonda in Wilson County, about 60 miles away from Roanoke Rapids. Detectives were dispatched to investigate, but once again, they were unable to find any trace of her. Stansbury has 3 children, and her mother speculates that Shonda may have suffered a head injury that caused amnesia, leaving her unable to remember her identity. As of now, her case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Donna Mako. In 1984, Donna Mako was staying with her family in New Jersey. At just 19 years old, she juggled 2 impressive jobs, working as a legal secretary during the week and pursuing her dream of becoming a professional model in her spare time. Donna was a striking blonde, the kind of person everyone wanted to be friends with, but her beauty never overshadowed her kindness. She lived on Cherrybrook Lane in East Windsor with her mother, Betty, stepfather Ronald, and younger sister Julie. Julie, who looked much like Donna, aspired to follow in her sister's footsteps one day. Her older sister, Toni, had recently moved out, leaving the Mako family not quite ready to let go of Donna. To offer her some privacy, her parents had allowed Donna to live in the basement, giving her a separate entrance and the freedom to come and go as she pleased. Unfortunately, this very setup would become a crucial detail in the tragedy that followed. On the night of February 26, 1984, everything seemed normal. Donna didn't have any special plans for the evening, though she did need to run an errand for work the following morning. 14-year-old Julie returned home to find her sister's car parked in the driveway, indicating that Donna was back. Julie was excited, eager to spend time with her older sister. Donna allowed her to stay in the basement, where they watched horror movies until the early hours of the morning. Around 2:45 a.m., Julie decided to call it a night and went upstairs to her room to sleep, leaving Donna to watch TV alone. Betty and her husband, Ronald, were already in bed, and Julie soon fell asleep herself. There was no sign of a struggle or any disturbance. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. The next morning, Donna was missing from the breakfast table. Her family assumed she had left for her office job, which was scheduled for that day. It wasn't unusual for Donna to come and go without informing anyone, so they thought nothing of it. The day passed without incident, and as dinner time approached, they still hadn't heard from her. That is when Betty got seriously worried. It was not like Donna to be gone so long without telling her family. She never even stayed the night anywhere. She always had dinner with her family unless she had plans. Betty thought perhaps Donna had come home, and she missed it somehow. But as she descended the stairs to her daughter's basement room, she was surprised to see it was a mess. Donna was not there, but everything had been hurriedly tossed around. There were clear signs that there had been a struggle. Donna was a very organized, neat girl, so this was out of character. And that is when her eyes settled on a shocking sight in the corner of the room. It was a pile of bloody clothes. Betty immediately called the police, upset that she had not seen this detail sooner. After some time of searching, investigators recovered Donna's car a mile away from home. The black four-door '79 Chrysler was parked on the side of Millstone Road near the Cranberry border. All the doors were open, but even more shocking were the blood stains all over the car. From the upholstery to the ceiling, there was blood everywhere. Officers found her wallet, money, credit cards, and driver's license in the car. The blood from her room and blood from her car were sent for lab testing. A thorough analysis of her room revealed some clues. There was male DNA on some of Donna's clothes. It was obvious that a man had broken into her room and kidnapped her. There was the possibility of assault and the unthinkable. He might have taken Donna's life. The blood from the car and room belonged to Donna. Unfortunately, DNA technology was still in its initial stages, so there was not much to identify the perpetrator. There were no leads regarding Donna's whereabouts, and the case remained unsolved for months. The Mako family struggled with the uncertainty of her disappearance. As if the situation wasn't already painful enough, tragedy struck again 6 months later when Ronald, Donna's stepfather, passed away. This loss devastated Betty and Julie, making an already difficult time even harder. Tony, in an attempt to move on, got married in 1986, but the family's heartache continued. A year later, in 1987, Betty and Julie decided to move to Carrollton, Texas, in hopes of starting fresh. However, their attempt at a new beginning was plagued by more misfortune. They had placed all of Donna's belongings in a storage unit while they settled in, but it turned out to be a terrible decision. The storage unit was burglarized, and 16 boxes containing Donna's personal items were stolen. Mementos, photographs, precious memories were lost. This is a very interesting point because normally a burglar would not take photographs or files. Betty became grief-stricken after losing her husband and not knowing where her Donna was. In 1990, she passed away as well. Julie was 20 years old when her mother passed. As she took her last few breaths, Betty made Julie promise to never give up on Donna's case, to find her no matter what. A decade later, the sisters finally had an answer, not necessarily one they liked. On April 2, 1995, 11 years after Donna vanished without a trace, an unexpected discovery was made. A Boy Scouts troop commander, while leading an expedition, stumbled upon a partially dressed skeleton concealed in thick underbrush. The remains were wrapped in a carpet in a wooded area near a cranberry farm. It lay eerily close to the spot where Donna's car had been abandoned years ago. Authorities swiftly responded, and using dental records, they confirmed the remains were indeed those of Donna Mako. The medical examiner initially concluded that she had passed due to a gunshot wound to the head. But back at the lab, a more thorough examination revealed that it was blunt force trauma. Donna Mako's case went from a missing persons case to a slaying. Sadly, the only development in the case was a separate classification, and authorities at the time had no leads on who was responsible for Donna's death. Meanwhile, Julie gradually worked on rebuilding her life. She found love, got married, and had 3 children, all the while regularly checking in with the New Jersey police about her sister's case. Years passed, and in February 2013, tragedy struck again when Toni, now Toni Bartz, passed away. She was laid to rest in Little Elm, Texas, where she had spent her married life. Toni never learned who had so violently taken her sister's life. However, a decade later there was a glimmer of hope. In February 2022, nearly 40 years after the devastating events, authorities decided to reopen the investigation into Donna Mako's case. The first step was sending all the original evidence to the Central Regional Laboratory of the State Police in New Jersey for further analysis. This included DNA samples and fingerprints collected from the scene. In a remarkable breakthrough, the authorities announced in April 2023 that they had identified Nathaniel Harvey as the person responsible for taking the life of Donna Mako. Harvey, a man with a long history of criminal activity, had already passed away in prison. The crucial evidence came from the male DNA found in Donna's apartment during the initial investigation in 1984. This trace, which had no innocent reason to be there, ultimately led to the long-awaited resolution of the case. It was revealed that Harvey, who worked on the Cranberry Farm, who had been a person of interest initially, was the perpetrator all along. Officers at the time were unable to build a case against him as there was no DNA technology involved at the time. Harvey was arrested for a series of abuses many times over the years, but one thing that put him behind bars was a horrendous crime he committed in June of 1985. A 37-year-old widow named Irene Schnaps was found slain in the bedroom of her Plainsboro apartment. Her body was discovered by a coworker who, concerned after several days without contact, decided to check on her. Investigators concluded that Irene had been fatally struck on the head with a metal object. They found a bloody fingerprint on her pillow and a footprint on the floor, evidence that painted a grim picture of the crime. The lack of forced entry led the police to believe that Irene's attacker was someone she knew. This line of thinking directed their suspicion toward Peter, a neighbor known to have feelings for Irene. However, despite their initial focus on him, no substantial evidence was found linking Peter to the crime. He was eventually cleared as a suspect. Attention then shifted to Nathaniel Harvey, a notorious criminal known for breaking into homes and attacking women. During questioning, detectives noted that Harvey's shoe size matched the footprint found at the crime scene. Additionally, they discovered a Seiko watch belonging to Irene in Harvey's car. After 3 days of intense interrogation, Harvey confessed to taking her life. However, a critical error occurred. The confession was not recorded. Harvey later recanted his confession, claiming he was not involved in Irene's demise. Despite this, the evidence against Harvey was compelling enough to convict him. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for Irene's slaying. Harvey remained in prison from his arrest in 1985 until he passed away in February 2020 in Southwood State Prison despite multiple appeals. Julie Mako is now Julie Berger. She was 54 years old and a grandmother. She had also been an elected official who served on the council in the town of New Fairview, Texas. She was not expecting to find out the truth about her sister when she got that phone call from New Jersey police. Julie had stayed connected with people from East Windsor through the Heights Town High Memorial page on Facebook, hoping to help push her sister's investigation forward. She often found herself frustrated and angry at herself for not staying up with Donna that night. She wonders if things might have turned out differently if she had stayed. But deep down, Julie acknowledges that, as a child herself, she may have still ended up in danger. For years, the family sought help from trackers, private investigators, and even psychics, all in the hopes of uncovering what happened to their beloved Donna. Finally learning the truth provided some measure of closure for Julie. She will always remember the day when she and her husband went to retrieve Donna's remains, knowing that the investigation had come to an end. As she stood in solitude, a small ladybug landed on her arm. In that moment, Julie felt a deep sense of connection, believing that it was Donna reaching out, a sign that her sister was finally at peace. Moving on to the next case. Elsie Sigel. 20-year-old Elsie Sigel, the granddaughter of renowned military General Franz Sigel, was raised in a life of comfort and privilege. Coming from an upper-class family, her mother was involved in missionary work and taught a Chinese Sunday school class at St. Andrew's Church, located at 120 7th Street and 5th Avenue in New York City. Despite her father's objections, Elsie's mother began bringing her daughter to Chinatown, where they focused their outreach on helping women involved in drug use and sex work. During their work, the Sigel women met Leon Ling, a Chinese immigrant who also went by the name William. Ling was said to be well-educated, fluent in English, and both he and his roommate, Chan Singh, were considered to be Americanized and Christian converts. Initially, Ling accompanied Elsie and her mother for lunches and shopping outings, but over time, he and Elsie formed a closer bond. Eventually, Elsie began meeting Ling in secret without her mother's knowledge. She was last seen leaving her family's home on Wadsworth Avenue on June 9, 1909. 3 days later, her father received a telegram from Washington, D.C., reading, "I'll be home by the end of the week, don't worry." 1 week later, on June 19th, the police were contacted by the owner of a Chinese restaurant who expressed concern about his cousin, Leon Ling, who lived above the establishment on the top floor of an apartment building. The caller explained that he hadn't seen Leon in 6 days, his apartment door was locked, and repeated knocking and calls had gone unanswered. In response, a police officer was dispatched to conduct a welfare check. Upon entering the apartment, the officer found it nearly empty, furnished only with a bed and a large trunk tied with rope, seemingly prepared for shipping. When the trunk was opened, it revealed the body of a young woman. She was naked, wrapped in a bedsheet, and had been deceased for at least a week. A cord similar to the type used on window blinds was found wrapped tightly around her neck, indicating strangulation as the likely cause of death. Other than this, there were no visible signs of violence on the body. A thin gold chain with a bangle still hung around her neck, offering one of the few clues to her identity. The jewelry piece was inscribed with the letters. Additionally, another bracelet was found in the room, inscribed with the letters. It was then that Ling's cousin pointed out that his sweetheart was Elsie Sigel, and that he'd seen the couple at the theater together. The homicide unit was contacted about the body and investigators quickly got to work. Nobody had seen Ling or his roommates, Chun Singh, and the authorities felt that they were in some way involved with the murdered girls since they'd vanished at the same time. Upon speaking with the Sigel family, investigators were told that Elsie was not in fact missing. Her family then said that she was out of town. It's possible law enforcement were told this so the family could avoid a scandal. The family of American socialites Dorothy Arnold did the same thing when she vanished in 1910. Mr. Sigel was taken to view his daughter's body as well as the jewelry found with her. However, he was unable to identify with the bracelets or his daughter. Mrs. Sigel was then shown both and was able to positively identify them. Now armed with the identity of their victim, the police placed images of both Ling and Chong Sing in local and national newspapers. On June 20th, police were contacted by a man who'd hired a new cook for his establishment. He claimed that his new employee strongly resembled Singh's image. Singh was apparently going by the name R. Singh. Shortly after this phone call, police found Singh and brought him into custody where he admitted his true identity, but denied being involved with Elsie's death. Meanwhile, investigators continued to gather more background on Ling and his relationship with Elsie. They found out that prior to the 20-year-old's disappearance, Ling had spent some time living in the home she shared with her family. On June 1st, he called the police and explained that he had loaned Elsie $300, but there had been a misunderstanding about the repayment of the debt. However, he still had possessions at her family's home and requested that an officer accompany him so that no one would make a scene or think he was attempting to stir up trouble. An officer accompanied Ling to the property where he collected his things without incident. Shortly after Elsie's body was identified, her father came forward revealing that both Ling and a man named Chu Gain, who was the manager of the Port Arthur restaurant on Mott Street, were in love with his daughter. According to Mr. Sigel, on the evening of June 8th, the family had held a party which both men attended. Apparently, Ling had turned up drunk and he had pulled Elsie aside and told her that if she had anything to do with Gain, he would kill them both. Further corroborating this story, Gain admitted to police that he had been threatened by Ling. He then told authorities how on June 9th, Singh had come to him and said that if Gain provided Ling with enough money to fund his travel expenses, he would leave the city forever. Gain was over the moon as he obviously did not enjoy living with a death threat hanging over his head. He gave Singh all that he had, $260, after which Singh left, although he reportedly seemed agitated. After this confession, Gain was arrested pending further investigation, but was later released. Additionally, investigators uncovered a letter addressed to him in his room. It was from Elsie and was dated June 8th. It read as follows. My dear friend, I don't want you to feel badly because Willie was here tonight. You know that I love you and you only and always will. Don't mind Willie. Although he is nothing to me now, I had to see him last night. I did not send for him. Your ever-loving Elsie. Meanwhile, in Ling's room, authorities found a letter from the 20-year-old, although the date of it is unclear. In the notes, Elsie mentioned that she was writing the letter while her mother was not home as she would not let her write to him. She went on to say, quote, Don't think, Willie, that I will ever give you up. I will always remember the good times we have together. Please let me know if I can see you soon and how. With love, Elsie. Eventually, what is generally accepted as the truth came to light when Chong Singh finally decided to open up to the police. According to Singh, at 10:30 on the morning of June 9th, Elsie came to the apartment to see Ling and chastise him for his poor conduct at the party the previous night, and to tell him not to call her house anymore. Singh initially stayed downstairs while Elsie went up to see Ling, but eventually he too went upstairs where he heard a noise in one of the rooms. Peeking through a partially open door, he saw the couple struggling with one another. He told authorities, I saw blood on her face and I saw a handkerchief up to her mouth. He said that Ling then threw Elsie's motionless body onto the bed before he ripped off her clothing and wrapped her up in a sheet. Afterwards, he pulled the trunk from a cupboard. Seeing this, Singh commented to his flatmates that the whole incident was dirty work and that he was going away. Although it's not clear why, Singh gave Ling $200 of his own money and the $260 he extorted from Gain before leaving and moving in with his cousin. Following this confession, Singh was held as a material witness under a $10,000 bail. Around this time, investigators uncovered that it was Ling who had sent the telegram from Washington, D.C. to Elsie's father. They also found out that after the murder, Ling had spent some time trying to dispose of the trunk, passing it around to various businesses owned by Chinese friends and acquaintances. He reportedly wanted to leave it indefinitely at a specific restaurant, but the owner refused. So Ling had to return to the apartment with the trunk where it was later discovered by police. Detectives theorized that Elsie's clothing was burned using the apartment stove. Eventually Chong Singh was released due to there being insufficient evidence to hold him. Newspapers in both the US and Canada published photos of Ling for months following the discovery of Elsie's body. In fact, her case stayed in the headlines for over 2 years, but despite law enforcement's intense search for him, Ling has never been located. Several news articles report that in 1910, the Secret Service found that Ling had made his way to Canada and then back to China, where he lived out the rest of his life on a farm. For many people, Elsie's murder is cut and dry. Others, however, have various theories about what really happened. Online theorists have proposed several scenarios in the mysterious case of Elsie Sigel. Some believe that she and Leon Ling initially fled to Washington, but that Ling later murdered her and secretly returned her body to New York. Others have speculated that the body found in the trunk was not Elsie at all, but a look-alike planted to mislead authorities. Another theory suggests Elsie may have died by suicide in Ling's apartment, leaving him to dispose of the body out of fear. There are also doubts about the credibility of Chan Singh's account, with some suspecting he may have played a role in the crime and fabricated his story to avoid prosecution. Because Elsie was a young white woman from a prominent, upper-class family and her alleged relationship involved a Chinese immigrant, the case stirred widespread outrage and media frenzy. The fact that she was related to the well-known Sigel family only intensified public interest. In the aftermath of her death, anti-Chinese sentiment grew more pronounced in New York and beyond, fueled by xenophobic rhetoric and moral panic. Many people even blamed Elsie, accusing her of misconduct for engaging in a forbidden relationship. Despite the intense attention the case received, Lian Ling was never found, and no one was ever held accountable. Her family never received justice, and Elsie Sigel's murder remains officially unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Francesca Antoinette Martinez's. On the evening of March 8, 1982, Susanna Brown attended a Tupperware party near their home in Abilene, Texas. Her daughter, Francesca, stayed at the house of their neighbor, Katie Spivey. When Francesca asked if she could have a sleepover, Kathy, the neighbor, kindly explained that it was a school night and suggested they plan for the weekend instead. After picking up Francesca around 8:30 p.m., Susanna returned home with her. The following morning, around 3:20 a.m., Billy Brown returned home from work. In the darkness, he had no idea what awaited him. As he turned on the light, the first thing he saw was blood. He then discovered his wife, Susanna, lifeless and half-hidden under the bed. Passing the living room phone, Billy made his way to the kitchen to call 911. When the officers arrived, they found the body of his 8-year-old stepdaughter, Francesca Antoinette Martinez, inside the house. It was a disturbing discovery, but law enforcement soon noticed something peculiar. Susanna was found lying face up in her bedroom, with a lamp cord still wrapped around her neck. Her daughter, Francesca, had also been strangled with a phone cord, which was cut in 2 places around her neck. Both ligatures used in the slayings were items already found in the house, suggesting that the crime was one of opportunity rather than being premeditated. The choice of strangulation, a violent and intimate method, indicated that the perpetrator was likely familiar with the victims. The medical examiner later revealed that there was male DNA fluid found in Susanna's mouth, though it appeared to have been rinsed off. While this could have been consensual, it could not be definitively linked to the crime. Additionally, there were 3 large lacerations on Susanna's head, indicating that the assailant had struck her with a lamp on the left side of her head before strangling her. Her white V-neck t-shirt had a small tear, and her bra was also damaged. Her blue shorts were found around her ankles, though there was no indication of sexual assault. It was noted that little Francesca had been hiding under the bed. The way her body was found, it appeared the attacker found and dragged her out. Interestingly, Billy told police at the time that the back door was slightly open and a window was open 5 to 6 inches. This looked staged as all the screen doors were intact, in fact, shut. Officers could find no signs of breaking and entering, not even a scratch on the door, and there was nothing missing from the house. For a man struck with such misfortune, Billy seemed unfazed. He was calm, not too upset, and even made inappropriate dad jokes. That is when he turned from the affected loved one to their number 1 suspect. Investigators first wanted to know more about Susanna Flores Brown. For parents Nick Flores and Frances Soda, Susanna was a Texas girl through and through. Born on October 20, 1951 in Taylor County, Texas. She had 2 sisters, a half-sister and a half-brother. Susanna was loved and adored by all. When she was only 16 years old, she fell in love. But the man she chose was 10 years older than her, 26-year-old Freddie Martinez. In 1967, they got married. They were blissfully married for a long time. Freddie was in the Marine Corps, a lance corporal in the U.S. Army. He served in the Vietnam War up until 1973 when the war was over. For Freddie, 1973 would turn out to be an eventful year. In January, as the Paris Peace Accords were signed and troops were withdrawn, Freddie lost his father. But by the end of the year, some light came into his life. On December 11, 1973, he was blessed in the form of little Francesca Antoinette Martinez, his baby girl. Francesca was affectionately known as Cha Cha because of her fun spirit. She studied at Bonham Elementary School in Abilene. The mother and daughter were happy and loved, but unfortunately, as often happens with teen marriages, their marriage did not work out. The couple separated with Susanna keeping Francesca. Susanna was very busy with her daughter who loved to dance and be involved in just about everything. For a while, it was just the two of them until 1979 when Billy Brown entered their lives. One night at a nightclub, she met a handsome man who took her heart. Billy worked at Nucorp and appeared to be a loving family man. Susanna's sisters noticed the relationship turning sour very quickly. He was a flirt and a womanizer. Linda Flores and Rita Flores Lafferty believed he was cheating on her repeatedly. Susanna tried to attribute it to them being racist, and even explained how he was different and kind, but the sisters still did not like him. Once, they were all out with their dates at a nightclub when Linda came across the couple arguing. She saw Billy push Susanna hard, knocking her down. The couple had been in a relationship for around 3 years. Susanna's family described Billy as controlling and abusive. Susanna was in significant danger from Billy as detailed by her siblings. Richard Flores, Susanna's half-brother, arrived at the crime scene after hearing about the double murder. He immediately noticed that Billy, Susanna's husband, showed no signs of grief or distress. Instead, he was laughing and joking about a bottle of whiskey that Richard had left at the house a week earlier. For Richard, this behavior was a major red flag, as it seemed like Billy was completely detached from the gravity of the situation. Rowan Flores Beats, Susanna's half-sister, recalled that Susanna had expressed reluctance about being intimate with Billy. She mentioned that when she didn't meet his sexual expectations, Billy would become irritable, making snide and rude remarks throughout the day. The news that Susanna wanted to leave Billy, combined with his alleged anger over intimacy issues, provided investigators with a potential motive. Billy claimed that he had been trying to reach Susanna for some time before finally getting through. This led investigators to construct a theory of events. They suggested that when Susanna didn't answer the phone, Billy's feelings of insecurity, jealousy, and control spiraled out of control, resulting in an argument that ultimately escalated into the horrific act. Sarah Sato, a close cousin of Susanna, told investigators that in the summer of 1981, she had taken Susanna to the hospital. Susanna allegedly claimed that she and Billy Brown got into a fight that led to her suffering a miscarriage. The officers strongly believed there was physical abuse in the relationship. Things got heated often, and investigators discovered Susanna had once called the police in November of 1981 afraid of Billy. They had a domestic issue, and allegedly Billy had gone to see another woman. He laughed it off with the police, saying Susanna had poured dirt in his car's gas tank as revenge. Then, realizing it was too much and perhaps she crossed the line, she called the police fearing Billy's reaction. Susanna confided in her family that she did not want to marry Billy or live in Texas due to the common law marriage laws. While Susanna and Billy were not married by Texas laws, there was intent to marry, and they were living together for some time, so she was considered his common law wife. But Susanna's unwillingness was evident. According to court documents, she refused to take his last name until shortly before her end, only doing so under his pressure. A few weeks before her untimely end, Susanna asked her mother for money to change the locks. About a week before the tragedy, she asked her siblings if they could get her a gun. Richard Flores further explained that he knew something nobody else did. Susanna was trying to leave Billy, and he was very upset about it, threatening her. She went to Richard, told him everything, and asked him to help her buy a gun. It was almost as if Susanna knew something, as if she knew what was to come. As investigators zeroed in on Billy, interrogating him, he produced an alibi. He claimed he left for his job at the Nucorp Manufacturing Company at around 4:30 p.m. on March 8th. He clocked in at 5 p.m. and clocked out at 3 a.m. the following morning. Investigators met with his alibi, Josie Landos, a Nucorp employee. It was rumored that Billy Brown was cheating on Susanna with Josie. Josie was cooperative, and admitted it would be easy for Billy to slip out of work as the nature of his job allowed him to leave undetected. Other employees, including co-workers named James Coffey and Larry Skiles, confirmed it was highly possible, which further reduced Billy's alibi. Back in 1982, Billy could not be convicted due to lack of evidence. Little did the officers know they, in fact, did possess evidence. It just needed DNA analysis. The case ended up in the unsolved pile until years later in February 2012 when Abilene police asked Billy to come in for an interview. He did not show up or agree to give a DNA sample. 10 years later, on the January 17, 2023, the oral swab from Susanna's mouth was processed, and there was no question. It was Billy. The investigators wanted to speak to Billy. They confronted him outside his house, but he took it very lightly. Billy sat down for a 2-hour interview with the police where he denied all allegations and said he loved his wife. He denied any domestic violence. He also denied any miscarriage, saying Susanna had an abortion in 1981 by her own will. When he denied giving a DNA sample, he was served a warrant, and the DNA sample was taken by force. Billy was reportedly heard saying, "I have signed my own ending." He also claimed that since breaks at work were only 30 minutes long, he could not have made the drive back and forth to their Abilene home to commit the crime since it took 18 minutes to drive one way. He also passionately denied any relations with Susanna, saying he did not enjoy this particular act in bed. He was not aware that the officers had carried out a DNA analysis. It was Billy's bodily fluid in Susanna's mouth. Despite this, he profusely denied having done the deed with Susanna. He also said that it was possible Susanna was cheating on him with her ex at the time, trying to turn the police elsewhere. He said he got fried chicken for dinner, ate with his family, and left for work. When officers asked him why he did not call the police from the living room phone, he did not miss a beat and retorted with, "Did Francesca not have a phone cord around her neck?" There was no question about it. The perpetrator was Billy. Officers then had a clear picture. Billy had calculated the entire thing, slipped out of work, and taken Susanna's life. He then slayed Francesca, leaving no witness behind. On October 27, 2023, just 2 days after speaking with Susanna's sisters, police arrested Billy Brown on charges related to the deaths of Susanna and Francesca. However, he was released on a $200,000 bond the very next day. Billy claimed that his primary concern all these years was the belief that Susanna had been cheating on him with her ex. When reporters attempted to get a statement from him, Billy merely laughed off their questions. Susanna's sister, Linda, emotionally shared her thoughts. "I didn't have my hopes up because it's been so long, and I just thought, there's no way they can solve this. 41 years have passed." For Linda, hearing the news of the arrest was almost unbelievable. "It feels like a dream," she added. A trial date has yet to be set, but after 41 years, Susanna and Francesca may finally get the justice they deserve. Moving on to the next case. Michaela Joy Garecht. Michaela Joy Garecht was born on January 24, 1979, and lived in Hayward, California, with her parents, Rod and Sharon. On the morning of November 19, 1988, Michaela and her friend Katrina left home around 10 a.m. They rode their scooters to the Rainbow Market to buy some food and sodas. After leaving the store, they walked home but completely forgot about the scooters. Eventually, they remembered and returned to the store to retrieve them. Upon arriving, they noticed that one of the scooters was missing. Michaela then spotted it lying in a parking lot near a parked car. As she bent down to pick it up, an unknown man approached, picked her up, and put her into his car. The only witness to Michaela's abduction was Katrina, who ran inside the store to get help. The female clerk immediately called the police, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. 9-year-old Michaela was gone. The search for Michaela was extensive. During the first year, authorities received over 5,000 leads and printed 42 missing person flyers. Despite all the efforts to locate her, Michaela's whereabouts remain unknown. Her case was the first missing child case to be featured on America's Most Wanted in 1988, and was also highlighted on Unsolved Mysteries in the same year. In February 2009, the discovery of J.C. Dugard, who was found alive after being abducted, brought a renewed sense of hope to Michaela's parents. Michaela's mother, Sharon, continues to maintain an active blog dedicated to Michaela and the ongoing search for her. Every year, on the anniversary of her abduction, members of the community gather to place ribbons on the tree next to where the abductor's car was parked. In May 2019, the FBI announced a $10,000 reward for information regarding Michaela's disappearance. As of 2020, Michaela's case remains open, and efforts to locate her continue. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Bernadette Mian. Patricia Bernadette Mian was born on November 1, 1951, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She attended college in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where she studied early childhood development, preparing herself for a career in daycare. However, this path did not last long, and she decided to pursue something else. In 1985, she moved to Bozeman, Montana. In Bozeman, Patricia worked on a ranch because of her love for animals. She also took on various odd jobs to support herself. On April 19, 1989, Patricia spoke to her father on the phone and mentioned that she was feeling overwhelmed and really wanted to come home. The following evening, at 8:15 p.m., a woman named Peggy Bueller and her father were traveling west on Montana Highway 200 near Circle, Montana, when they saw a vehicle heading east in the wrong lane. Peggy was able to swerve in time to avoid a head-on collision, but the vehicle still crashed into the car behind hers. That car was driven by off-duty police dispatcher Carol Hates, who fortunately was not injured. Carol then saw a blonde woman emerge from the car that had caused the crash. The blonde woman walked up to Carol and stared at her with an unsettling, vacant gaze, as though she were looking right through her. The woman didn't say a word. Instead, she climbed over a fence and stood there motionless, observing the scene as if she were merely a spectator, not someone who had just been involved in the crash. Peggy then saw the woman walk away into an empty field, where she seemingly disappeared. Peggy then drove to town to reach her phone while her father stayed with Carol. The police soon arrived and the blonde woman was nowhere to be seen. Thanks to her car, she could be identified though. Within 30 minutes, she was identified as Patricia Mian. The police tried to find her. About a mile from the crash, they found a trail of tennis shoe tracks. Investigators followed the trail until about 3 a.m., until the tracks suddenly stopped. They then decided to inform Patricia's family. Her family then immediately came to Montana to help search. The family distributed over 2,000 missing persons flyers in the area. Local volunteers also started to search using horses and ATVs. Patricia's family even employed a helicopter search. Unfortunately, this was all to no avail. The police tried to determine why Patricia was in the area in the first place. The site of the accident was about 400 miles from where she lived. Investigators believed that Patricia had to have hitchhiked out of the area after the accident. If she stayed on foot, they would have found her. Patricia's mother told police that she was struggling with depression. It was believed early on in the investigation that Patricia also suffered from amnesia because of the crash. There have been over 5,000 reported sightings of Patricia since she disappeared. There are a few credible sightings of Patricia that have been reported. 2 weeks after her disappearance, a police officer in Laverne, Minnesota, claimed to have seen her at a Hardee's restaurant. The officer questioned her, but she refused to provide her name. At first, she said she was from Colorado, then later claimed to be from Israel. The next day, 2 more sightings of Patricia were reported. One was from a waitress in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, who saw Patricia sitting alone in a truck stop diner. On the same day, another waitress in Meadow, South Dakota, reported seeing Patricia with a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Despite these sightings and the ongoing efforts by her family, local volunteers, and law enforcement, no one has been able to determine Patricia Mian's whereabouts. Moving on to the next case. Ray Greer. Ray Greer was born on October 9, 1945, in Cleveland, Ohio. After earning his law degree, he began his career as a prosecutor. In 1969, he married Barbara Gray, whom he met shortly after graduating from the University of Dayton. In 1978, the couple adopted a baby girl named Lara. 2 years later, in 1980, Ray relocated to Pennsylvania and briefly worked as an assistant district attorney. In 1985, he was elected district attorney of Centre County and went on to be re-elected 4 times. However, in February 2005, he announced he would not seek re-election. Despite his professional success, Ray's personal life faced challenges. He and Barbara divorced in 1991, and although he remarried in 1996, his second marriage ended in February 2001 after just 5 years. A year later, Ray moved in with his girlfriend, Patty Fornicalla. Interestingly, Ray's family had already experienced tragedy. Back in May 1996, his older brother vanished from his home in Westchester, Ohio, and was found a week later in the Great Miami River. Authorities ruled his death a suicide. Then, in February 2005, Ray himself went missing. On April 15 at 11:30 a.m., he called Patty Fornicalla. This would be the last time anyone heard from him. When Ray didn't come home, Fornicalla contacted police to report him missing. The following day, investigators located Ray's red Mini Cooper parked in the lot of an antique store in Lewisburg. Inside the car was his cell phone, but not his laptop, keys or wallet. There was no signs of foul play. Near his car is a river, so the initial belief was that he took his life in the same manner as his brother. They searched the river, but there was no sign of him. A police fin took sniffer dogs to his car. What they found made them believe instead that Ray got into someone else's car. 2.5 months after he disappeared, fishermen found Ray's laptop. The laptop's hard drive was missing, but that too was found several days later. The police also searched Ray's house before Nicola was still living for any possible leads. On the home computer, they found some interesting searches, such as how to wreck a hard drive, how to fry a hard drive, and water damages to a notebook computer. Police now suspect that Ray may have taken his own life, but they continue to consider other possibilities, including foul play. Given his career as a district attorney, Ray likely made a number of enemies. There's also the chance that he chose to disappear and begin a new life. In fact, there have been several reported sightings of him, the most significant being from a bartender and an off-duty police officer who claimed to have seen Ray watching a baseball game in Wilkes-Barre. With so many unanswered questions, speculation continues, and many remain hopeful that Ray will eventually be found. Moving on to the next case. Rita Curran. During the summer of 1971, 24-year-old Rita Curran took a significant step toward independence by moving out of her parents' home into an apartment in Burlington, Vermont. Located on Brooks Avenue, the apartment was shared with 2 other women she had met through an ad in the Burlington Free Press, which sought a part-time roommate for the summer. It seemed like the right fit, so Rita moved in. She worked as a second-grade teacher at Milton Elementary School and had also begun graduate courses at the University of Vermont. To support herself over the summer, she took a job as a maid at the Colonial Motor Inn in South Burlington. Rita was known to be very quiet and shy, but she had recently begun stepping out of her comfort zone by joining a local barbershop quartet. On the night of July 19th, she had been practicing with the group until around 10 p.m. before returning to her apartment. An hour later, her roommates left with one of their boyfriends, Paul Robinson, for a late-night meal. In the early hours of July 20th, 1971, Burlington police were called to the apartment after one of the roommates returned and found Rita's body in the shared bedroom. Authorities determined that she had been beaten, sexually assaulted, and asphyxiated. Investigators discovered clear signs that Rita had fiercely fought back against her attacker, engaging in a violent struggle. Detective Tom Chenette of the Burlington Police noted that there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting the killer may have entered through an unlocked door or was somehow already inside. Rita appeared to have been preparing for bed when the attack occurred, as her hair was still set in curlers. Her purse, containing cash and all her personal belongings, including her driver's license, was found on the floor just behind the door. This led detectives to rule out robbery as a motive. Paul Robinson, who was dating one of Rita's roommates and had been staying at the apartment during that time, recalled they had only been out for 2 or 3 hours. He mentioned they had invited Rita to join them, but she declined. Robinson said he would never forget the sound of the screams when Rita's roommate discovered her body. The brutal nature of the crime shocked the community. Such violence was virtually unheard of in Burlington, Vermont. "It was a very innocent time," Robinson recalled. "I can't tell you how fast deadbolts flew off the shelves after Rita's slaying." According to Tom Jeanette, Rita received mysterious phone calls before her demise. There was a piece about phone calls that had come in, and some heavy breathing on the phone when he answered it, Jeanette said. Police officers collected evidence from the crime scene that included a single cigarette but found near her arm. Investigators interviewed Rita's neighbors and roommates. They also investigated hundreds of tips. The 2 roommates and Paul Robinson were all cleared of any involvement in the crime. Among the people questioned were a couple that lived in an apartment 2 floors above Rita's apartment. The husband, William D. Rios, who had a criminal record, stated that he was in the apartment with his wife all night and they had not heard or seen anything. A statement confirmed by his wife, Michelle D. Rios. Despite the public attention and decades of work by the Burlington Police Department, authorities never charged anyone or made an arrest, and the case went cold. In February 2014, the Burlington Police Department sent for DNA analysis all the evidence collected in the crime scene, including the cigarette butt. According to Burlington's acting police chief, John Murad, the department never stopped seeking justice for the victim's family. While the tests did compile a DNA profile of the person who had smoked the cigarette, it didn't match any DNA in databases compiled by law enforcement agencies across the country, possibly because the person didn't have a felony conviction. By February 2019, Rita's case became Burlington Police Department's oldest case. Rita's sister, Mary Campbell, said the crime still left her shocked and feeling hopeless. "We don't know any more today, 50 years later, than we knew the day of the crime," said Campbell. "As a family, in our prayers, we will never give up our deepest private hope. Rita's story has a home in our family legacy forever. We recognize that over time memories fade, evidence ages, the perpetrator may not be alive or interest in the story wanes. We know Rita's demise did not happen in a vacuum. Someone out there still holds the truth about what happened on the night of July 19, 1971, and they may carry that secret with them to the grave. May God show them mercy." In February 2019, a fresh group of detectives took over the cold case. Detective Lieutenant James Trebe opted for a new approach. Instead of assigning the case to just one investigator, the department assembled a full team of detectives and forensic experts to re-examine the crime as though it had just occurred. They began by retesting all available evidence and submitted a cigarette butt for DNA analysis using genetic genealogy, a method that blends DNA testing with traditional genealogical research to trace family connections. A genetic genealogy expert determined that the DNA from the cigarette had strong familial ties to both sides of William Dariu's lineage. Investigators located a living half-brother of Dariu, who agreed to provide a DNA sample, which further supported the match. Additionally, DNA from Rita's torn housecoat was consistent with the cigarette DNA, confirming the link. As the investigation progressed, authorities discovered that Dariu and his wife had left Vermont shortly after the murder and eventually separated. Dariu later relocated to Thailand, where he adopted a monastic lifestyle as a Buddhist monk. Interviewed once again by the police, Dariu's ex-wife, who'd moved to Eugene, Oregon and changed her name, told investigators she had lied about her husband being with her all night in their apartment. Detective Thomas Jeanette, who interviewed her, said he didn't believe she knew her husband had taken Rita's life, but was protecting him because they were newly married and obviously in love, and he had a criminal record. It was established that Darius, a cigarette smoker, had gotten into an argument with his wife on the evening of July 20th and gone out for a walk to cool off. The next day, he told his wife of 2 weeks to tell police investigating what happened to Rita, that he had never left their apartment, warning her that his past criminal record would unfairly make him a suspect. Burlington detectives also interviewed a San Francisco woman who'd married DeRose in 1974. She told them he had a penchant for sudden outbursts of violence. There were at least 2 instances where he was violent around her, she said. One being when the couple was talking with a female friend and he took out a pocket knife, stabbing the woman in her abdomen for no reason whatsoever. He was arrested, but the woman did not press charges. At another time, she said, when the 2 of them were having dinner, he suddenly started to strangle her without any apparent reason, at which point she left him. DeRose passed away in 1983 at a San Francisco hotel from a drug overdose, aged 46 years old. On February, investigators announced that they identified William DeRuiz as the man responsible for taking Rita Curran's life. Rita's parents sadly passed away without ever learning who took their daughter's life. Rita's siblings were able to attend the news conference that was held at Burlington Police Headquarters. Rita's brother, Tom Curran, had this to say. "I don't dwell much on the man who did this," one family member said. "My thoughts are more with Rita and my parents, and everything they endured. I pray to Rita and to my parents." Burlington Police Detective Lieutenant James Treeb, commander of the Detective Services Bureau, stated with certainty, "We are all confident that William Dareau is the person responsible. However, because Dareau died from a drug overdose in a hotel room, he will never face justice, though the case is now officially closed." Former U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy, who served as Chittenden County State's attorney at the time of Rita's murder and had gone to the crime scene himself, was present at the press conference. When asked if he ever believed the case would be solved, he admitted, "I always hoped it would be. But after 20, 30, even 40 years, I doubted it. It was a terrible thing." Investigators are now also exploring whether Dareau may have been connected to additional crimes. Moving on to the next case. Susan Walsh. Susan Walsh was born on February 18, 1960. From early on, she dreamed of becoming a poet. She went on to study English and writing at William Patterson University, where she also worked as a journalist for the campus newspaper. To help cover her tuition costs, Susan spent a period working as an exotic dancer and stripper. She also faced challenges with substance abuse and alcoholism. Despite these difficulties, she earned her bachelor's degree in 1998. After graduation, she pursued a career writing for engineering and business magazines. Susan later married Mark Walsh, the brother of musician Joe Walsh. The next year in 1985, the couple had one son named David. On July 16, 1996, Susan left her apartment complex in Nutley, New Jersey. She shared the apartment with her son. By then, she and Mark had problems and weren't married anymore. He lived in the apartment below them. Susan left her home to run errands and make a phone call at a payphone across the street, leaving her son in his father's care. She was never seen again, and no trace of her has ever been found. At the time, her friends feared she may have relapsed after maintaining 11 years of sobriety. Police quickly ruled out her husband, Mark Walsh, as a suspect in her disappearance. Speculation soon arose that her vanishing might be linked to her work as an investigative journalist. She had been researching a story that aimed to expose the Russian mafia's illegal operations. However, investigators were never able to establish a connection between the article and her disappearance. A February 2006 piece in the New York Post revealed that Susan had told a former boyfriend she was being stalked by another ex. The same article reported that Mark Walsh had declined to let police conduct forensic testing in their home. Her case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries in 1997. Although police continue to follow some leads, the case remains unresolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Tara Lee Calico. Tara Lee Calico was born in February 1969 in Berlin, New Mexico. A highly motivated individual, she excelled in school, enjoyed riding her bike every morning, and played tennis. Tara and her mother, Patty Dahl, would often ride together, but Patty stopped joining her when she felt that a motorist was stalking them. On September 20, 1988, Tara left home just after 9 a.m. for her usual bike ride. Her mother suggested she take pepper spray for protection, but Tara refused. However, Tara did tell her mother that if she wasn't home by noon, Patty should come pick her up because she had plans to play tennis with her boyfriend afterward. Most of Tara's ride was along New Mexico State Road 47. By noon, when Tara had not returned, Patty drove the route in search of her. After failing to find Tara, she contacted the police. Officers also searched the entire stretch of the road but found no trace of her. When they started questioning witnesses, some said that they saw her riding on her bike, but that is all. Then pieces of Tara, Sony Walkman, and cassette tape were later discovered along the road. Tara's mom believed that she might have dropped them to mark her trail. Not long after, the police finally got a lead. Witnesses came forward claiming they saw a light-colored pickup truck, possibly a 1953 Ford for camper shell that followed closely behind Tara. The witnesses said that Tara was unaware of the car because she was listening to her music. This was a solid lead and something for the police to go on. But unfortunately, it led nowhere and the case grew cold. Then 9 months after Tara disappeared, on June 15, 1989, a Polaroid photo of an unidentified woman and a boy was found in a parking lot of a convenience store in Port St. Joe, Florida. The woman had found the photo said it was in the parking space where a white windowless Toyota cargo van had been parked when she arrived at the store. The woman who called in reported that the van was driven by a man with a mustache, appearing to be in his late 20s. Police set up roadblocks in an attempt to intercept the vehicle, but unfortunately, their efforts were unsuccessful, and the van was never seen again. A photo of the woman and a boy was circulated in an attempt to identify them. Tara's family friends contacted her mother, asking if she thought it could be Tara. When Patty saw the image, she became convinced that it was her daughter. She pointed out that the woman in the photo had a scar identical to one Tara had. As for the boy, I will cover his details in a separate video. Scotland Yard reviewed the photo and confirmed that the woman was indeed Tara. However, the Los Alamos National Laboratory examined it and disagreed. The FBI also analyzed the photo, but their results were inconclusive. It is still not known today who the young woman in the photo is and if it is actually Tara. Then in February 2009, 20 years after the Polaroid picture was found, 2 more pictures were discovered. This is the first one. When Tara's mom looked at this picture, she also believed it was Tara. In this picture, Tara's mom was not sure about this one. It is widely believed that this last picture was a prank. In February 2008, Valencia County Sheriff Rene Rivera announced that he received information that 2 teenagers accidentally hit Tara with a truck, panicked, and then took her life. Rivera stated that he knew the names of the boys, but he did not have enough evidence to make a case. In November 2013, a police report was filed. Another witness came forward and wanted to tell police what he saw regarding the disappearance of Tara. The man was nearing the end of his life, and he wanted to come clean. He claimed that back in 1988, he was friends with 2 troublemakers. One day when they were playing in a basement, his 2 friends talked about how they ended the life of Tara. The 2 of them said that they accidentally hit Tara with a truck, but she then told them she will make sure they end up in jail. They panicked, so they took her life and hid her behind a bush. When the search for Tara began, she was reportedly moved to the basement, which aligned with details Sheriff Rene Rivera had provided a few years earlier, though with more specifics. Later that year, another man came forward, claiming that one of the teenagers involved had confessed to him. Interestingly, one of the 2 teenagers was identified as Lawrence Romero Jr., the son of Sheriff Lawrence Romero Sr. You would think that with this confession, the case would be easier to solve, but unfortunately, it remains closed and is no longer being investigated. Many people believe that Sheriff Rene Rivera may be covering for Sheriff Lawrence Romero and his son, who could have been involved. Regardless, Lawrence Romero Jr. has since passed away and can no longer be questioned. This case remains incredibly frustrating, as it seems solvable if it were given the attention it deserves. Patty and her husband passed away without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. Patty stayed in the same house for 15 years after Tara disappeared, holding on to the hope that one day her daughter would return. Moving on to the next case. Chrissie Venn. Chrissie Venn was a 13-year-old girl living in Tasmania, Australia, when she disappeared after leaving her home on Allison Road. At around 5 p.m. on Saturday, February 26, 1921, Chrissie set off from her family's property, which was surrounded by farmland and dense forest, roughly 3 miles from the town of North Mawton. Not long after, 2 boys, sons of prominent local farmer and landowner John Herbst, reported hearing a single, high-pitched scream coming from the nearby woods as they worked in the fields. Despite this, they chose to ignore the sound. When Chrissie failed to return by 7 o'clock that evening, her mother, Eva, walked along Allison Road in search of her daughter but found no trace of her. By the next morning, dozens of local residents had joined the search effort, though each day's search ended with no new leads. Then, at 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, March 1st, a group of searchers began combing a deep ravine located about half a mile from the Venn residence. It was adjacent to the field where John Herbst's sons were working on the day of the teenager's disappearance. As the area was filled with large tree stumps, locals began investigating them as they passed. One charred stump in particular, about 9 foot high with a 16-inch wide hollow in the center, was examined and revealed the body of Chrissie Venn. She had been stuffed headfirst inside the stump. Beneath Chrissie's body lay the basket she had left home with that day, along with her handkerchief, a bottle which had originally been inside the basket, a cap, and her underwear. Money which had been given to her by her mother the day she disappeared was missing. Twisted around the teenager's neck was a piece of hay baling wire about 1 foot in length. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Part of her dress had been torn off and stuffed down her throat. The medical examiner determined that Chrissie had died due to suffocation and noted that it appeared she had been sexually assaulted as semen was found inside her body. It was clear that the 13-year-old had fought ferociously both from the evidence on her body and that which was available at the crime scene, which was established as being 12 yards from the tree stump. At the crime scene, investigators recovered a significant amount of evidence, including safety pins, a piece of wire, a blood-stained stick, and bloodied pieces of cotton fabric, believed to have been used as a makeshift sanitary pad. It was soon determined that some of the wire found at the scene had been cut from a nearby gate leading into John Herbst's fields. Not long after, authorities identified their prime suspect, George William King, a 36-year-old local farm worker who was married with children. King was acquainted with both Chrissie and her mother, having visited their home on multiple occasions, often staying late into the evening. Though King had participated in the search efforts for Chrissie, he was notably absent from the group that ultimately discovered her body. Several individuals observed that he had deep cuts and scratches on his hands, injuries police found particularly suspicious. One wound was reportedly infected and visibly festering. According to multiple witnesses, Chrissie had become frightened of King in the weeks leading up to her death, often hiding in nearby brush when she saw him approaching. When questioned, King claimed he had no idea why the young girl would react to him that way. However, police only grew more weary of him the more they spoke with him, as the 36-year-old changed the details of his alibi on several different occasions. An inquest into Chrissie's demise found that she was willfully murdered by some person or persons unknown. The jury added, "We are of the opinion that the weight of evidence is sufficiently strong against the accused George William King to warrant his committal for trial." King's trial began on August 14th and concluded 1 week later when he was found not guilty and acquitted of all charges. Afterwards, the lead detective on Chrissie's case was fired for incompetence, as he'd reportedly failed to interview other persons of interest, focusing only on the farm worker. The coroner also suffered following the end of the trial. He had failed to collect and preserve key pieces of evidence between Chrissie's death in February and the trial in August, and had changed his findings so many times that his testimony became unreliable. According to the examiner, in March of 1921, King had received an anonymous and signed letter that was crudely written with an equally crude representation of a man hanging by the neck from the gallows. The letter read, "Take care. I saw you murder Chrissy Venn, and if you don't confess, I'm going to tell the police." Despite the efforts of law enforcement, the letter writer was never identified. After King's acquittal, Chrissy's case grew cold. In recent years, online sleuths have found newspaper clippings showing that Chrissy was raped in 1917 when she was just 10 years old. Frustratingly, the culprit was acquitted of all charges, and once again, there was no justice for the young girl. Chrissy's family life appeared to be rather a strange one. Her mother, born Eva May Chilcott, married Chrissy's father, George Arthur Venn, in 1906. Reportedly, Eva was 24 and George was 18. The couple had Chrissy in 1907 and a son 1 year later. Although it's unclear what became of him, as there are almost no mentions of him in articles about Chrissy's case. Eva later claimed that George had drowned at sea, but gave varying accounts of the exact circumstances of his death. Once even claiming that he died in 1902, which would have made him 13, and would have made it very difficult for them to have married 4 years later and had children. One researcher found that George was actually alive as late as 1917 and suspects that the couple never actually lived together. A man of the same name lived in Somerset in Queensland during the years Eva was married. Stranger still, 2 days before Chrissy's murder, a woman named Edith Revel, who was married to George Venn's cousin, took her own life. She was found drowned in East Overstone Beach on February 24th. Her handbag was also found, and inside it contained a letter addressed to farmer and landowner John Herbst. A segment of the letter said, "Don't go to Jim, he's in trouble. Do what you can to comfort him. I must go." Additionally, Edith wrote in a separate note that she, quote, "made my will and left it with Mrs. Chilcott." It remains uncertain whether the woman referred to as Mrs. Chilcott was actually Chrissy's mother, who at the time would have been known as Mrs. Dawes, though the similarity raises eyebrows as a possible coincidence. Another curious detail is the connection between Edith and her husband James Venn with John Herbst, though the nature of their relationship and the trouble James may have been facing at the time Edith wrote her letter remains unclear. The reasons behind Edith's decision to take her own life are also unknown. No additional suspects were ever identified in Chrissy Venn's case. In more recent years, some have speculated that Chrissy's murder may be linked to the case of Alma Turchk, a young girl who was strangled in Melbourne in December 1921. Although a man was convicted and executed for Alma's death, forensic evidence later cleared him, and he was formally pardoned in February 2008. As of today, both Chrissy Venn's and Alma Turchk's murders remain officially unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Colonial Parkway Murders. Llandudno, the largest seaside resort in Wales, welcomes nearly 9.4 million visitors annually. The charming town is famed for its sweeping bay, Victorian-era architecture, and its unique location between the Great and Little Orme headlands. It features 2 scenic beaches that enhance its coastal allure. Sophie Louise Hook was a 7-year-old girl born to Julie and Christopher Hook in Cheshire, England, on May 27, 1987. Julie worked as a teacher, while Christopher was employed at an advertising agency. The couple married in 1984 and had 4 children, 9-year-old Gemma, 7-year-old Sophie, 5-year-old Joseph, and baby Ellie, who was just 1. Gemma and Sophie shared a particularly close bond and loved spending time together. Neighbors recalled the Hooks as a warm and joyful family, with Sophie noted as the most outgoing of the children. She was remembered as cheerful and kind-hearted. The Hooks were also very close with Julie's sister, Fiona, and her husband Danny Jones, who lived in Llandudno, North Wales. The Jones family, like the Hooks, had 4 young children of their own. Those who knew both families well said the connection between all 8 children was so close, they felt more like siblings than cousins. On July 29, 1995, the Joneses invited the Hooks to join them in celebrating their son Luke's 9th birthday. That morning, the Hooks had breakfast and then made the hour-and-a-half drive from Cheshire to Llandudno to take part in the festivities. At the time, the Joneses lived in a large home on Brenlabia Road in Llandudno, valued at £200,000 in 1995. Their backyard was private and well suited for children, bordered from a nearby overgrown bridle path by a hedge and wooden gate. It made the perfect setting for a lively afternoon, with the children splashing in a pool, spraying each other with the hose, and playing in a brand new tent gifted by their grandparents, Pearl and Paul Roberts, for the occasion. The kids were thrilled with the tent and pleaded with their parents to let them camp out in it that night. Julie and Christopher agreed, reassured by the garden's security, the glow from the nearby patio lights, and the fact that Fiona and Danny would be sleeping just a few meters away inside the house. Julie and Christopher recall kissing their children goodnight when they left them to their camping sleepover in the garden. Julie later recalls that she kissed them goodbye and said to them, quote, "Have a good time. I'll see you tomorrow." This would be the last time they would ever see 7-year-old Sophie alive. Sophie, her sister and 2 of their cousins, Luke and Alex, settled down in their sleeping bags in the tent. They ate dinner, played games, and shared ghost stories. Feeling scared, the younger boy, Alex, opted to head indoors at 12:30 a.m. At 12:40 a.m., his father, Danny, decided to check up on the kids before going to sleep. He left the back door open in case any of the kids decided to come inside. At 2:30 a.m., Sophie's cousin Luke woke up, checked the time, and noticed that Sophie was still in the tent asleep between himself and her sister. He went back to bed. However, the next morning, Luke woke up around 7:15 a.m. and found his cousin Sophie missing from the tent. The tent's entrance was open and damp from the morning rain. Luke noticed that while Sophie was gone, Sophie's beloved stuffed giraffe named Blankies, whom she took everywhere, remained inside the tent. He knew that she and Blankies were inseparable and later said, if Sophie had run away, she would have taken him with her. Luke immediately notified his parents. Fiona and Danny searched the garden and the house as well as the surrounding fields for over an hour, but no trace of Sophie could be found. Sophie was officially reported missing to the police at 8:20 a.m. Unbeknownst to Sophie's family, an hour earlier, around the time Luke had woken up and found Sophie missing, a gruesome discovery was made by a local man. At 7:10 a.m., 55-year-old Jerry Davies set off from home to begin his usual dog walk down North Shore Beach. While walking along the shore, he spotted what appeared to be a discarded mannequin. However, he knew something was wrong when his dogs became alarmed and ran away from the scene. He decided to investigate the mannequin only to realize it was the body of a girl. Davies took off his t-shirt and laid it over her lifeless body before rushing to a nearby phone box in order to dial 999, the country's emergency number. The girl was later identified as Sophie Hook. Her unclothed body was found washed up on the beach half a mile away from her home. The following autopsy report is extremely graphic and viewer discretion is advised. The autopsy revealed that Sophie had been brutally attacked. Her right upper arm and her ankle had been broken, she had been slapped and punched, and her body was covered with bruises. She had suffered internal bleeding and was sexually assaulted. The medical examiner noted that a majority of her injuries were comparable to those normally suffered by people killed or seriously injured in major car crashes. All of the injuries were sustained while she was still alive. The coroner said that during the attack, Sophie had been in so much pain that she left teeth marks on both sides of her tongue and inside her lower lip. She ultimately died of strangulation. Her body had been thrown into the sea near a cliff called the Little Orme located at the eastern end of the promenade. Her time of death could not be determined as her body temperature had dropped due to the cold sea water. It was determined that her body had been in the water for at least 3 hours. The crime shocked the town. Sophie's family was inconsolable. Her mother said, "Gemma is coping extremely badly. She is totally and utterly distraught, and it is very difficult to comfort her. She is so utterly sad and angry." Gemma later said, "I want to be in heaven with Sophie." Police had a difficult task of finding the killer, as the killer had tried to remove any forensic evidence by throwing her body into the sea. Her clothes, a distinctive pink and white Winnie the Pooh nightdress, her underwear, and a pair of Marks & Spencer socks embossed with pink flowers were never found. Authorities believe whoever murdered Sophie knew that the children were staying in the garden tent. police started their investigation by interviewing all the nearby registered sex offenders. Soon, investigators would focus upon one individual in particular, a 30-year-old man named Howard Hughes. He was known to ride his mountain bike through the coastal town late at night. He had a striking appearance as he grew up quite rapidly due to a chromosome abnormality called XYY syndrome. He reached 6 feet tall by age 11 and was towering at 6 feet 8 inches in adulthood. He also had behavioral problems, learning disabilities and dyslexia as a child. As a child, Hugh Hughes was placed in private schools by his father, who hoped they would have a positive influence on him. However, after only 2 terms at Lindisfarne College in Wrexham, the school chose not to continue his enrollment. Even when Hughes' father offered to pay double the tuition, the school declined, citing Hughes' frequent involvement in fights and bullying. This pattern of aggressive and disruptive behavior persisted throughout his adolescence and into adulthood. Hughes developed an extensive criminal record, including convictions for assault, burglary, theft, criminal damage, threats, driving offenses, and weapons possession. At just 16 years old in 1981, he lured a 7-year-old boy into a deserted building. According to the arrest report, Hughes exposed himself, made inappropriate advances, and eventually attempted to strangle the child. The young victim later recalled, "He picked me up and slammed me down hard. He was frighteningly strong. He ended up on top of me, gripping my neck with both hands." The boy pretended to be dead until Hughes left. Hughes was convicted of assaulting the boy and placed under a 2-year mental health supervision order. On release, Hughes returned to live with his mother, recently separated from his father. Following his release, he became increasingly aggressive and violent in nature, picking fights with people at random. His disruptive behavior led to an inability to maintain any job. Despite his father offering him various roles within his business over the years, Hughes declined to contribute in any capacity. Instead, he caused damage to machinery and engaged in altercations with fellow employees. Hughes had also been accused of assaulting young girls aged 3, 5, and 9 in the years between his release and 1995. Hughes came under suspicion when multiple witnesses spotted him cycling along a path which overlooked Sophie's location. One woman actually caught him hiding in the bushes, and he told her he was looking for money he had dropped. The path's proximity to the property meant that he could potentially overhear the children's conversations, which indicated that he may have been aware they were sleeping in the garden that night. Moreover, that night at 2:55 a.m., Hughes was seen sitting on a bench near the promenade by a police officer who talked to him while patrolling the town. The police later discovered a shoe print on a rhubarb leaf in the Jones garden, which upon examination indicated a potential match with Hughes' shoe. Hughes was arrested at the home he shared with his mother at 3:50 p.m. on the same day the body was discovered. He was detained at the police station, and during his questioning, he constantly denied any involvement in the murder. He confirmed that he roamed all over the area, including having been on the bridle path that ran behind the Joneses' house that day. He also confirmed that he was out and about in the early hours of July 30th when he was spoken to by a police officer. However, he denied killing Sophie. He was held for 4 days, but as there was not enough evidence to charge him, he was released from prison. Hughes was soon rearrested after police found images of children which had been located in a police search of his home. Officers had also found a collection of girls' undergarments hidden in a stone wall. Soon other evidence came to light, albeit circumstantial. A 6-year-old girl named Amanda Roberts came forward to say that she had been playing in a park near her home that Saturday afternoon when she was approached by Hughes at around 4 p.m. He tried to persuade her to go with him, but the girl ran away. That park was less than a 4-minute cycle ride from the Joneses' house. A convicted sex offender, Michael Geedy, also came forward. He claimed to have known Hughes and his mother while he was a neighbor of theirs. He told police that Hughes would often share his twisted sexual fantasies about assaulting young girls with him. He said that there was more than one occasion when they had a conversation, and that he said that he wanted to abduct a girl to have intercourse with her, and then to murder her. Police allowed Hughes' father to visit in response to his request for welfare visits. During that visit, Hughes reportedly confessed to sexually assaulting and murdering Sophie. Hughes also told his father the route that he had taken when he kidnapped Sophie. Hughes' father, after learning the truth, told police that his son had confessed to the murder during their visit. He also gave information to the police concerning the location of the child's clothes. Sophie's night clothes were later found in the area indicated. Howard Hughes was officially charged with the kidnapping and murder of Sophie Hook. On the June 24, 1996, his trial began. Only Christopher Hook and Danny Jones attended the trial as they did not want Julie and their children to be re-traumatized. There was no forensic evidence linking Hughes to the crime, but the jury heard the testimony of 3 witnesses, one being Hughes's own father. He addressed the court and spoke of how his son had confided to him that he had murdered Sophie. His father told the court that when he went to visit his son in jail, he told him, quote, "If I am going to stay in this room with you, I must know if you did it." His son then allegedly broke down and admitted, "I did it." Howard Hughes described how on that Saturday morning, he went to the Joneses' back garden where the children were preparing for the party. He said, "I went back there at about 2 in the morning. I persuaded a girl to go with me down to the beach. The girl started screaming and I put my hand over her mouth and kept it there until she stopped. I took off all her clothes and threw her body into the sea." He followed up his statement by saying, "I've been sexually frustrated since 1990. Hughes later went on to deny this confession. The defense argued that his confession may not have actually been to her murder but only in an effort, he said, to help authorities find Sophie's clothing, to which his father said, quote, "You can suggest what you like, but that is rubbish." The second witness was Jonathan Carroll, a 30-year-old career criminal who was in prison at the time he testified. He told the jury that he had been out looking for places to rob. He was in a garden when he heard someone coming up the street. A few moments later, he saw Hughes carrying a sack down a lane. He then says he caught a glimpse of a human leg coming out of the sack. The third witness was Michael Geedy, who told the jury how Hughes had previously confessed about sexual fantasies he had regarding assaulting young girls. In addition to the testimonies of other witnesses, the court also heard from those who placed Hughes near the bridle path on July 29th, as well as Alexandra Roberts, whom Hughes attempted to lure later that day. The court dismissed any suggestions that Sophie had willingly accompanied Hughes. Sophie's mother, Julie, stated in a written statement that she and her husband had always taught Sophie the importance of staying away from strangers. Julie emphasized that Sophie was cautious and would not have gone with Hughes on her own. There was speculation that Hughes had forcibly taken Sophie from the tent. It was believed that, when Hughes first lifted Sophie, she might have thought it was one of her parents. By the time she realized it wasn't, it was already too late. Hughes denied any involvement in the 7-year-old's murder. He rejected claims that he had spoken with Michael Geedy and refuted the idea of confessing to his father, asserting that his father had fabricated the story to have him removed from the area. When questioned about Sophie's clothing, Hughes claimed that he had found the nightdress on the side of a road, about half a mile from the house near a derelict property. He said he picked it up intending to use it as a substitute for toilet paper, though he never did, and instead carried it for a while before discarding it over a hedge. Prosecutors alleged that Hughes had gone to great lengths to ensure that there was no forensic connection between himself and the body. They told the court that he had shaved off his pubic hair before the murder to ensure that there was no forensic connection between himself and Sophie. Hughes was known to wear the same jacket for months on end without ever washing it. However, he reportedly had it laundered after the murder. On the July 18th, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all 3 charges against Howard Hughes. The 31-year-old was then given 3 life sentences. The judge, Mr. Justice Curtis, recommended that he should never be released from prison. On the November 24th and February 2002, it was announced that he would have to serve a minimum imprisonment of 50 years before consideration for parole. This ruling has enabled Hughes to be eligible for release in February 1945 at the age of 80. Following Sophie's death, a brass plaque was erected on the beach in her memory. Following Sophie's murder, her family struggled with overwhelming guilt. Julie condemned the killer as the most evil and monstrous person imaginable, expressing, "I just feel numb, totally and utterly numb. I think most people believe in good. It's very difficult to comprehend that somebody could be so evil." She added, "I protected my children so much. They weren't allowed to cross the road on their own. We both feel very, very sorry that the one time she needed us most, we were simply not there for her. That feeling will never go away." Moving on to the next case. Geelong, Australia. For almost 30 years, the brutal murder of young mother Annette Stewart in Geelong, Australia, remained a haunting mystery. Her lifeless body was found in her bedroom in 1992, and the case seemed destined to stay unsolved. However, an unexpected breakthrough in the investigation of a more recent murder revived hope. In the early 1990s, Annette Stewart, a lively 29-year-old mother of two, was a well-loved figure in the Geelong West community. She worked at the Winchester factory in Point Henry, where she was known for her upbeat attitude and strong work ethic. Annette had a large group of friends and was deeply engaged in the social life of the area. Her friends and family described her as vibrant, always smiling, and eager to help anyone in need. Annette's home on Hope Street was often filled with laughter and the inviting scent of tea as she hosted friends and neighbors. As a single mother, she was committed to giving her children, 13-year-old Jacinta and 10-year-old Aaron, a stable and loving environment. Despite the challenges of raising them on her own, she managed to balance her responsibilities with grace, always ensuring her children felt supported and cared for. On March 16, 1992, Annette began her day early, heading off to work at the Winchester factory in Point Henry. After finishing her shift around 4:30 p.m., Annette made a few stops in Geelong to run errands and buy some items, activities that were part of her daily routine and gave no hint of the tragedy to come. By early evening, Annette returned to her home on Hope Street. That night, she invited 4 friends over for tea and to help fix her television. After they left, Annette settled in for a peaceful night at home. However, 2 days later, her friend David Grant noticed her car was still parked in the driveway, a rare and concerning sight. Feeling uneasy, he decided to check on Annette. When he entered the house, he was met with a gruesome discovery: Annette's lifeless, naked body in her bedroom. The home, once filled with warmth and happiness, had become the scene of a chilling crime. An autopsy later confirmed the horrific truth: Annette had been strangled, a brutal and senseless act that stole her life just weeks before her 30th birthday. In the days following the discovery of her body, Geelong West was gripped by shock and grief. The brutal nature of her demise sent ripples through the community, and Victoria Police quickly launched an extensive investigation. Detectives meticulously combed through Annette's home, searching for any clues that might lead to the perpetrator. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and anyone who had been in contact with Annette in the days leading up to her tragic end. The fact that there were no signs of forced entry suggested that Annette might have known her attacker. This was a theory that guided the initial phase of the investigation. Police collected various pieces of evidence from the crime scene, including hair fibers and other forensic materials. One of the primary suspects was a co-worker of Annette's from the Winchester factory. This individual had been named by a coroner as a prime suspect in February 2007. But despite being questioned, no charges were brought against him. This suspect, along with several others, were scrutinized thoroughly, but each lead seemed to fizzle out without yielding any concrete results. The community was cooperative, and Annette's friends and family were desperate for answers. But despite the best efforts of the detectives, the investigation began to stall. The absence of modern forensic technology and the lack of substantial evidence made it increasingly difficult to pinpoint the person responsible for the heinous crime. As the months turned into years, Annette's case gradually went cold. By the mid-2000s, Annette Stewart's case had become one of many unresolved investigations in Victoria Police's cold case files. Despite the original investigators exhausting all available leads, Annette's family and friends refused to give up hope for justice. In February 2015, police offered a $1,000,000 reward for information that could help solve the case. The reward sparked a surge of tips and renewed public interest, but it ultimately failed to yield any actionable evidence. The case remained open, but stagnant, with detectives waiting for any new information that could break the case wide open. Then, after nearly 3 decades of uncertainty, the breakthrough in Annette Stewart's case came from an unexpected source. It all started with a phone call that reignited hope and set a chain of events in motion, ultimately leading to the resolution of one of Victoria's most perplexing cold cases. In February 2019, Victoria Police received a crucial tip. The caller revealed that the person responsible for Annette Stewart's death in 1992 was 56-year-old Darren Chalmers. The caller disclosed that Chalmers' brother, Jamie, had once confided in him that Darren had confessed to the crime. Chalmers was working as a gardener with a history of substance abuse living in Perth, Western Australia. Chalmers was no stranger to the initial investigators of Annette's case. He had admitted to being inside her home on the day she was fatally attacked, but there was insufficient evidence to charge him at the time. Air fibers collected from the crime scene and retested by cold case detectives yielded a faint DNA match to Chalmers. While this evidence was not strong enough to be used as definitive evidence in court, it confirmed his presence at the scene and renewed the investigators' determination. Fueled by this new development in a case that had long gone cold, Victoria Police collaborated with law enforcement in Western Australia to devise a plan to bring Chalmers to justice. Undercover operatives spent months ingratiating themselves with Chalmers, slowly gaining his trust. Their efforts paid off in January 2020 when Chalmers, believing he was among friends, finally confessed to violently ending Annette Stewart's life. He said that he was one of the people invited to drink tea at her house as he was friends with the man Annette dated at the time. He left after 45 minutes, but came back hours later saying he had no one to celebrate his birthday with and asking to come in. His birthday was a day earlier. Annette agreed, and they drank a bit before she said he could spend the night on her couch. An hour later, he rose, took the life of Annette by bashing her head 3 times with an iron before strangling her with a cord. He then left by the back door. During the same period, he also admitted to another eerily similar crime, the slaying of Diane Barrett, who had been missing since May 2019. Diane Barrett, a 60-year-old retired music teacher, was known for her kind spirit and love towards others. Living in Medina, a suburb of Perth, she often extended her generosity to her neighbors. Chalmers, who lived just 2 doors down on Ridley Way, was one such neighbor who had benefited from her compassion. On the evening of May 12, 2019, Diane invited Chalmers to her home for a meal. After dinner, she accompanied him to his house for a cup of tea. What began as a friendly visit quickly turned into a nightmare when Chalmers, without warning, launched a vicious attack. He pounced on Diane, using an iron bar to choke her while pressing down with both knees, keeping her pinned for 3 agonizing minutes. After taking Diane's life, Chalmers showed no remorse, callously disposing of her body in a remote bushland southeast of Perth. To eliminate any evidence of the crime, he thoroughly cleaned his home, erasing any trace of what had occurred. Diane's disappearance sparked concern among neighbors who noticed her dog locked inside her house, with no food or water, and the lights and television still on. This behavior was completely out of character for Diane, who had been seen earlier at a local store buying flowers for her elderly mother. The alarming circumstances of her disappearance, coupled with the discovery of her dog, raised serious concerns for her safety. The investigation into Diane's case ramped up in the months that followed. In January 2020, as part of an undercover operation targeting Chalmers, he led authorities to the location where Diane's remains were hidden. Because of the advanced state of decomposition, she had to be identified through dental records. The exact cause that ended her life could not be determined by forensic pathologists, but Chalmers' confession provided the necessary details to piece together the tragic events of that night. In January 2021, Darren Chalmers pleaded guilty to his involvement in the Diane Barrett case. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. He must be in prison for at least 20 years before being eligible for parole. During court proceedings, more light was shed on Chalmers' troubled past, which allegedly played a significant role in shaping his violent tendencies. Born and raised in Victoria, Chalmers was made a ward of the state during his teenage years. It was during this vulnerable period that he suffered assault and abuse at the hands of both men and women. These traumatic experiences left him with deep-seated feelings of anger and rage, particularly towards women. This background of abuse and emotional turmoil had seemed to manifest in violent behavior throughout his life. Justice Stephen Hall, who presided over the case, described the slaying of Diane Barrett as an unprovoked episode of extreme violence. He acknowledged that while Chalmers' substance abuse and troubled past might provide some context for his actions, it did not serve as an excuse. On November 29, 2023, Chalmers returned before the Supreme Court for a pre-sentence hearing on the Annette Stewart case. The court was told Chalmers had written a one-page letter to the court, the full details of which were not aired. In it, Chalmers asked never to be released. No parole for 40 years, not 20, not 30, please, 40 years plus. I think I deserve it. Victorian Director of Public Prosecutions, Kerry Judd Casey, said Chalmers told the court he took the two women's lives believing he would secure a significant financial benefit for himself. Chalmers was handed another life sentence for taking the life of Annette Stewart. He was ordered to serve a single non-parole period of 36 years for both slayings. He won't be eligible for parole until he is in his 90s, which means he will likely spend the vast majority, if not the entirety, of his life behind bars. The cases of Annette Stewart and Diane Barrett, separated by nearly 30 years, are tragically linked by their perpetrator, Darren Chalmers. The hard work of cold case detectives, especially through undercover operations, played a crucial role in solving these cases. This has brought a sense of justice and relief to the families of Annette and Diane. In court, Annette's children, Jacinta Martin and Aaron Stewart, shared the profound pain they experienced after losing their mother. "We were left to feel like a burden on our families," they said. Outside the courtroom, Annette's sister, Gillian Stewart, expressed a sense of relief with the sentencing, saying, "It has been nearly 32 years we have been waiting for this result. Knowing he can never do this to anyone else, this is wonderful." Moving on to the next case. Manuel Blanco Romasanta. Manuel Blanco Romasanta, born on November 18, 1809, in Escos, Spain, is recognized as Spain's first documented serial killer. He was one of 5 children in a relatively affluent family. However, his early life was marked by confusion due to a birth defect that led to him being mistakenly identified as female at birth. For the first 6 years of his life, he was known as Manuela and was raised and educated as a girl. Once his true sex was recognized, life did not become any easier for him. Already treated differently because of his condition, the shift from being seen as female to male only further complicated his upbringing, especially in a time when societal judgment and prejudice were widespread. Despite his family's wealth, his parents paid little attention to him. Nonetheless, Manuel thrived academically and quickly became literate. By his mid-teens, however, his physical growth had come to a halt. Manuel Blanco Romasanta was believed to stand between 4 feet 6 and 4 feet 11 inches tall. As an adult, he initially attempted to live a conventional life. He worked as a tailor and married, but his path changed drastically after the sudden death of his wife in 1833. Abandoning his settled lifestyle, he became a traveling salesman, journeying through Spain and Portugal, and later worked as a guide for travelers navigating the mountains of Castile. In 1844, his life took a dark turn when he was accused of murdering Vincent Fernandez, a constable from Leon who had come to collect a debt Manuel owed to a supplier in Ponferrada for merchandise. Manuel managed to evade arrest by fleeing the area with a forged passport under the alias Antonio Gomez. Though he wasn't present, his trial proceeded in absentia, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. From that point on, he lived as a fugitive, aware that capture meant a decade in prison. Despite being on the run, Manuel moved frequently, sometimes residing near his hometown, and managed to work and live undetected for years. He easily formed friendships with local women and often took on domestic roles uncommon for men of the time, such as spinning yarn, cooking, and cleaning. This gave other men the impression that he was effeminate, and he was said to be too gentle. Sometime after this, Manuel returned to work as a guide in the mountains. Then over a period of years in the town that Manuel had settled in and in the surrounding area, people began to go missing. For a while, these disappearances were kept relatively quiet because Manuel was writing home to the families of those who had gone missing, writing as their loved ones and keeping up the pretense that they were still traveling. This kept suspicion at bay for some time. When the vanishings were finally noticed, nobody suspected that Manuel was involved as there was simply no connection between him and the missing. When the bodies began to be found, some had been so brutally mutilated that their family members couldn't even identify them. Suspicion slowly started to grow. Whispers started claiming that Manuel was killing people and selling their belongings, but it wasn't until 1852 that the first formal accusation came out against him. The allegation said he used the body fat of his victims to make soap, which he then sold. This was later proven to be true. In September year, Manuel was arrested in Nambella. He was later transferred to the town of Alaris, where he was put on trial for 13 murders. His victims were between the ages of 10 and 47. At the start of the trial, the now 43-year-old admitted guilt to all 13 cases. However, he claimed he was not responsible for any of them, for he was suffering a curse which caused him to turn into a wolf. Manuel went on to say that the first time he transformed, he was in the mountains and was approached by 2 wolves. He stated that during his transformation, he fell to the ground and his body began to convulse before he rolled over 3 times. He claimed to have spent 5 days as a wolf before he and the 2 others turned back into their human forms. The other 2 men were supposedly named Antonio and Don, and Manuel explained that they were also cursed, and the trio ate people when they got hungry. Even in the mid-19th century, in the middle of a famine and the population's sanity worsening, Manuel's story was heavily disbelieved by the courts. The prosecutor asked him to transform and to prove it, but the 43-year-old claimed that he could not transform any longer because the curse lasted 13 years and had expired in the week prior to his trial. Manuel was acquitted of 4 of the murders because they were found to be the result of an actual wolf attack, but the other 9 victims showed signs of being butchered by a human, and so he was convicted of them all. The trial lasted 7 months and concluded on April 6, 1853. The resulting court transcript was around 2,000 pages long. Manuel was sentenced to death via garrote. Then a man known only as Mr. Phillips wrote to the Spanish Minister of Justice claiming that the 45-year-old was suffering from clinical lycanthropy, a psychiatric syndrome that involves the delusion that the sufferer can transform form into or simply is an animal. Mr. Phillips claimed that he could treat Manuel with hypnosis. The true identity of the individual known as Mr. Phillips remains uncertain, though it is widely believed he was a French physician living in London at the time, who had been exiled to the United Kingdom and later returned to France using the alias Mr. Phillips. This figure played a role in prompting the Spanish minister to write to Queen Isabella II of Spain, who personally intervened in May 1854 to commute Manuel's sentence, allowing experts to study his case further. Subsequently, Manuel was transferred to a prison in Salanova, where the 45-year-old reportedly died not long after his arrival. Accounts of Manuel's death vary. Some claim he was shot by a guard curious to witness his supposed transformation, while others suggest he died of an illness. Due to the loss of official prison records, the truth remains unclear. In February 2011, 2 newspaper reports claimed that he had died of stomach cancer on December 14, 1863. Modern interpretations of his case suggest that he may have suffered from antisocial personality disorder or potentially had an intersex condition. Manuel was never considered a suspect in his wife's death. His story later inspired 2 Spanish films and has become entrenched in Spanish folklore. He is remembered as the Werewolf of Alaris, and nicknamed the Tallow Man, a moniker derived from his alleged practice of making soap from the fat of his victims. Although his case is largely forgotten outside of Spain, he is perhaps one of the most gruesome serial killers of the 19th century. Moving on to the next case. Martin Duncan Allen. Martin Duncan Allen was born in October 1964 in Arlington, London, England. His mother worked as a secretary at Tuthnot Park Primary School. When Martin turned 12, his father began working as a chauffeur for the Australian High Commissioner, prompting the family to relocate to a cottage in Kensington, London. Their new neighborhood included prominent residents such as Margaret Thatcher and the De Beers family. Martin was a student at Central Foundation Grammar School in Old Street. He was considered intelligent and excelled in French, mathematics, and drawing, though he was known to be rather shy. On May 11, 1979, after school had ended for the day, Martin walked part of the way home with his friends. At 3:50 p.m., he said goodbye to some of them at King's Cross Station and continued his journey home alone. At 5 p.m., Martin was briefly seen at home by his brother Kevin. He quickly grabbed some money and left again, planning to visit his brother Bob. That evening, his family wasn't concerned, as it was typical for Martin to stay over at Bob's house when he was out late. However, by the following day, the family still hadn't heard from him. At 7 p.m., Mrs. Allen called Bob, who informed her that Martin had never arrived at his place. The family then contacted Robert, Martin's best friend, who told them that Martin hadn't been at school that day. Her parents then called the police. A large-scale police operation was launched to help find Martin. Her police searched his room for 9 hours looking for any leads but found none. 5 weeks after his disappearance, a TV appeal was made. A male witness then came forward. He says that on the day Martin disappeared, he saw a man accompanying a boy acting suspiciously at Gloucester Station. A man was standing with his arm around the boy that looked like Martin. The boy appeared to be distressed, and the man seemed very nervous. When the two of them went into the train, the witness apparently heard a man say to the boy that he should not run away. The witness described the man as 6 feet tall in his 30s, well-built with very blonde hair and a mustache. He was wearing a denim jacket and trousers. What ensued was London's biggest house-to-house search. A police searched every house in the area. Investigators eliminated 200 suspects. They spoke to 50,000 people and collected 600 statements during the inquiry. Sadly, the identity of the man involved remains unknown. Martin's brother, Jeffrey, claimed that during the early stages of the investigation, the lead detective from the original 1979 inquiry warned the Allen family to stop speaking out, suggesting that powerful individuals were involved and that continuing could put someone in danger. In 1984, writer Anton Hill published a book about the case. Then, in 1998, police in Liverpool received an anonymous tip that led them to the home of a 62-year-old known child predator. Inside his house, authorities discovered a disturbing shrine dedicated to Martin, including newspaper clippings, photographs, and a headstone engraved in Martin Allen's memory. This unsettling find reignited public and police interest in the case, but investigators were ultimately unable to establish any concrete connection between the man and Martin's disappearance. In February 2009, police informed the family that the case files had been destroyed in a flood. That same month, Martin's parents admitted they had lost hope of ever seeing him alive again, believing that he had been abducted. They stated that their only hope is to know what happened and why it happened. Sadly, they will never know since both of them passed away. Moving on to the next case. Michael Wayne Donaghy. Bruce searched the playground and the surrounding area but could not find Michael. Crystal, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, joined the search. The family began to call out for Michael, but there was no response. As time passed, the situation became more urgent, and they immediately contacted the police. A search was launched, and soon local authorities, along with volunteers, joined in the search efforts. Despite an extensive search of the school grounds and nearby areas, there were no signs of Michael. The police set up roadblocks, and helicopters were used to scan the area. However, Michael remained missing. No one had seen him leave the playground, and no one had witnessed anything suspicious. The search continued for days, but still, there were no leads or clues as to his whereabouts. Michael's family and the community were devastated by his disappearance. His case has never been solved, and he remains missing to this day. The disappearance of Michael Wayne Donaghy remains one of the most perplexing and heartbreaking cases in the area. The mystery surrounding his disappearance continues to haunt his family, and they have never given up hope that one day they will find out what happened to him. The police was called and 50 people started searching for Michael. The investigation into Michael's disappearance became one of the largest investigations in Canadian history. The police classified his case as an abduction and not a missing persons case since he disappeared so quickly from a public place. All of the detectives from the Victoria Police Department were called in to solve this case. The police received hundreds of tips from around the country every single day that they had to follow up on. A witness told police that she saw a man in his 40s or 50s with a brown van near the playground. A month after Michael disappeared, the police staged a recreation of Michael's disappearance at Blanchard Elementary using a brown van. The hope was that this would jog someone's memory. Unfortunately, the police were unable to produce new leads. Despite all of the effort being put in to find young Michael, no one had any clue where he was. The case went cold. It would remain that way for 15 years. Then in February 2006, a police heard about a young man that physically resembled Michael, who had been living in British Columbia since 1991. DNA tests were done, but it was confirmed that this man was not Michael. In February 2009, police in Milwaukee, Wisconsin found a missing person poster of Michael at the home of 62-year-old Vernon Seitz. The ongoing mystery of Michael Wayne Dennehy's disappearance has left both his family and the authorities with lingering questions. Over the years, despite various leads, including the unsettling tip about a man living in Chipchase, British Columbia, who resembled Michael, the case has seen no definitive answers. The DNA tests ruling out this man as Michael was another heartbreaking turn in a case filled with too many unanswered questions. As the years have passed, Michael's family, though devastated, remains hopeful that new information will eventually come to light. With each anniversary of his disappearance, more tips come in, keeping the investigation alive. While the police have worked tirelessly on this case, it remains one of the unresolved mysteries in the region. As time moves on, the hope is that someone, somewhere, may have a piece of the puzzle that could finally provide closure. Michael's family continues to hold on to the belief that the truth will one day surface, even as the years stretch on and the search becomes more difficult. The case remains open, with Michael's loved ones never giving up on finding answers, no matter how much time passes. Moving on to the next case. Teresa Lynn Gibson. Teresa Lynn Gibson was born on August 17, 1960, in Knoxville, Tennessee. On the morning of October 8, 1976, she got up early to prepare for a school field trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. She had a lengthy bus ride ahead and wasn't looking forward to the trip. She even voiced her reluctance to her father. Upon seeing rain outside, she felt hopeful the outing would be canceled. However, when she arrived at Bearden High School, she was disappointed to learn the trip was still on. Teresa wasn't dressed appropriately for hiking and even wore a $600 diamond and sapphire ring. Around 12:30 p.m., the school buses pulled into a parking lot near the Forney Ridge Trail, a 1.8-mile path that leads to a location called Andrews Bald. When the students got to Andrews Bald, they all had to return back to the parking lot. Several students saw Teresa make it to Andrews Bald, and she was last seen about 3/4 of a mile from the parking lot. What is strange about her disappearing is that there were lots of students behind her and in front of her. Her disappearance was noted 30 minutes after she was last seen. A teacher and one student, they went back through the trail, while all the other students had to wait in the bus, but they couldn't find Teresa. The teacher, Wayne Gunlip, then called the National Park Service and filed a report. He also stayed behind while everyone else headed back to Knoxville, Tennessee. That evening, 19 volunteers gathered to search for Teresa. By then, the weather was very bad. The initial search was greatly hampered by the rain and fog. School officials had the difficult task of informing Mr. and Mrs. Gibson about Teresa's disappearance. The couple immediately traveled to the Great Smoky Mountains to assist in the search for their daughter. Despite an extensive effort and significant media attention, no trace of Teresa was ever found. 5 years after the incident, Teresa's father gave an interview in which he expressed deep gratitude for everyone who participated in the search. However, He also voiced disappointment in the school for not having stronger policies to ensure students' safety during trips. Now, more than 40 years later, Teresa's fate remains a mystery. While some former classmates have speculated that she may have run away, there is no evidence to confirm that theory, nor is there any indication of foul play. Moving on to the next case. Wilma Mobley. In Jerome, Idaho, the 1995 unsolved slaying of 84-year-old Wilma Mobley cast a dark cloud over the community for nearly 30 years. Despite various leads and investigations, the case remained cold until advancements in DNA technology uncovered the identity of the person responsible. Now, the quiet town is shaken once again as the truth behind Wilma's violent death is finally revealed. Wilma Mobley, at 84 years old, led a peaceful life in her modest home in Jerome. Like many in small towns, she was familiar with her neighbors, greeted people in passing, and found comfort in the simplicity and predictability of daily life. That calm was shattered on the night of August 10, 1995, when Wilma's peaceful existence was abruptly ended. On that night, police in Jerome responded to an alarming call at her home on West Avenue I, only to discover a gruesome scene. Wilma's lifeless body was found inside her house, having been brutally attacked, strangled and struck with an axe. The entire community was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a violent act could happen to a gentle, elderly woman who had never caused harm to anyone. Investigators initially identified 3 potential suspects, but one person emerged as the key figure: 34-year-old Danny Lee Kennison. Kennison was a neighbor with a troubled past and a penchant for erratic behavior. Suspicion swirled around him, with many believing that he must have been involved in some way. Kennison's actions in the aftermath of Wilma's brutal slaying painted a portrait of guilt in the eyes of investigators. Kennison's efforts to eliminate evidence moving from his residence, altering his appearance with a fresh haircut and shaven beard, cast an even larger shadow of doubt over his innocence. Investigators believed Kennison to be the prime suspect in the case and even sought out an arrest warrant. Unfortunately, the prosecutor felt that the evidence was too insufficient at the time and the case ground to a halt. With the investigation nearing a standstill, there was a looming fear that Wilma's case would remain unsolved, leaving her loved ones and the Jerome community in a state of lingering uncertainty. Former Jerome County Sheriff and Detective Chatteron first delved into the case in 1999, remaining on it until February 2001. His frustrations grew as the absence of critical evidence, such as fingerprints or a suspect's blood sample, hindered progress, leaving the case in a frustrating state of limbo. In 1998, there was a small glimmer of hope in the case when Kennison's wife pointed fingers at him, alleging he confessed to Wilma's slaying. Her testimony was later retracted, casting doubt on its reliability. Even with Kennison's questionable past and shaky alibi, the investigation hit another end. For investigators and the community of Jerome, it seemed that this was a case that would never be solved. And as the years dragged on, the hope for justice seemed to dim. Until a break in the case came nearly 30 years after the crime took place. The breakthrough came after Wagner took charge of the case in June 2022. With a fresh perspective and renewed determination, he meticulously reviewed the evidence, seeking overlooked details and potential leads. By July, it became evident that a deeper investigation was warranted. In February 2023, the case was officially reopened, marking a significant milestone in the pursuit of justice for Wilma Mobley. The renewed investigation aimed to uncover the truth and finally resolve a mystery that had plagued the community for years. Then, in March of the same year, the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab made a significant breakthrough. Thanks to advancements in DNA technology, they were able to carefully analyze the evidence, ultimately identifying Danny Lee Kennison as the one responsible for the crime. For Wilma's family, learning the identity of the person behind the brutal act brought a bittersweet sense of closure, offering some peace after decades of uncertainty and pain. Although it took nearly 30 years for Wilma's case to be solved, a lingering sense of injustice remains. Despite the confirmation that her neighbor, Danny Lee Kennison, was the perpetrator, his fate provides no real sense of retribution for her family. Kennison took his own life in February 2001, avoiding the consequences of his actions and denying Wilma's loved ones the opportunity for true closure through the justice system. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.